Chapter 25 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. After the Wedding. The banker and the man who was called the Major talked to each other earnestly enough throughout the short drive between Lisford churchyard and Maudesley Abbey, but they spoke in low, confidential whispers, and their conversation was interlarded by all manner of strange phrases. The queer, outlandish words were Hindostani, no doubt, and were by no means easy to comprehend. As the carriage drove up to the grand entrance of the Abbey, the stranger looked out through the mud-spattered window. "A fine place!" he exclaimed. "A splendid place!" "What am I to call you here?" muttered Mr. Dunbar as he got out of the carriage. "You may call me anything, as long as you do not call me when the soup is cold. I've a two-pair back in the neighbourhood of St. Martin's Lane, and I'm known there as Mr. Vavasour, but I'm not particular to a shade. Call me anything that begins with a V. It's as well to stick to one initial, on account of one's linen." From the very small amount of linen exhibited in the Major's toilette, a malicious person might have imagined that such a thing as a shirt was a luxury not included in that gentleman's wardrobe. "Call me Vernon," he said. "Vernon is a good name. You may as well call me Major Vernon. My friends at the corner, not the Piccadilly corner, but the corner of the raced ground at the back of Field Lane, have done me the honour to give me the rank of Major, and I don't see why I shouldn't retain the distinction. My proclivities are entirely aristocratic. I have no power of assimilation with the canaille. This is the sort of thing that suits me. Here I am in my element." Mr. Dunbar had led his shabby acquaintance into the low tapestried room in which he usually sat. The Major rubbed his hands with a gesture of enjoyment as he looked at the evidences of wealth that were heedlessly scattered about the apartment. He gave a long sigh of satisfaction as he dropped with a sudden plump upon the spring cushion of an easy-chair on one side of the fireplace. "Now listen to me," said Mr. Dunbar. "I can't afford to talk to you this morning. I have other duties to perform. When they're over, I'll come and talk to you. In the meantime, you may sit here as long as you like, and have what you please to eat or drink." "Well, I don't mind the wing of a fowl and a bottle of Burgundy. It's a long time since I've tasted Burgundy Chambertin or Clos de Vougeot at 12 bob a bottle. That's the sort of tipple, I rather flatter myself, eh?" Henry Dunbar drew himself up with a slight shudder, as if repelled and disgusted by the man's vulgarity. "What do you want of me?" he asked. "Remember that I am waited for. I am quite ready to serve you, for the sake of Auld Lang Syne." "Yes," answered the Major with a sneer. "It's so pleasant to remember Auld Lang Syne." "Well," asked Mr. Dunbar impatiently, "what is it you want of me?" "A bottle of Burgundy, the best you have in your cellar. Something to eat, and that which a poor man generally asks of his rich friends, his fortunate friends. Money. You shall not find me illiberal towards you. I'll come back by and write you a cheque." "You'll make it a thumping one." "I'll make it as much as you want." "That's the sort of thing. There always was something princely and magnificent about you, Mr. Dunbar." "You shall not have any reason to complain," answered the banker very coldly. "You'll send me the lunch?" "Yes. You can hold your tongue, I suppose. You won't talk to the servant who waits upon you." "Has your friend the manners of a gentleman, or has he not? Hasn't he had the eminent advantage of a collegiate education? I may say, a prolonged course of collegiate study. But look here, since you're so afraid of my putting my foot in it, suppose I go back to Lisford now, and I can return to you to-night after dark. Our business will keep. I want a long talk, and a quiet talk, but I must suit my convenience to yours." "It's the duty of the poor dependent to wait upon the pleasure of his patron. exclaimed Major Vernon, in the studied tones of the villain in a melodrama. Henry Dunbar gave a sigh of relief. "Yes, that will be much better," he said. "I can talk to you comfortably after dinner. Ta-ta, then, old boy. Au reservoir, as we say in the classics." Major Vernon extended a brawny hand of rather doubtful purity. The millionaire touched the broad palm with the tips of his gloved fingers. "Good-bye," he said. "I shall expect you at 9 o'clock. You know your way out?" He opened the door as he spoke, and pointed through a vista of 2 or 3 adjoining rooms to the hall. It was rather a broad hint. The Major pulled the poodle collar still higher above his ears, and went out with only his nose exposed to the influence of the atmosphere. Henry Dunbar shut the door and walked to one of the windows. He leant his forehead against the glass and looked out, watching the tall figure of the Major as he walked rapidly along the broad carriage drive that skirted the lawn. The banker watched his shabby acquaintance until Major Vernon was quite out of sight. Then he went back to the fireplace, dropped heavily into his chair, and gave a long groan. It was not a sigh, it was a groan that seemed to come from a bosom that was rent by all the agony of despair. "This decides it," he muttered to himself. "Yes, this decides it. I've seen it for a long time coming to a crisis, but this settles everything." He got up, passed his hand across his forehead and over his eyelids, like a man who has just been awakened from a long sleep, and then went to play his part in the grand business of the day. There is a very wide difference between the feelings of the poor adventurer, who by some lucky accident is enabled to pounce upon a rich friend, and the sentiments of the wealthy victim who is pounced upon. Nothing could present a stronger contrast than the manner of Henry Dunbar, the banker, and the gentleman who had elected to be called Major Vernon. Whereas Mr. Dunbar seemed plunged into the uttermost depths of despair by the sudden appearance of his old acquaintance, the worthy Major exhibited a delight that was almost uproarious in its manifestation. It was not until he found himself in a very lonely part of the park, where there were no other witnesses than the timid deer lurking here and there under the poor shelter of a clump of leafless elms, it was not till Major Vernon felt himself quite alone that he gave way to the full exuberance of his spirits. "It's a gold mine!" he cried, rubbing his hands. "It's a regular California!" He executed a grim caper in his delight, and the scared deer fled away from the neighbourhood of his path. Perhaps they took him for some modern gnome, dancing wild dances in the wet woodland. He laughed aloud with a hollow, fiendish-sounding laugh, and then clapped his hands together till the noise of his brawny palms echoed in the rustic silence. "Henry Dunbar!" he said to himself. "Henry Dunbar! He'll be a milch cow, nothing but a milch cow. If—" He stopped suddenly, and the triumphant grin upon his face changed to a thoughtful expression. "If he doesn't run away," he said, standing quite still, and rubbing his chin slowly with the palm of his hand. "What if he should give me the slip? He might do that." But, after a moment's pause, he laughed aloud again, and walked on briskly. "No, he'll not do that," he said. "It won't serve his turn to run away." While Major Vernon went back to Lisford, Henry Dunbar took his seat at the breakfast table, with Laura Lady Jocelyn by his side. There was very little more gaiety at the wedding breakfast than there had been at the wedding. Everything was very elegant, very subdued, and aristocratic. Silent footmen glided noiselessly backwards and forwards behind the chairs of the guests. Champagne, Moselle, Hock, and Burgundy sparkled in shallow glasses that were shaped like the broad leaf of a water-lily. Dresden china shepherdesses, in the centre of the oval table, held up their chintz-patterned aprons filled with some forced strawberries that had cost about £0.50 apiece. Smirking shepherds supported open-work baskets laden with tiny Algerian apples, China oranges, and big purple hothouse grapes. The bride and bridegroom were very happy, but theirs was a subdued and quiet happiness that had little influence upon those around them. The wedding breakfast was a very silent meal, for the face of the giver of the feast was as gloomy as the sky above Maudesley Abbey, and every now and then, in awkward pauses of the conversation, the pattering of the incessant raindrops sounded upon the windows. At last the breakfast was finished. A knife had been cunningly inserted in the outer wall of the splendid cake, and a few morsels of the rich interior, which looked like a kind of portable Day and Martin, had been eaten by one of the bridesmaids. Laura Jocelyn rose and left the table, attended by the 3 young ladies. Elizabeth Madden was waiting in the bride's dressing-room, with Lady Jocelyn's travelling dress laid in state upon a big sofa. She kissed her young miss and cried over her a little before she was equal to begin the business of the toilette, and then the voices of the bridesmaids broke loose, and there was a pleasant buzz of congratulation, which beguiled the time until Laura was exchanging her bridal costume for a long rustling dress of dove-coloured silk, a purple velvet cloak trimmed and lined with sable, and a miraculous fabric of pale pink areophane and starry jasmine blossoms, which the Parisian milliner facetiously entitled a bonnet. She went downstairs presently in this rich attire, looking like a Russian empress in all the glory of her youth and beauty. The travelling carriage was standing at the door. Arthur Lovell and Mr. Dunbar were in the hall with the 2 clergymen. Laura went up to her father to bid him good-bye. "It will be a long time before we see each other again, papa dear," she said, in tones that were only loud enough for Mr. Dunbar to hear. "Say God bless you once more before I go." Her head was on his breast, and her face lifted up towards his own as she said this. The banker looked straight before him with a forced smile upon his face, that was little more than a nervous contraction of the muscles about the lips. "I will give you something better than my blessing, Laura," he said aloud. "I have given you no wedding present yet, but I have not forgotten. The gift I mean to present to you will take some time to prepare. I shall give you the handsomest diamond necklace that was ever made in England. I shall buy the diamonds myself, and have them set according to my own design." The bridesmaids gave a little murmur of delight. Laura pressed the speaker's cold hand. "I don't want any diamonds, papa," she whispered. "I only want your love." Mr. Dunbar did not make any response to that entreating whisper. There was no time for any answer, perhaps, for the bride and bridegroom had to catch an appointed train at Shorncliffe station, which was to take them on the first stage of their continental journey, and in the bustle and confusion of their hurried departure, the banker had no opportunity of saying anything more to his daughter, but he stood in the Gothic porch, watching the departing carriage with a kind of mournful tenderness in his face. "I hope that she will be happy," he muttered to himself as he went back to the house. "Heaven knows I hope she may be happy." He did not stop to make any ceremonious adieu to his guests, but walked straight to his own apartments. People were accustomed to his strange manners, and were very indulgent towards his foibles. Arthur Lovell and the 3 bridesmaids lingered a little in the blue drawing-room. The Melvilles were to drive home to their father's house in the afternoon, and Dora Macmahon was going with them. She was to stay at their father's house a few weeks, and was then to go back to her aunt in Scotland. "But I am to pay my darling Laura an early visit at Jocelyn's Rock," she said, when Arthur made some inquiry about her arrangements. "That has been all settled." The ladies and the young lawyer took an afternoon tea together before they left Maudesley, and were altogether very sociable, not to say merry. It was upon this occasion that Arthur Lovell, for the first time in his life, observed that Dora Macmahon had very beautiful brown eyes and rippling brown hair, and the sweetest smile he had ever seen, except in one lovely face, which was like the splendour of the noonday sun, and seemed to extinguish all lesser lights. The carriage was announced at last, and Mr. Lovell had enough to do in attending to the 3 young ladies, and the stowing away of all those bonnet-boxes, and shawls, and travelling bags, and desks, and dressing-cases, and odd volumes of books, and umbrellas, parasols, and sketching portfolios, which are the peculiar attributes of all female travellers. And then, when all was finished, and he had bowed for the last time in acknowledgment of those friendly becks and wreathed smiles which greeted him from the carriage window, till it disappeared in the curve of the avenue, Arthur Lovell walked slowly home, thinking of the business of the day. And then, when all was finished, and he had bowed for the last time in acknowledgment of those friendly becks and wreathed smiles which greeted him from the carriage window till it disappeared in the curve of the avenue, Arthur Lovell walked slowly home, thinking of the business of the day. Laura was lost to him for ever. The dreadful grief which had so long brooded darkly over his life had come down upon him at last, and the pang had not been so insupportable as he had expected it to be. "I never had any hope," he thought to himself, as he walked along the soddened road between the gates of Maudesley and the old town that lay before him. "I never really hoped that Laura Dunbar would be my wife." John Lovell's house was one of the best in the town of Shorncliffe. It was a queer old house, with a sloping roof and gable ends of solid oak, adorned here and there by grim devices carved by a skilful hand. It was a large house, but low and straggling, and unpretending in its exterior. The red light of a fire was shining in a wainscoted chamber, half sitting-room, half library. The crimson curtains were not yet drawn across the diamond-paned window. Arthur Lovell looked into the room as he passed, and saw his father sitting by the fire with a newspaper at his feet. There was no need to bolt doors against thieves and vagabonds in such a quiet town as Shorncliffe. Arthur Lovell turned the handle of the street door and went in. The door of his father's sitting-room was ajar, and the lawyer heard his son's step in the hall. "Is that you, Arthur?" he asked. "Yes, father," the young man answered, going into the room. "I want to speak to you very particularly. I suppose this wedding at Maudesley Abbey has put all serious business out of your head." "What serious business, father?" "Have you forgotten Lord Herriston's offer?" "The offer of the appointment in India? Oh, no, father, I have not forgotten. Only—" "Only what?" "I have not been able to decide." As he spoke, Arthur Lovell thought of Laura Dunbar. No, she was Laura Jocelyn now. It was a hard thing for the young man to think of her by that new name. Would it not be better for him to go away, to put immeasurable distance between himself and the woman he had loved so dearly? Would it not be better and wiser to go away? And yet, what if by so doing he turned his back upon another chance of happiness? What if a lesser star than that which had gone down in the darkness might now be rising, dim and distant, in the pale grey sky? "There is no reason that I should decide in a hurry," the young man said presently. "Lord Herriston told you that I might take 12 months to think about his offer." "He did," answered John Lovell, "but half of the time is gone, and I've had a letter from Lord Herriston by this afternoon's post. He wants your decision immediately, for a connection of his own has applied to him for the appointment. He still holds to his promise, and will give you the preference, but you must make up your mind at once." "Do you wish me to go to India, father?" "Do I wish you to go to India? Of course not, my dear boy, unless your own ambition takes you there. Remember, you are an only son. You have no occasion to leave this place. You will inherit a very good practice and a comfortable fortune. I thought that you were ambitious, and that Shorncliffe was too narrow a sphere for your ambition, or else I should never have entertained any idea of this Indian appointment. And you will not be sorry if I remain in England?" "Sorry? No, indeed. I shall be very glad. Do you suppose, when a man has only one son, a handsome, clever, high-minded young fellow, whose presence is like sunshine in his father's gloomy old house, do you think the father wants to get rid of the lad? If you do think so, you must have a very small idea of parental affection." "Then I'll refuse the appointment, father." "God bless you, my boy!" exclaimed the lawyer. The letter to Lord Herriston was written that night, and Arthur Lovell resigned himself to a perpetual residence in that quiet town, within a mile of which the towers of Jocelyn's Rock crowned the tall cliff above the rushing waters of the Avon. Mr. Dunbar had given all necessary directions for the reception of his shabby friend. The Major was ushered at once to the tapestried room, where the banker was still sitting at the dinner-table. He had that meal laid upon a round table near the fire, and the room looked a very picture of comfort and luxury as Major Vernon went into it, fresh from the black foggy night and the leafless avenue, where the bare trunks of the elms looked like gigantic shadows looming through the obscurity. The Major's eyes were almost dazzled by the brightness of that pleasant chamber. This man was a reprobate, but he had begun life as a gentleman. He remembered such a room as this long ago, across a dreary gulf of 40 ill-spent years. The sight of this room brought back the memory of a pretty lamplit parlour, with an old man sitting in a high-backed easy-chair, a genial matron bending over her work, 2 fair-faced girls, a favourite mastiff stretched full length upon the hearth, and last of all, a young man at home from college, yawning over a sporting newspaper, weary to death of all the simple, innocent delights of home, sick of the companionship of gentle sisters, the love of a fond mother, and wishing to be back again at the old uproarious wine-parties, the drunken orgies, the card-playing and prize-fighting, the extravagance and debauchery of the bad set in which he was a chief. The Major gave a profound sigh as he looked round the room, but the melancholy shadow on his face changed into a grim smile as he glanced from the tapestried walls and curtained window, with a great Indian jar of hothouse flowers standing upon an inlaid table before it, and filling the room with a faint perfume of jasmine and almond, to the figure of Henry Dunbar. "It's comfortable," said Major Vernon. "To say the least of it, it's very comfortable. And with a balance of 500,000 or so at one's banker's, or in one's own bank, which is better still, perhaps, one is not so badly off. Eh, Mr. Dunbar?" "Sit down and eat one of those birds," answered the banker. "I'll talk to you by and by." The Major obeyed his friend. He unwound 3 or 4 yards of dingy woollen stuff from his scraggy throat, turned down the poodle collar, pulled his chair close to the table, squared his brows, and began business. He made very light of a brace of partridges and a bottle of sparkling Moselle. When the table had been cleared, and the 2 men left alone together, Major Vernon stretched his long legs upon the hearth-rug, plunged his hands deep down in his trousers pockets, and gave a sigh of satisfaction. "And now," said Mr. Dunbar, filling his glass from the starry crystal claret jug, "what is it that you want to say to me, Stephen Vallance, or Major Vernon, or whatever ridiculous name you may call yourself? What is it you've got to say?" "I'll tell you that in a very few words," answered the Major quietly. "I want to talk to you about the man who was murdered at Winchester some months ago." The banker's hand lost its steadiness. The neck of the claret jug knocked against the thin lip of the glass and shivered it into 6 pieces. "You'll spill your wine," said Major Vernon. I'm very sorry for you if your nerves are no better than that." When Major Vernon that night left his friend, he carried away with him half a dozen cheques for different amounts, making in all £2,000 upon that private banking account which Mr. Dunbar kept for himself in the house of Dunbar, Dunbar and Balderby. It was after midnight when the banker opened the hall door and passed out with the Major upon the broad stone flags under the Gothic porch. There was no rain now, but it was very dark, and the north-easterly winds were blowing amongst the leafless branches of giant oaks and elms. "Shall you present those cheques yourself?" Henry Dunbar asked, as the two men were about to part. "Yes, I think so." "Dress yourself decently, then, before you do so," said the banker. "They'd wonder what dealings you and I could have together, if you were to show yourself in St. Gundolph Lane in your present costume." "My friend is proud," exclaimed the Major with a mock tragic accent. "He is proud, and he despises his humble dependent." "Good night," said Mr. Dunbar, rather abruptly. "It's past 12 o'clock, and I'm tired." "To be sure, you're tired. Do you sleep well?" asked Major Vernon in a whisper. There was no mock solemnity in his tone now. The banker turned away from him with a muttered oath. The light of a lamp suspended from the groined roof of the porch shone upon the two men's faces. Henry Dunbar's countenance was overclouded by a black frown, and was by no means agreeable to look upon. But the grinning face of the Major, the thin lips wreathed into a malicious smile, the small black eyes glittering with a sinister light, looked like the face of a Mephistopheles. "Good night," repeated the banker, turning his back upon his friend, and about to re-enter the house. Major Vernon laid his bony fingers upon Henry Dunbar's shoulder, and stopped him before he could cross the threshold. "You've given me 2 thou," he said. "That's liberal enough to start with, but I'm an old man. I'm tired of the life of a vagabond, and I want to live like a gentleman. Not as you do, of course. That's out of the question. It isn't everybody that has the good luck to be a millionaire, like Henry Dunbar. But I want a bottle of claret with my dinner, a good coat upon my back, and a £5 note in my pocket constantly. You must do as much as that for me, dear boy?" "I don't refuse to do it, do I?" asked Henry Dunbar impatiently. "I should think that what you've got in your pocket already is a pretty good beginning." "My dear fellow, it's a stupendous beginning!" exclaimed Major Vernon. "It's a princely beginning. It's a Napoleonic beginning. But that 2 thou isn't meant for a blind, is it? It's not to be the beginning, middle, and the end? You're not going to do the gentle bolt, eh?" "What do you mean?" "You're not going to run away? You're not going to renounce the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and make an early expedition across the herring pond, friend of my soul?" "Why should I run away?" asked Henry Dunbar sternly. "That's the very thing I say myself, dear boy. Why should you? A wise man doesn't run away from landed estates and fine houses and 500,000 of money. But when you broke that claret glass after dinner, it struck me somehow that you were, shall I venture the word, rather nervous. Nervous people do all manner of things. Give me your word that you're not going to bolt, and I'm satisfied." "I tell you I have no such idea in my mind," Mr. Dunbar answered with increasing impatience. "Will that do?" "It will, dear boy. Your hand upon it. What a cold hand you've got! Take care of yourself, and once more, good night." "You're going to London?" "Yes, to cash the cheques, and make a few business arrangements." Mr. Dunbar bolted the great door as the footsteps of his friend the Major died away upon the gravelled walk, which had been quickly dried by the frosty wind. The banker had dismissed his servants at 10 o'clock that night, so there was nobody to wait upon him or to watch him when he went back to the tapestried room. He sat by the low fire for a little time, thinking, with a settled gloom upon his face, and drinking Burgundy out of a tumbler. Then he went to bed, and the light of the night lamp, shining upon his face as he slept, showed it distorted by strange shadows that were not altogether the shadows of the draperies above his head. Major Vernon walked briskly down the long avenue leading to the lodge gates. "Two thou is comfortable," he muttered to himself. "Very satisfactory for a first go-in at the gold diggings. But I should expect my California to produce a little more than that before we close the shaft and retire upon the profits of the speculation. I think my friend is safe. I don't think he'll run away, but I shall keep my eye upon him nevertheless. The human eye is a great institution, and I shall watch my friend." In spite of a natural eagerness to transform those oblong slips of paper, the cheques, signed with the well-known name of Henry Dunbar, into the still more convenient and flimsy paper-circulating medium dispensed by the old lady in Threadneedle Street, or the yellow coinage of the realm, Major Vernon did not seem in any very great hurry to leave Lisford. A great many of the Lisfordians had seen the shabby stranger take his seat in Henry Dunbar's carriage, side by side with the great banker. This fact became universally known throughout the parish of Lisford and two neighbouring parishes before the shadows of night came down upon the day of Laura Dunbar's wedding, and the Major was respected accordingly. He was shabby, certainly, queer about the heels of his boots, and very mangy with regard to the poodle collar. His hat was more shiny than was consistent with the hat-manufacturing interest. His bony hands were red and bare, and only one miserable mockery of a glove dangled between his thumb and finger as he swaggered along the village street. But he had been seen riding in Henry Dunbar's carriage, and from that moment he had become invested with a romantic interest. He was a reduced gentleman who had seen better days. Or he was a miser, perhaps, an eccentric individual who wore shabby boots and shiny hats for his own love and pleasure. People paid respect, therefore, to the stranger at the Rose and Crown, and touched their hats to him as he went in and out, and were glad to answer any questions he chose to put to them as he loitered about the village. He contrived to find out a good deal in this way about things in general, and the habits of Henry Dunbar in particular. The banker had given his shabby acquaintance a handful of sovereigns for present use, as well as the cheques, and the Major was able to live upon the best the Rose and Crown could afford, and pay liberally for all he consumed. "I find the Warwickshire air agrees with me remarkably well," he said to the landlord, as he sat at breakfast in the bar-parlour upon the second day after his interview with Henry Dunbar. "And if you know of any snug little box in the neighbourhood that would suit a lonely old bachelor with a comfortable income, and nobody to help him spend it, why, I really should have a very great inclination to take it and furnish it." The landlord scratched his head and reflected for a few minutes. Then he slapped his leg with a sounding and triumphant slap. "I know the very thing as would suit you, Major Vernon," he said. The Major had assumed the name of Vernon, as agreed upon between himself and Henry Dunbar. "The very thing," repeated the landlord. "You might say it had been made to order like. There's a sale comes off next Thursday. Mr. Grogson, the Shorncliffe auctioneer, will sell at 11 o'clock precisely the furniture and lease of the snuggest little box in these parts. Woodbine Cottage it's called, a sweet, pretty little place, as was the property of old Admiral Manders. The Admiral died in the house, and having been a bachelor, and his money having gone to distant relatives, the lease and furniture of the cottage will be sold. But I should think," added the landlord gravely, looking rather doubtfully at his guest as he spoke, "I should think the lease and furniture, pictures and plate, will fetch a matter of £800 to £1,000, and perhaps you mightn't care to go to that." The landlord could not refrain from glancing furtively at the white and shining aspect of the cloth that covered the sharp knees of his customer, which were exactly under his eyes, as the two men sat opposite to each other beside the snug little round table. "You mightn't care to go to that price," he repeated, as he helped himself to about 3/4 of a pound of cold ham. The Major lifted his bristly eyebrows with a contemptuous twitch. "If the cottage suits me," he said, "I don't mind 1,000 for it. To-day's Saturday. I shall run up to town to-morrow or Monday morning to settle a bit of business I've got on hand, and come back here in time to attend the sale." "My wife and me was thinking of going, sir," the landlord answered, with unwonted reverence in his voice, "and if it was agreeable, we could drive you over in a 4-wheel shay. Woodbine Cottage is about 1.5 miles from here, and little better than 1 mile from Maudesley Abbey. There's a copper coal scuttle of the old admiral's that my wife has got rather a fancy for. But perhaps if you was to make a hoffer previous to the sale, the property might be disposed of as it stands by private contract." "I'll see about that," answered Major Vernon. "I'll stroll over to Shorncliffe this morning, and look in upon Mr. Grogson. Grogson, I think you said, was the auctioneer's name?" "Yes, sir, Peter Grogson, and very much looked up to, he is, and a warm man, folks do say. His offices is in Shorncliffe High Street, sir, next door but 2 from Mr. Lovell's, the solicitors, and not more than 6 yards from St. Gwendoline's church." Major Vernon, as he now chose to call himself, walked from Lisford to Shorncliffe. He was a very good walker, and indeed had become pretty well used to pedestrian exercise in the course of long, weary trampings from one racecourse to another, when he was so far down on his luck as to be unable to pay his railway fare. The frost had set in for the first time this year, so the roads were dry and hard once more, and the sound of horses' hoofs and rolling wheels, the jingling of bells, the occasional barking of a noisy sheep-dog, and sturdy labourers' voices calling to each other on the high road, travelled far in the thin, frosty air. The town of Shorncliffe was very quiet to-day, for it was only on market days that there was much life or bustle in the queer old streets, and Major Vernon found no hindrance to the business that had brought him from Lisford. He went straight to Mr. Grogson, the auctioneer, and from that gentleman heard all particulars respecting the pending sale at Woodbine Cottage. The Major offered to take the lease at a fair price, and the furniture, as it stood, by valuation. "All I want is a comfortable little place that I can jump into without any trouble to myself," Major Vernon said, with the air of a man of the world. "I like to take life easily. If you can honestly recommend the place as worth £700 or £800, I'm willing to pay that money for it down on the nail. I'll take it at your valuation, if the present owners are agreeable to sell it on those terms, and I'll pay a deposit of a couple of hundred or so on Tuesday afternoon, to show that my proposition is a bona fide one." A little more was said, and then Mr. Grogson pledged himself to act for the best in the interests of Major Vernon, consistently with his allegiance to the present owners of the property. The auctioneer had been, at first, a little doubtful of this tall, shabby stranger in the napless, dirty white beaver and the mangy poodle collar, but the offer of a deposit of £200 or so gave a different aspect to the case. There are always eccentric people in the world, and appearances are very apt to be deceptive. There was a confident air about the Major, which seemed like that of a man with a balance at his banker's. The Major went back to the Rose and Crown, ate a comfortable little dinner, which he had ordered before setting out for Shorncliffe, paid his bill, and made all arrangements for starting by the first train for London on the following morning. It was nearly 10 o'clock by the time he had done this, but late as it was, Major Vernon put on his hat, turned his poodle collar up about his ears, and went out into Lisford High Street. There was scarcely one glimmer of light in the street as the Major walked along it. He took the road leading to Maudesley Abbey, and walked at a brisk pace, heedless of the snow, which was still falling thick and fast. He was covered from head to foot with snow when he stopped before the stone porch, and rang a bell that made a clanging noise in the stillness of the night. He looked like some grim white statue that had descended from its pedestal to stalk hither and thither in the darkness. The servant who opened the door yawned undisguisedly in the face of his master's friend. "Tell Mr. Dunbar that I shall be glad to speak to him for a few minutes," the Major said, making as if he would have passed into the hall. "Mr. Dunbar left the Abbey hoppance of an hour ago," the footman answered with supreme hauteur, "but he left a message for you in case you was to come. The period of his absence is uncertain, and if you wants to communicate with him, you was to please to wait till he come back." Major Vernon pushed aside the servant and strode into the hall. The doors were open, and through 2 or 3 intermediate rooms the Major saw the tapestried chamber dark and empty. There was no doubt that Henry Dunbar had given him the slip, for the time at least. But did the banker mean mischief? Was there any deep design in this sudden departure? That was the question. "I'll write to your master," the Major said, after a pause. "What's his London address?" "Mr. Dunbar left no address." "Humph! That's no matter. I can write to him at the bank. Good night." Major Vernon stalked away through the snow. The footman made no response to his parting civility, but stood watching him for a few moments, and then closed the door with a bang. "If that's a specimen of your Hingean acquaintances, I don't think much of Hinger or Hingean society. But what can you expect of a nation as insults the gentleman who waits behind his employer's chair at table by calling him a kitten muncher?" End of chapter 25. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, Greater London.
Chapter 26 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shauna, Kennett. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. What happened in the back parlour of the banking house. Henry Dunbar arrived in London a couple of hours after Mr. Vernon left the Abbey. He went straight to the Clarendon Hotel. He had no servant with him, and his luggage consisted only of a portmanteau, a dressing-case, and a dispatch box, the same dispatch box whose contents he had so carefully studied at the Winchester Hotel upon the night of the murder in the Grove. The day after his arrival was Sunday, and all that day the banker occupied himself in reading a morocco-bound manuscript volume, which he took from the dispatch box. There was a black fog upon this November day, and the atmosphere out of doors was cold and bleak, but the room in which Henry Dunbar sat looked the very picture of comfort and elegance. He had drawn his chair close to the fire, and on a table near his elbow were arranged the open dispatch box, a tall crystal jug of Burgundy with a goblet-shaped glass on a salver, and a case of cigars. Until long after dark that evening, Henry Dunbar sat by the fire, smoking and drinking, and reading the manuscript volume. He only paused now and then to take pencil notes of its contents in a little memorandum book which he carried in the breast pocket of his coat. It was not until 7 o'clock, when the liveried servant who waited upon him came to inform him that his dinner was served in an adjoining chamber, that Mr. Dunbar rose from his seat and put away the book in the dispatch box. He laid down the volume on the table while he replaced other papers in the box, and it fell open at the first page. On that first page was written, in Henry Dunbar's bold, legible hand, "Journal of my life in India, from my arrival in 1815 until my departure in 1850." This was the book the banker had been studying all that winter's day. At 12 o'clock the next day, he ordered a brougham and was driven to the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. This was the first time that Henry Dunbar had visited the house in St. Gundolph Lane since his return from India. Those who knew the story of the present chief partner of the house of Dunbar, Dunbar and Balderby were in no wise astonished by this fact. They knew that, as a young man, Henry Dunbar had contracted the tastes and habits of an aristocrat, and that if he had afterwards developed into a clever and successful man of business, it was only by reason of the force of circumstances which had thrust him into a position that he hated. It was by no means wonderful, then, that after becoming possessor of the united fortunes of his father and his uncle, Henry Dunbar should keep aloof from a place that had always been obnoxious to him. The business had gone on without him very well during his absence, and it went on without him now, for his place in India had been assumed by a very clever man, who for 20 years had acted as cashier in the Calcutta house. It may be that the banker had an unpleasant recollection of his last visit to St. Gundolph Lane, upon the day when the existence of the forged bills was discovered by Percival and Hugh Dunbar. All the width of 35 years between the present hour and that day might not be wide enough to separate the memory of the past from the thoughts which were busy this morning in the mind of Henry Dunbar. Be it as it might, Henry Dunbar's reflections this day were evidently not of a pleasant nature. He was very pale as he rode citywards in the comfortable brougham from the Clarendon, and his face had a stern, fixed look, like a man who has nerved himself to meet some crisis which he knows is near at hand. There was a stoppage upon Ludgate Hill, great wooden barricades and mountains of uprooted paving stones, amidst which sturdy navigators disported themselves with spades and pickaxes, and wheelbarrows full of rubbish blocked the way. So the brougham turned into Farrington Street, and went up Snow Hill, and under the grim black walls of dreadful Newgate. The vehicle travelled very slowly, for the traffic was concentrated in this quarter by reason of the stoppage on Ludgate Hill, and Mr. Dunbar was able to contemplate at his leisure the black prison walls and the men and women selling dogs' collars under their dismal shadows. It may be that the banker's face grew a shade paler after that contemplation. The corners of his mouth twitched nervously as he got out of the carriage before the mahogany doors of the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane, but he drew a long breath and held his head proudly erect as he pushed open the doors and went in. Never since the day of the discovery of the forged bills had that man entered the banking house. Dark thoughts came back upon his mind, and the shadows deepened on his face as he gave one rapid glance around the familiar office. He walked straight towards the private parlour in which that well-remembered scene had occurred 35 years ago, but before he arrived at the door leading from the public offices to the back of the house, he was stopped by a gentlemanly-looking man, who came forward from a desk in some shadowy region and intercepted the stranger. This man was Clement Austin, the cashier. "Do you wish to see Mr. Balderby, sir?" he asked. "Yes, I have an appointment with him at 1 o'clock. My name is Dunbar." The cashier bowed and opened the door. The banker passed across the threshold which he had not crossed for 35 years until today. But as Mr. Dunbar went towards the familiar parlour at the back of the banking house, he stopped for a minute and looked at the cashier. Clement Austin was scarcely less pale than Henry Dunbar himself. He had heard of the banker's intended visit to St. Gundolph Lane, and had looked forward with strange anxiety to a meeting with the man whom Margaret Wilmot declared to be the murderer of her father. Now that the meeting had come to pass, he looked at Henry Dunbar with an earnest, scrutinizing gaze, as if he would fain have discovered the secret of the man's guilt or innocence in his countenance. The banker's face was pale, and grave, and stern, but Clement Austin knew that for Henry Dunbar there were very humiliating and unpleasant circumstances connected with the offices in St. Gundolph Lane, and it was scarcely to be expected that a man would come smiling into a place out of which he had gone 35 years before, a disgraced and degraded creature. For a few moments the two men paused in the passage between the public offices and the private parlour, looking at each other. The banker's gaze never flinched during that encounter. It is taken as a strong proof of a man's innocence that he should look you full in the face with a steadfast gaze when you look at him with suspicion plainly visible in your eyes. But would he not be the poorest villain if he shirked that encounter of glances, when he knows full surely that he is in that moment put to the test? It is rather innocence whose eyelids droop when you peer too closely into its eyes, for innocence is appalled by the stern, accusing glances which it is unprepared to meet. Guilt stares you boldly in the face, for guilt is hardened and defiant, and has this one grand superiority over innocence, that it is prepared for the worst. Clement Austin opened the door of Mr. Balderby's parlor. Mr. Dunbar went in unannounced. The cashier closed the parlor door and returned to his desk in the public office. The junior partner was sitting at an office table near the fire writing, but he rose as the banker entered the room and went forward to meet him. "You are very punctual, Mr. Dunbar," he said. "Yes, I am generally punctual." The two men shook hands, and Mr. Balderby wheeled forward a morocco-covered armchair for his senior partner, and then took his seat opposite to him, with only the small office table between them. "It may seem late in the day to bid you welcome to the bank, Mr. Dunbar," said the junior partner, "but I do so nevertheless, most heartily." There was a flatness in the accent in which these last two words were spoken, which was like the sound of a false coin when it falls dead upon a counter and proclaims itself spurious. Henry Dunbar did not return his partner's greeting. He was looking round the room and remembering the day upon which he had last seen it. There was very little alteration in the appearance of the dismal city chamber. There was the same wire blind before the window, the same solitary tree, leafless in the narrow courtyard without. The morocco-covered armchairs had been recovered, perhaps, during that 35 years, but if so, the covering had grown shabby again. Even the Turkey carpet was in the very stage of dusky dinginess that had distinguished the carpet on which Henry Dunbar had stood 35 years before. "I received your letter announcing your journey to London and your desire for a private interview on Saturday afternoon," Mr. Balderby said after a pause. "I have made arrangements to assure our being undisturbed so long as you may remain here. If you wish to make any investigation of the affairs of the house, Mr. Dunbar waved his hand with a deprecatory air. "Nothing is farther from my thoughts than any such design," he said. "No, Mr. Balderby, I have only been a man of business because all chance of another career, which I infinitely preferred, was closed upon me 35 years ago. I am quite content to be a sleeping partner in the house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. For 10 years prior to my father's death, he took no active part in the business. The house got on very well without his aid. It will get on equally well without mine. The business that brings me to London is an entirely personal matter. I am a rich man, but I don't exactly know how rich I am, and I want to realize rather a large sum of money." Mr. Balderby bowed, but his eyebrows went up a little, as if he found it impossible to control some slight evidence of his surprise. "Previous to my daughter's marriage, I settled upon her the house in Portland Place and the Yorkshire property. She will have all of my money when I die, and as Sir Philip Jocelyn is a rich man, she will perhaps be one of the wealthiest women in England. So far so good. Neither Laura nor her husband will have any reason for dissatisfaction, but this is not quite enough, Mr. Balderby. I am not a demonstrative man, and I have never made any great fuss about my love for my daughter, but I do love her nevertheless." Mr. Dunbar spoke very slowly here, and stopped once or twice to pass his handkerchief across his forehead, as he had done in the hotel at Winchester. "We Anglo-Indians have a rather magnificent way of doing things, Mr. Balderby," he continued, "when we take it into our heads to do them at all. I want to give my daughter a diamond necklace as a wedding present, and I want it to be such as an Eastern prince or a Rothschild might offer to his only child. You understand?" "Oh, perfectly," answered Mr. Balderby. "I shall be most happy to be of any use to you in the matter. All I want is a large sum of money at my command. I may go rather recklessly to work and make a large investment in this necklace. It will be something for Lady Jocelyn to bequeath to her children. You and John Lovell of Shorncliffe were the executors of my father's will. You signed an order for the transfer of my father's money to my account some time last September." "I did, in concurrence with Mr. Lovell." "Precisely. Lovell wrote me a letter to that effect. My father kept 2 accounts here, I believe, a deposit and a drawing account?" "He did." "And those 2 accounts have gone on since my return in the same manner as during his lifetime?" "Precisely. The income which Mr. Percival Dunbar set aside for his own use was 7,000 a year. He rarely spent as much as that, sometimes he spent less than half. The balance of this income and his double share in the profits of the business went to the credit of his deposit account, and various sums have been withdrawn from time to time and duly invested under his order." "Perhaps you can let me see the ledgers containing those 2 accounts?" "Most certainly." Mr. Balderby touched the spring of a handbell upon his table. "Ask Mr. Austin to bring the daily balance and deposit accounts ledger," he said to the person who answered his summons. Clement Austin appeared 5 minutes afterwards, carrying 2 ponderous morocco-bound volumes. Mr. Balderby opened both ledgers and placed them before his senior partner. Henry Dunbar looked at the deposit account. His eyes ran eagerly down the long row of figures before him until they came to the sum total. Then his chest heaved and he drew a long breath, like a man who feels almost stifled by some internal oppression. The last figures on the page were these: £137,926 17 shillings and 2 pence. The 2 pence seemed a ridiculous anticlimax, but businessmen are necessarily as exact in figures as calculating machines. "How is this money invested?" asked Henry Dunbar, pointing to the page. His fingers trembled a little as he did so, and he dropped his hand suddenly upon the ledger. "There's 50,000 in India stock," Mr. Balderby answered, as indifferently as if £50,000 more or less was scarcely worth speaking of, "and there's 25 in railway debentures, Great Western. Most of the remainder is floating in Exchequer bills." "Then you can realize the Exchequer bills?" Mr. Balderby winced as if someone had trodden upon one of his corns. He was a banker heart and soul, and he did not at all relish the idea of any withdrawal of the bank's resources, however firm that establishment might stand. "It's rather a large amount of capital to withdraw from the business," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I suppose the bank can afford it?" Mr. Dunbar exclaimed with a tone of surprise. "Oh yes, the bank can afford it well enough. Our calls are sometimes heavy. Lord Yardsfield, a very old customer, talks of buying an estate in Wales. He may come down upon us at any moment for a very stiff sum of money. However, the capital is yours, Mr. Dunbar, and you've a right to dispose of it as you please. The Exchequer bills shall be realized immediately." "Good. And if you can dispose of the railway bonds to advantage, you may do so." "You think of spending—" "I think of reinvesting the money. I have an offer of an estate north of the metropolis, which I think will realize, cent per cent, a few years hence, but that is an after consideration. At present, we only have to do with the diamond necklace for my daughter. I shall buy the diamonds myself, direct from the merchant importers. You will hold yourself ready after Wednesday, we'll say, to cash some very heavy checks on my account?" "Certainly, Mr. Dunbar." "Then I think that is really all I have to say. I shall be happy to see you at the Clarendon, if you will dine with me any evening that you are disengaged." There was very little heartiness in the tone of this invitation, and Mr. Balderby perfectly understood that it was only a formula which Mr. Dunbar felt himself called upon to go through. The junior partner murmured his acknowledgment of Henry Dunbar's politeness, and then the two men talked together for a few minutes on indifferent subjects. 5 minutes afterwards Mr. Dunbar rose to leave the room. He went into the passage between Mr. Balderby's parlour and the public offices of the bank. This passage was very dark, but the offices were well lighted by lofty plate-glass windows. Between the end of the passage and the outer doors of the bank, Henry Dunbar saw the figure of a woman sitting near one of the desks and talking to Clement Austin. The banker stopped suddenly and went back to the parlour. He looked about him a little absently as he re-entered the room. "I thought I brought in a cane," he said. "I think not," replied Mr. Balderby, rising before his desk. "I don't remember seeing one in your hand." "Ah, then I suppose I was mistaken." He still lingered in the parlour, putting on his gloves very slowly and looking out of the window into the dismal backyard, where there was a dingy little wooden door set deep in the stone wall. While the banker loitered near the window, Clement Austin came into the room to show some document to the junior partner. Henry Dunbar turned round as the cashier was about to leave the parlour. "I saw a woman just now talking to you in the office. That's not very businesslike, is it, Mr. Austin? Who is the woman?" "She is a young lady, sir." "A young lady?" "Yes, sir." "What brings her here?" The cashier hesitated for a moment before he replied. "She wishes to see you, Mr. Dunbar," he said, after that brief pause. "What is her name? Who is she?" "Her name is Wilmot. Margaret Wilmot." "I know no such person," answered the banker haughtily, but looking nervously at the half-open door as he spoke. "Shut that door, sir," he said impatiently to the cashier. "The draught from the passage is strong enough to cut a man in two. Who is this Margaret Wilmot?" "The daughter of that unfortunate man, Joseph Wilmot, who was cruelly murdered at Winchester," answered the cashier very gravely. He looked Henry Dunbar full in the face as he spoke. The banker returned his look as unflinchingly as he had done before, and spoke in a hard, unfaltering voice as he answered. "Tell this person, Margaret Wilmot, that I refuse to see her today, as I refuse to see her in Portland Place, and as I refuse to see her at Winchester," he said deliberately. "Tell her that I shall always refuse to see her, whenever and wherever she makes an attack upon me. I have suffered enough already on account of that hideous business at Winchester, and I shall most resolutely defend myself from any further persecution. This young person can have no possible motive for wishing to see me. If she is poor and wants money of me, I am ready and willing to assist her. I have already offered to do so. I can do no more. But if she is in distress—" "She is not in distress, Mr. Dunbar," interrupted Clement Austin. "She has friends who love her well enough to shield her from that." "Indeed? And you are one of those friends, I suppose, Mr. Austin?" "I am." "Prove your friendship, then, by teaching Margaret Wilmot that she has a friend and not an enemy in me. If you are, as I suspect from your manner, something more than a friend, if you love her, and she returns your love, marry her, and she shall have a dowry that no gentleman's wife need be ashamed to bring to her husband." There was no anger, no impatience in the banker's voice now, but a tone of deep feeling. Clement Austin looked at him, astonished by the change in his manner. Henry Dunbar saw the look, and it seemed as if he endeavoured to answer it. "You have no need to be surprised that I shrink from seeing Margaret Wilmot," he said. "Cannot you understand that my nerves may be none of the strongest, and that I cannot endure the idea of an interview with this girl who, no doubt by her persistent pursuit of me, suspects me of her father's murder? I am an old man, and I have been 35 years in India. My health is shattered, and I have a horror of all tragic scenes. I have not yet recovered from the shock of that horrible business at Winchester. Go and tell Margaret Wilmot this. Tell her that I will be her true friend if she will accept that friendship, but that I will not see her until she has learned to think better of me." There was something very straightforward, very simple in all this. For a time at least, Clement Austin's mind wavered. Margaret was perhaps wrong after all, and Henry Dunbar might be an innocent man. It was Clement who had informed Margaret of Mr. Dunbar's expected presence here upon this day, and it was on the strength of that information that the girl had come to St. Gundolph Lane with the determination of seeing the man whom she believed to be the murderer of her father. Clement returned to the office where he had left Margaret in order to repeat to her Mr. Dunbar's message. No sooner had the door of the parlour closed upon the cashier than Henry Dunbar turned abruptly to his junior partner. "There is a door leading from the yard into a court that connects St. Gundolph Lane with another lane at the back," he said. "Is there not?" He pointed to the dark little yard outside the window as he spoke. "Yes, there is a door, I believe." "Is it locked?" "No, it is seldom locked till 4 o'clock. The clerks use it sometimes when they go in and out." "Then I shall go out that way," said Mr. Dunbar, who was almost breathless in his haste. "You can send the carriage back to the Clarendon by and by. I don't want to see that girl. Good morning." He hurried out of the parlour and into a passage leading to the yard, followed by Mr. Balderby, who wondered at his senior partner's excitement. The door in the yard was not locked. Henry Dunbar opened it, went out into the court, and closed the door behind him. So, for the third time, he had escaped from an interview with Margaret Wilmot. End of Chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Clement Austin's Wooing. For the third time Margaret Wilmot was disappointed in the hope of seeing Henry Dunbar. Clement Austin had on the previous evening told her of the banker's intended visit to the office in St. Gundolph Lane, and the young music mistress had made hasty arrangements for the postponement of her usual duties, in order that she might go to the city to see Henry Dunbar. "He will not dare to refuse you," Clement Austin said, "for he must know that such a refusal would excite suspicion in the minds of the people around him." "He must have known that at Winchester, and yet he avoided me there," answered Margaret Wilmot. "He must have known it when he refused to see me in Portland Place. He will refuse to see me today if I ask for an interview with him. My only chance will be the chance of an accidental meeting with him. Do you think that you can arrange this for me, Mr. Austin?" Clement Austin readily promised to bring about an apparently accidental meeting between Margaret and Mr. Dunbar, as this is how it was that Joseph Wilmot's daughter had waited in the office in St. Gundolph Lane. She had arrived only 5 minutes after Mr. Dunbar entered the banking house, and she waited very patiently, very resolutely, in the hope that when Henry Dunbar returned to his carriage, she might snatch the opportunity of speaking to him, of seeing his face and discovering whether he was guilty or not. She clung to the idea that some indefinable expression of his countenance would reveal the fact of his guilt or innocence. But she could not dispossess herself of the belief that he was guilty. What other reason could there be for his persistent avoidance of her? But, for the third time, she was baffled, and she went home very despondently, haunted by the image of her dead father, while Henry Dunbar went back to the Clarendon in a common hack cab, which he picked up in Cornhill. Margaret Wilmot found one of her pupils waiting in the pretty little parlour in the cottage at Clapham, and she was obliged to sit down to the piano and listen to a fantasia, very badly played, keeping sharp watch upon the pupil's fingers for an hour or so before she was free to think her own thoughts. Margaret was very glad when the lesson was over. The pupil was a very vivacious young lady who called her music mistress "dear," and would have been glad to waste half an hour or so in an animated conversation about the new style in bonnets, or the shape of the fashionable winter mantle, or the popular novel of the month. But Margaret's pale face seemed a mute appeal for comparison, so Miss Lamberton drew on her gloves, settled her bonnet before the glass over the mantelpiece, and tripped away. Margaret sat by the little round table, with an open book before her, but she could not read, though the volume was one that had been lent to her by Clement, and though she took a peculiar pleasure in reading any book that was a favourite of his, she did not read. She only sat with her eyes fixed, and her face very pale in the dim light of 2 candles that flickered in the draught from the window. She was aroused from her despondent reverie by a double knock at the door below, and presently the neat little maidservant ushered Mr. Austen into the room. Margaret sat up, a little confused at the advent of this unexpected visitor. It was the first time that Clement had ever called upon her alone. He had often been her guest, but, until tonight, he had always come under his mother's wing to see the pretty music mistress. "I'm afraid I startled you, Miss Wilmot," he said. "Oh, no, not at all," answered Margaret. "I was sitting here, quite idle, thinking." "Thinking of your failure of today, I suppose?" "Yes." There was a pause, during which Margaret seated herself once more by the little table, while Clement Austen walked up and down the room, thinking. Presently he stopped suddenly, with his elbow leaning upon the corner of the mantelpiece, opposite Margaret, and looking down at the girl's thoughtful face. She had blushed when the cashier first entered the room, but she was very pale now. "Margaret, that which happened today makes me think that your conviction is only the horrible truth, and that Henry Dunbar, the sole surviving kinsman of those 2 men whom I learnt to honour and revere long ago, when I was a mere boy, is indeed guilty of your father's death. If so, the cause of justice demands that this man's crime should be brought to light. I am something of Shakespeare's opinion. I cannot but believe that murder will out, somehow or other, sooner or later. But I think that, in this business, the police have been culpably supine. It seems as if they feared to handle the case too closely, lest the clue they followed should lead them to Henry Dunbar." "You think they have been bribed?" "No, I don't think that. There seems to be a popular belief, all over the world, that a man with $1 million of money can do no wrong. I don't believe the police have been culpable. They have only been faint-hearted. They have suffered themselves to be discouraged by the difficulties of the case. Other crimes have been committed, other work has arisen for them to do, and they have been obliged to abandon an investigation which seemed hopeless. This is how criminals escape. This is how murderers are suffered to be at large, not because discovery is impossible, but because it can only be effected by a slow and wearisome process in which so few men have courage to persevere. While the country is ringing with the record of a great crime, while the murderer is on his guard night and day, waking and sleeping, the police watch and work, but by and by, when the crime is half forgotten, when security has made the criminal careless, when the chances of detection are tenfold, the police have grown tired, and there is no eye to watch the guilty man's movements. I know nothing of the science of detection, Margaret, but I believe that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of your father, and I will do my uttermost, with God's help, to bring this crime home to him." The girl's eyes flashed with a proud light as Clement Austen finished speaking. "Will you do this?" she said. "Will you bring to light the mystery of my father's death? Will you bring punishment upon his murderer? It seems a horrible thing, perhaps, for a woman to wish detection to overtake any man, however base, but surely it would be more horrible if I were content to let my father's murder remain unavenged. My poor father! If he had been a good man, I do not think it would grieve me so much to remember his cruel death. But he was not a good man. He was not a good man. Let him have been what he may, Margaret. His murderer shall not go unpunished if I can aid the cause of justice, said Clement Austen. But it was not to say this alone that I came here tonight, Margaret. I have something more to say to you. There was a tenderness in the cashier's voice as he said these last words that brought the blushes back to Margaret's pale cheeks. You know that I love you, Margaret, Clement said in a low, earnest voice. You must know that I love you, or if you do not, it is because there is no sympathy between us, and in that case my love is indeed hopeless. I have loved you from the first, dear. Yes, from the very first summer twilight in which I saw your pale, pensive face in the dusky little garden at Wandsworth. The tender interest which I then felt in you was the first mysterious dawn of love, though I, in my infinite wisdom, put it down to an artistic admiration for your peculiar beauty. It was love, Margaret, and it has grown and strengthened in my heart ever since that summer evening, until it leads me here tonight to tell you all, and to ask you if there is any hope. Ah, Margaret, you must have known my love all along. You would have banished me had you felt that my love was hopeless. You could have not been so cruel as to deceive me. Margaret looked up at her lover with a frightened face. Had she done wrong, then, to be happy in this society, if she did not love him? If she did not love him! But surely the sudden thrill of triumph and delight which filled her breast, as Clement spoke to her, must be in some degree akin to love. Yes, she loved him. But the bright things of this world were not for her. Love and duty fought for the mastery of her pure soul, and duty was the conqueror. Oh, Clement, she said, do you forget who I am? Do you forget that the letter which I showed you long ago, a letter addressed to my father when he was a transported felon, suffering the penalty of his crime? Do you forget who I am, and that the taint that is in my blood, the disgrace that stains my name? I am proud to think that you have loved me, Clement Austen, but I am no fitting wife for you. You are a noble, true-hearted woman, Margaret, and as such you are a fitting wife for a king. Besides, I am not such a grandee that I need look for high lineage in the wife of my choice. I am only a working man, content to accept a salary for my services, and looking forward by and by to a junior partnership in the house I serve. Margaret, my mother loves you, and she knows that you are the woman I seek to win as my wife. Forget the taint upon your dead father's name as freely as I forget it, dearest, and only answer me one question. Is my love hopeless? I will never consent to be your wife, Mr. Austen, Margaret answered in a low voice. Because you do not love me? Because I will never cause for you to blush for the history of your wife's girlhood. That is no answer to my question, Margaret, said Clement Austen, seating himself by her side and taking both her hands in his. I must ask you to look me full in the face, Miss Wilmot, he added laughingly, drawing her towards him as he spoke, for I begin to fancy you are addicted to prevarication. Look me in the face, Madge, darling, and tell me that you love me. But the blushing face would not be turned towards his own. Margaret's head was still averted. Don't ask me, she pleaded. Don't ask me. The day would come when you would regret your choice. I could not endure that. It would be too bitter. You have been very kind to me, and it would be a poor return for your kindness if you were to make me unutterably happy, Margaret? I think it would only be a proper act of gratitude. Haven't I run all over Clapham, Brixton, and Wandsworth, to say nothing of an occasional incursion upon Putney, in order to procure you 6 pupils? And the very first favour I demand of you, which is only the gift of this clever little hand, you have the audacity to refuse me point blank. He waited for a few moments, in the hope that Margaret would say something, but her face was still averted, and the trembling hand which Mr. Austen was holding struggled to release itself from his grasp. Margaret, he said very gravely, perhaps I have been foolish and presumptuous in this business. In that case, I fully deserve to be disappointed, however bitter the disappointment may be. If I have been wrong, Margaret, if I have been deceived by your sweet smile, your gentle words, for pity's sake tell me that it is so, and I will forgive you for having involuntarily deceived me, and I will try to cure myself of my folly, but I will not leave this room. I will not abandon the dear hope that has brought me here tonight, until you tell me plainly that you do not love me. Speak, Margaret, and speak fearlessly." But Margaret was still silent. Only in the silence Clement Austen heard a low, sobbing sound. "Margaret, darling, you are crying." "I know that you love me, and I will not leave this room except as your plighted husband." "Heaven help me," murmured Joseph Wilmot's daughter. "Heaven leave me right, for I do love you, Clement, with all my heart." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. Buying Diamonds. Mr. Dunbar did not waste much time before he began the grand business which had brought him to London. That is to say, the purchase of such a collection of diamonds as to compose a necklace second only to that which brought poor hoodwinked Cardinal de Rohan and the unlucky daughter of the Caesars into such a morass of trouble and slander. Early upon the morning after his visit to the bank, Mr. Dunbar went out very plainly dressed, and hailed the first empty cab that he saw in Piccadilly. He ordered the cabman to drive straight to a street leading out of Holborn, a very quiet-looking street, where you could buy diamonds enough to set up all the jewellers in Palais Royal and the Rue de la Paix, and where, if you were so whimsical as to wish to transform a service of plate into white soup, at a moment's notice, you might indulge your fancy in establishments of unblemished respectability. The gold and silver refiners, the diamond merchants and wholesale jewellers in this quiet street, were a very superior class of people, and you might dispose of a handful of gold chains and bangles without any fear that one or two of them would find their way into the operator's sleeve during the process of weighing. The great Mr. Crucible, who thrust the last inch of an Eastern potentate's sceptre into the melting pot with the sole of his foot, as the detectives entered his establishment in search of the missing bauble, and walked lame for 6 months afterwards, lived somewhere in the depths of the city, and far away from this dull-looking Holborn Street, and would have despised even the tenor of life and the most moderate profits of a business in this neighbourhood. Mr. Dunbar left his cab at the Holborn end of the street, and walked slowly along the pavement till he came to a very dingy-looking parlour window, which might have belonged to a lawyer's office, but for some gilded letters on the wire blind, which, in a very pale and faded inscription, gave notice that the parlour belonged to Mr. Isaac Hartgold, diamond merchant. A grimy brass plate on the door of the house bore another inscription to the same effect, and it was at this door that Mr. Dunbar stopped. He rang a bell, and was admitted immediately by a very sharp-looking boy, who ushered him into the parlour, where he saw a mahogany counter, a pair of small brass scales, a horsehair-cushioned office stool considerably the worse for wear, and a couple of very formidable-looking iron safes deeply embedded in the wall behind the counter. There was a desk near the window, at which a gentleman with very black hair and whiskers was seated, busily engaged in some abstruse calculations between a pair of open ledgers. He got off his high seat as Mr. Dunbar entered, and looked rather suspiciously at the banker. I suppose the habit of selling diamonds had made him rather suspicious of everyone. Henry Dunbar wore a fashionable greatcoat with loose open cuffs, and it was towards these loose cuffs that Mr. Hartgold's eyes wandered with rapid and rather uneasy glances. He was apt to look doubtfully at gentlemen with roomy coat-sleeves, or ladies with long-haired muffs or fringed parasols. Unset diamonds are an eminently portable species of property, and you might carry a tolerably valuable collection of them in the folds of the smallest parasol that ever faded under the summer sunshine in the Ladies' Mile. "I want to buy a collection of diamonds for a necklace," Mr. Dunbar said, as coolly as if he had been talking of a silver set of spoons, "and I want the necklace to be something out of the common. I should order it of Garrard or Emmanuel, but I have a fancy for buying the diamonds upon paper, and having them made up after a design of my own. Can you supply me with what I want?" "How much do you want? You may have what some people would call a necklace for £1,000, or you may have one that'll cost you 20,000. How far do you mean to go?" "I am prepared to spend something between 50 and 80,000 pounds." The diamond merchant pursed his lips reflectively. "You are aware that in these sort of transactions ready money is indispensable," he said. "Oh yes, I am quite aware of that," Mr. Dunbar answered coolly. He took out his card case as he spoke and handed one of his cards to Mr. Isaac Hartgold. "Any cheque signed by that name," he said, "will be duly honoured in St. Gundolph Lane." Mr. Hartgold bent his head reverentially to the representative of $1,000,000 of money. He, in common with every businessman in London, was thoroughly familiar with the names of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. "I don't know that I can supply you with £50,000 worth of such diamonds as you may require at a moment's notice," he said, "but I can procure them for you in a day or two, if that will do." "That will do very well. This is Tuesday. Suppose I give you till Thursday?" "The stones shall be ready for you by Thursday, sir." "Very good. I will call for them on Thursday morning. In the meantime, in order that you may understand the transaction is a bona fide one, I'll write a cheque for 10,000, payable to your order, on account of diamonds to be purchased by me. I have my cheque book in my pocket. Oblige me with pen and ink." Mr. Hartgold murmured something to the effect that such a proceeding was altogether unnecessary, but he brought Mr. Dunbar his office inkstand and looked on with an approving twinkle in his eyes while the banker wrote the cheque in that slow, formal hand peculiar to him. It made things very smooth and comfortable, Mr. Hartgold thought, to say the least of it. And now, sir, with regard to the design of the necklace," said the merchant, when he had folded the cheque and put it into his waistcoat pocket, "I suppose you've some idea that you'd like to carry out, and you wish, perhaps, to see a few specimens." He unlocked one of the iron safes as he spoke, and brought out a lot of little paper packets which were folded in a peculiar fashion, and which he opened with very gingerly fingers. "I suppose you'd like some tallow drops, sir," he said. "Tallow drops work in better than anything for a necklace." "What in heaven's name are tallow drops?" Mr. Hartgold took up a diamond with a pair of pincers and exhibited it to the banker. "That's a tallow drop, sir," he said. "It's something of a heart-shaped stone, you see, but we call it a tallow drop because it's very much the shape of a drop of tallow. You'd like large stones, of course, though they eat into a great deal of money. There are diamonds that are known all over Europe, diamonds that have been in the possession of royalty, and are as well known as the family they've belonged to. The Duke of Brunswick has pretty well cleared the market of that sort of stuff, but they are still to be had if you've a fancy for anything of that kind." Mr. Dunbar shook his head. "I don't want anything of that sort," he said. "The day may come when my daughter, or my daughter's descendants, may be obliged to realize the jewels. I'm a commercial man, and I want £80,000 worth of diamonds that shall be worth the money I give for them to break up and sell again. I should wish you to choose diamonds of moderate size, but not small, worth, on average, £40 or £50 apiece, we'll say." "I shall have to be very peculiar about matching them in colour," said Mr. Hartgold, "as they're for a necklace." The banker shrugged his shoulders. "Don't trouble yourself about the necklace," he said rather impatiently. "I'll tell you again I'm a commercial man, and what I want is good value for my money." "And you shall have it, sir," answered the diamond merchant briskly. "Very well, then, in that case I think we understand each other, and there's no occasion for me to stop here any longer. You'll have £80,000 worth of diamonds, at thereabouts, ready for me when I call here on Thursday morning. You can cash that cheque in the meantime, and ascertain with whom you have to deal. Good morning." He left the diamond merchant wondering at his sang-froid, and returned to the cab, which had been waiting for him all this time. He was just going to step into it when the hand touched him lightly on the shoulder, and turning sharply and angrily around, he recognized the gentleman who called himself Major Vernon. But the Major was by no means the shabby stranger who had watched the marriage of Philip Jocelyn and Laura Dunbar in Lisford Church. Major Vernon had risen, resplendent as a phoenix from the ashes of his old clothes. The poodle colour was gone, the dilapidated boots had been exchanged for stout watertight Wellingtons, the napless dirty white hat had given place to a magnificent beaver with a broad trim curled at the sides. Major Vernon was positively splendid. He was as much wrapped up as ever, but his wrappings were now of a gorgeous, not to say gaudy, description. His thick greatcoat was of a dark olive green, and the collar turned up over his ears was of a shiny-looking brown fur, which, to the confiding mind of the populace, is known as imitation sable. Inside this fur collar the Major wore a shawl-patterned scarf of all the colours in the prismatic scale, across which his nose lacked its usual brilliancy of hue by force of contrast. Major Vernon had a very big cigar in his mouth, and a very big cane in his hand, and the quiet city men turned to look at him as he stood upon the pavement talking to Henry Dunbar. The banker writhed under the touch of this Indian acquaintance. "What do you want with me?" he asked in low, angry tones. "Why do you follow me about to play the spy upon me, and stop me in the public street? Haven't I done enough for you? Aren't you satisfied with what I have done?" "Yes, my dear boy," answered the Major, "perfectly satisfied, more than satisfied, for the present. But your future favours, as those low fellows, the butchers and bankers, have it, are respectfully requested for yours truly. Let me get into the cab with you, Mr. H.D., and take me back to the casa, and give me a comfortable little bit of pirogue. I haven't lost my aristocratic taste for 7 courses and an elegant succession of still fine sparkling wines, though during the last few years I've been rather frequently constrained to accept the shadowy hospitality of his Grace of Humphrey. Nante denari, nante mangiari, as we say in the classics, which I translate, no credit at the butcher's or the banker's." "For heaven's sake, stop that abominable slang," said Henry Dunbar impatiently. "It annoys you, dear friend, eh? Well, I've known the time when, but no matter. Let what is broken so remain, as the poet observes, which is only an elegant way of saying, let bygones be bygones. And so you've been buying diamonds, dear boy." "Who told you so?" "You did, when you came out of Mr. Isaac Hartgold's establishment. I happened to be passing the door as you went in, and I happened to be passing the door again as you came out." "And playing the spy upon me." "Not at all, dear boy. It was merely a coincidence, I assure you. I called at the bank yesterday, cashed my checks, ascertained your address. Called at the Clarendon this morning, was told that you'd minute gone out, looked down Albemarle Street. There you were, sure enough. Saw you get into a cab, got into another, a hansom, and faster than yours, came behind you to the corner of this street." "You followed me," said Henry Dunbar bitterly. "Don't call it following, dear friend, because that's low. Accident brought me into this neighbourhood at the very hour you were coming into this neighbourhood. If you want to quarrel anything, quarrel with the doctrine of chances, not with me." Henry Dunbar turned away with a sulky gesture. His friend watched him with very much the same malicious grin that had distorted his face under the lamp-lit porch at Maudesley. The Major looked like a vulgar-minded Mephistopheles. There was not even the divinity of hell about him. "And so you've been buying diamonds," he repeated presently, after considerable pause. "Yes, I have. I'm buying them for a necklace for my daughter." "You are so dotingly fond of your daughter," said the Major with a leer. "It is necessary that I should give her a present." "Precisely, and you won't even trust the business to a jeweller. You insist on doing it all yourself." "I shall do it for less money than a jeweller." "Oh, of course," answered Major Vernon. "The motive's as clear as daylight." He was silent for a few minutes, and then he laid his hand heavily upon his companion's shoulder, put his lips close to the banker's ear, and said, in a loud voice, for it was not easy for him to make himself heard above the jolting of the cab, "Henry Dunbar, you're a very clever fellow, and I dare say you think yourself a great deal sharper than I am. But, by heaven, if you try any tricks with me, you'll find yourself mistaken. You must buy me an annuity. Do you understand? Before you move left or right, or say your soul's your own, you must buy me an annuity." The banker shook off his companion's hand and turned round upon him, pale, stern, and defiant. "Take care, Stephen Vallance," he said. "Take care how you threaten me. I should have thought you knew me of old, and would be wise enough to keep a civil tongue in your head. With me! As for what you ask, I shall do it, or I shall let it alone, as I think fit. If I do it, I shall take my own time about it, not yours." "You're not afraid of me, then?" asked the other, recoiling a little, and much more subdued in his tone. "No." "You are very bold." "Perhaps I am. Do you remember the old story of some people who had a goose that laid golden eggs? They were greedy, and in their besotted avarice they killed the goose. But they have not gone down to posterity as examples of wisdom. No, Vallance, I'm not afraid of you." Mr. Vallance leaned back in the cab, biting his nails savagely and thinking. It seemed as if he was trying to find an answer for Mr. Dunbar's speech, but, if so, he must have failed, for he was silent for the rest of the drive, and when he got out of the vehicle, by and by, before the door of the Clarendon, his manner bore an undignified resemblance to that of a half-bred cur who carries his tail between his legs. "Good afternoon, Mr. Vernon," the banker said carelessly, as a liveried servant opened the door of the hotel. "I shall be very much engaged during the next few days. I am likely to remain in town, and shall be unable to afford myself the pleasure of your society." The Major stared aghast at this cool dismissal. "Oh," he murmured vaguely, "that's it, is it? Well, of course, you know what's best for yourself. So, good afternoon." The door closed upon Major Vernon, alias Mr. Stephen Vallance, while he was still staring straight before him in utter inability to realize his position. But he drew his cashmere shawl still higher up about his ears, took out a gaudy scarlet morocco cigar case, lighted another big cigar, and then strolled slowly down the quiet West End street with his bushy eyebrows contracted into a thoughtful frown. "Cool," he muttered between his closed lips. "Very cool, to say the least of it. Some people would call it audacious. But the story of the goose with the golden eggs is one of childhood's simple lessons that we're obliged to remember in after life. And to think that the government of this country should have the audacity to offer a measly £100 or so for the discovery of a great crime! The shabbiness of the legislature must answer for it if criminals remain at large. My friend's a deep one, a cursedly deep one, but I shall keep my eye upon him. My faith is strong in time, as the poet observes. My friend carries it with a high hand at present, but the day may come when he may want me, and if ever he does want me, egod, he shall pay my own price. And it shall be rather a stiff one into the bargain." End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shauna, Kennett. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. Going Away. At 1 o'clock on the appointed Thursday morning, Mr. Dunbar presented himself in the diamond merchant's office. Henry Dunbar was not alone. He had called in St. Gundolph Lane and asked Mr. Balderby to go with him to inspect the diamonds he had bought for his daughter. The junior partner opened his eyes to the widest extent as the brilliants were displayed before him, and declared that the big senior's generosity was something more than princely. But perhaps Mr. Balderby did not feel so entirely delighted 2 or 3 hours afterwards, when Mr. Isaac Hartgold presented himself before the counter in St. Gundolph Lane, whence he departed some time afterwards, carrying away with him £75,800 in Bank of England notes. Henry Dunbar walked away from the neighbourhood of Holborn with his coat buttoned tightly across his broad chest and nearly £80,000 worth of property hidden away in his breast pockets. He did not go straight back to the Clarendon, but pierced his way across Smithfield and into a busy smoky street, where he stopped by and by at a dingy-looking currier's shop. He went in and selected a couple of chamois skins, very thick and strong. At another shop he bought some large needles, 6 skeins of stout waxed thread, a pair of large scissors, a couple of strong steel buckles, and a tailor's thimble. When he had made these purchases, he hailed the first empty cab that passed him, and went back to his hotel. He dined, drank the best part of a bottle of Burgundy, and then ordered a cup of strong tea to be taken to his dressing-room. He had fires in his bedroom and dressing-room every night. Tonight he retired very early, dismissed the servant who attended upon him, and locked the door of the outer room, the only door communicating with the corridor of the hotel. He drank a cup of tea, bathed his head with cold water, and then sat down at the writing-table near the fire. But he was not going to write. He pushed aside the writing materials and took his purchases of the afternoon from his pocket. He spread the chamois leather out upon the table, and cut the skeins into 2 long strips about a foot broad. He measured these around his waist, and then began to stitch them together slowly and laboriously. The work was not easy, and it took the banker a very long time to complete it to his own satisfaction. It was past 12 o'clock when he had stitched both sides and one end of the double chamois leather belt. The other end he left open. When he had completed the 2 sides and the end that was closed, he took 4 or 5 little canvas bags from his pocket. Every one of these canvas bags was full of loose diamonds. A thrill of rapture ran through the banker's veins as he plunged his fingers in amongst the glittering stones. He filled his hands with the bright gems, and let them run from one hand to the other, like streams of liquid light. Then, very slowly and carefully, he began to drop the diamonds into the open end of the chamois leather belt. When he had dropped a few into the belt, he stitched the leather across and across, quilting in the stones. This work took him so long that it was 4 o'clock in the morning when he had quilted the last diamond into the belt. He gave a long sigh of relief as he threw the waste scraps of leather upon the top of the low fire, and watched them slowly smoulder away into black ashes. Then he put the chamois leather belt under his pillow, and went to bed. Henry Dunbar went back to Maudesley Abbey by the express on the morning after the day on which he had completed the purchase of the diamonds. He wore the chamois leather belt buckled tightly around his waist next to his inner shirt, and was able to defy the swell mob had those gentry been aware of the treasures which he carried about with him. He wrote from Warwickshire to one of the best and most fashionable jewellers at the West End, and requested that a person who was thoroughly skilled in his business might be sent down to Maudesley Abbey, duly furnished with drawings of the newest designs in diamond necklaces, earrings, etc. But when the jeweller's agent came, 2 or 3 days afterwards, Mr. Dunbar could find no design that suited him, and the man returned to London without having received an order, and without having even seen the brilliants which the banker had bought. "Tell your employer that I will retain 2 or 3 of these designs," Mr. Dunbar said, selecting the drawings as he spoke. "And if, upon consideration, I find that one of them will suit me, I will communicate with your establishment. If not, I shall take the diamonds to Paris and get them made up there." The jeweller ventured to suggest the inferiority of Parisian workmanship as compared with that of a first-rate English establishment, but Mr. Dunbar did not condescend to pay any attention to the young man's remonstrance. "I shall write your employer in due course," he said coldly. "Good morning." Major Vernon had returned to the Rose and Crown at Lisford. The deed which transferred to him the possession of Woodbine Cottage was speedily executed, and he took up his abode there. His establishment was composed of the old housekeeper who had waited on the deceased admiral, and a young man of all work, who was nephew to the housekeeper, and who had also been in the service of the late owner of the cottage. From his new abode Mr. Vernon was able to keep a tolerably sharp lookout upon the 2 great houses in his neighbourhood, Maudesley Abbey and Jocelyn's Rock. Country people know everything about their neighbours, and Mrs. Manders, the housekeeper, had means of communication with both the Abbey and the Rock, for she had a niece who was under housemaid in the service of Henry Dunbar, and a grandson who was helper in Sir Philip Jocelyn's stables. Nothing could have better pleased the new inhabitant of Woodbine Cottage, who was speedily on excellent terms with his housekeeper. From her he heard that a jeweller's assistant had been to Maudesley, and had submitted a portfolio of designs to the millionaire. "Which they do say," Mrs. Manders continued, "that Mr. Dunbar had laid out nigh upon 500,000 of money in diamonds, and that he is going to give his daughter, Lady Jocelyn, a set of jewels such as the Queen upon her throne never set eyes on. But Mr. Dunbar is rare and difficult to please, it seems, for the young man from the jeweller's, he says to Mrs. Grumbleton at the Western Lodge, he says, 'Your master is not easy to satisfy, ma'am,' he says, from which Mrs. Grumbleton gathers that he had not took an order from Mr. Dunbar." Major Vernon whistled softly to himself when Mrs. Manders retired, after having imparted this piece of information. "You're a clever fellow, dear friend," he muttered as he lighted his cigar. "You're a stupendous fellow, dear boy, but your friend can see through less transparent blinds in this diamond business. Well, it's planned. It's neat, to say the least of it. And you've my best wishes, dear boy, but you must pay for them. You must pay for them, Henry Dunbar." This little conversation between the new tenant of Woodbine Cottage and his housekeeper occurred on the very evening on which Major Vernon took possession of his new abode. The next day was Sunday, a cold wintry Sunday, for the snow had been falling all through the last 3 days and nights, and lay deep on the ground, hiding the low thatched roofs, and making feathery festoons about the leafless branches, until Lisford looked like a village upon the top of a 12th cake. While the Sabbath bells were ringing in the frosty atmosphere, Major Vernon opened the low white gate of his pleasant little garden, and went out upon the high road. But not towards the church. Major Vernon was not going to church on this bright winter's morning. He went the other way, tramping through the snow towards the eastern gate of Maudesley Park. He went in by the low iron gate, for there was a bridle path by this part of the park, that very bridle path by which Philip Jocelyn had ridden to Lisford so often in the autumn weather. Major Vernon struck across this path, following the tracks of late footsteps in the deep snow, and thus took the nearest way to the Abbey. There he found all quiet. The supercilious footman who admitted him into the hall seemed doubtful whether he should admit him any further. "Mr. Dunbar are up," he said, "and have breakfasted to the best of my knowledge, which the breakfast equipage have not yet been removed." "So much the better," Major Vernon answered coolly. "You may bring up some fresh coffee, John, for I haven't made much of a breakfast myself, and if you'll tell the cook to devil the thigh of a turkey with plenty of cayenne pepper and a squeeze of lemon, I shall be obliged. You needn't trouble yourself. I know my way." The Major opened the door leading to Mr. Dunbar's apartments, and walked without ceremony into the tapestried chamber, where he found the banker sitting near a table, upon which a silver coffee service, a Dresden cup and saucer, and 2 or 3 covered dishes, gave evidence that Mr. Dunbar had been breakfasting. Cold meats, raised pies, and other comestibles were laid out upon the carved oak sideboard. The Major paused upon the threshold of the chamber and gravely contemplated his friend. "It's comfortable," he exclaimed. "To say the least of it, it's very comfortable, dear boy." The dear boy did not look particularly pleased as he lifted his eyes to his visitor's face. "I thought you were in London," he said. "Which shows how very little you trouble yourself about the concerns of your neighbours," answered Major Vernon. "For if you had condescended to inquire about the movements of your humble friend, you would have been told that he had bought a comfortable little property in the neighbourhood, and settled down to do the respectable country gentleman for the remainder of his natural life, always supposing that the liberality of his honoured friend enables him to do the thing decently." "Do you mean to say that you have bought property in this neighbourhood?" "Yes, I am a leasehold proprietor of Woodbine Cottage near Lisford and Shorncliffe." "And you mean to settle in Warwickshire?" "I do." Henry Dunbar smiled to himself as his friend said this. "You're welcome to do so," he said, "as far as I am concerned." The Major looked at him sharply. "Your sentiments are liberality itself, my dear friend, but I must respectfully remind you that the expenses attendant upon taking possession of my humble abode have been very heavy. In plain English, the 2 thou which you so liberally advanced as the first instalment of future bounties has melted like snow in a rapid thaw. I want another 2 thou, friend of my youth and patron of my later years. What's 1,000 or so more or less to the senior partner in the house of D&B? Make it 2 5 this time, and your petitioner will ever pray, etc., etc., etc. Make it 2 5, Prince of Maudesley." There is no need for me to record the interview between these two men. It was a rather long one, for in congenial companionship Major Vernon had plenty to say for himself. It was only when he felt himself out of his element and unappreciated that the Major wrapped himself in the dignity of silence, as in some mystic mantle, and retired for the time being from the outer world. He did not leave Maudesley Abbey until he had succeeded in the object of his visit, and he carried away in his pocket-book cheques to the amount of £2,500. "I flatter myself I was just in the nick of time," the Major thought, as he walked back to Woodbine Cottage. "For as sure as my name is what it is, my friend means a bolt. He means a bolt, and the money I've had to-day is the last I shall ever receive from that quarter." Almost immediately after Major Vernon's departure, Henry Dunbar rang the bell for the servant who acted as his valet whenever he required the services of one, which was not often. "I shall start for Paris to-night, Jeffreys," he said to this man. "I want to see what the French jewellers can do before I trust Lady Jocelyn's necklace into the hands of English workmen. I'm not well, and I want a change of air and scene, so I shall start for Paris to-night. Pack a small portmanteau with everything that's indispensable, but pack nothing unnecessary." "Am I to go with you, sir?" the man asked. Henry Dunbar looked at his watch, and seemed to reflect upon this question some moments before he answered. "How do the up-trains go on Sunday?" he asked. "There's an express from the north stops at Rugby at 6 o'clock, sir. You might meet that if you left Shorncliffe by the 4:35 train." "I could do that," answered the banker. "It's only 3 o'clock. Pack my portmanteau at once, Jeffreys, and order the carriage to be ready for me at 4:45. No, I won't take you to Paris with me. You can follow me in a day or two with some more things." "Yes, sir." There was no such thing as bustle and confusion in a household organized like that of Mr. Dunbar. The valet packed his master's portmanteau and dressing-case. The carriage came round to the gravel drive before the porch at the appointed time, and 5 minutes afterwards Mr. Dunbar came out into the hall, with his great-coat closely buttoned over his broad chest, and a leopard-skin travelling-rug flung across his shoulder. Round his waist he wore the chamois leather belt which he had made with his own hands at the Clarendon Hotel. This belt had never quitted him since the night upon which he made it. The carriage conveyed him to the Shorncliffe station. He got out and went upon the platform. Although it was not yet 5 o'clock, the wintry light was fading in the grey sky, and in the railway station it was already dark. There were lamps here and there, but they only made separate splotches of light in the dusky atmosphere. Henry Dunbar walked slowly up and down the platform. He was so deeply absorbed in his own thoughts that he was quite startled presently when a young man came close behind him and addressed him eagerly. "Mr. Dunbar," he said. "Mr. Dunbar." The banker turned sharply around and recognized Arthur Lovell. "Ah, my dear Lovell, is that you? You quite startled me." "Are you going by the next train? I was so anxious to see you." "Why so?" "Because there's someone here who very much wishes to see you. Quite an old friend of yours, he says. Who do you think it is?" "I don't know. I can't guess. I have so many old friends. I can't see anyone, Lovell. I'm very ill. I saw a physician while I was in London, and he told me that my heart is diseased, and that if I wish to live, I must avoid any agitation, any sudden emotion, as I would avoid a deadly poison. Who is it that wants to see me?" "Lord Harriston, the great Anglo-Indian statesman. He is a friend of my father's, and he has been very kind to me. Indeed, he offered me an appointment, which I found it wisest to decline. He talked a great deal about you when my father told him that you'd settled at Maudesley, and would have driven over to see you if he could have managed to spare the time without losing his train. You'll see him, won't you?" "Where is he?" "Here in the station, in the waiting room. He has been visiting in Warwickshire, and he lunched with my father en passant. He is going to Derby, and he's waiting for the down train to take him on to the main line. You'll come and see him?" "Yes, I shall be very glad. Henry Dunbar stopped suddenly, with his hand upon his side. The bell had been ringing while Lovell and the banker had stood upon the platform talking. The train came into the station at this moment. "I shan't be able to see Lord Harriston to-night," Mr. Dunbar said hurriedly. "I must go by this train, or I shall lose a day. Good-bye, Lovell. Make my best compliments to Harriston. Tell him I have been very ill. Good-bye." "Your portmanteau's in the carriage, sir," the servant said, pointing to the open door of a first-class compartment. Henry Dunbar got into the carriage. At the moment of his doing so, an elderly gentleman came out of the waiting-room. "Is this my train, Lovell?" he asked. "No, my lord. Mr. Dunbar is here. He goes by this train. You'll have time to speak to him." The train was moving. Lord Harriston was an active old fellow. He ran along the platform, looking into the carriages. But the old man's sight was not as good as his legs were. He looked eagerly into the carriage windows, but he only saw a confusion of flickering lamplight, and strange faces, and newspapers unfurled in the hands of wakeful travellers, and the heads of sleepy passengers rolling and jolting against the padded sides of the carriage. "My eyes are not what they used to be," he said, with a good-tempered laugh, when he went back to Arthur Lovell. "I didn't succeed in getting a glimpse of my old friend Henry Dunbar." End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emma Joyce. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. Stopped upon the Way. Mr. Dunbar leant back in the corner of his comfortable seat, with his eyes closed. But he was not asleep, he was only thinking, and every now and then he bent forward and looked out of the window into the darkness of the night. He could only distinguish the faint outline of the landscape as the train swept on upon its way, past low meadows where the snow lay white and stainless, unsullied by a passing footfall, and scanty patches of woodland where the hardy firs looked black against the glittering whiteness of the ground. The country was all so much alike under its thick shroud of snow that Mr. Dunbar tried in vain to distinguish any landmarks upon the way. The train by which he travelled stopped at every station, and though the journey between Shorncliffe and Rugby was only to last an hour, it seemed almost interminable to this impatient traveller, who was eager to stand upon the deck of Messrs. Blank's electric steamers, to feel the icy spray dashing into his face, and to see the town of Dover shining like a flaming crescent against the darkness of the night, and the Calais lights in the distance rising up behind the black edge of the sea. The banker looked at his watch, and made a calculation about the time. It was now 5:15. The train was to reach Rugby at 10 minutes to 6. At 6 the London express left Rugby. At 7:45 it reached London. At 8:30 the Dover mail would leave London Bridge Station. And at 7:30 or thereabouts next morning, Henry Dunbar would be rattling through the streets of Paris. And then? Was his journey to end in that brilliant city, or was he to go farther? That was a question whose answer was hidden in the traveller's own breast. He had not shown himself a communicative man at the best of times, and to-night he looked like a man whose soul is weighed down by the burden of a purpose which must be achieved at any cost of personal sacrifice. He could not hear the names of the stations. He only heard those guttural and inarticulate sounds which railway officials roar out upon the darkness of the night, to the bewilderment of helpless travellers. His inability to distinguish the names of the stations annoyed him. The delay attendant upon every fresh stoppage worried him, as if the pause had been the weary interval of an hour. He sat with his watch in his hand, for every now and then he was seized with a sudden terror that the train had fallen out of its regular pace and was crawling slowly along the rails. What if it should not reach Rugby until after the London express had left the station? Mr. Dunbar asked one of his fellow-travellers if this train was always punctual. "Yes," the gentleman answered coolly, "I believe it is generally pretty regular, but I don't know how the snow may affect the engine. There have been accidents in some parts of the country." "In consequence of the depth of snow?" "Yes, I understand so." It was about 10 minutes after this brief conversation, and within a quarter of an hour of the time at which the train was due at Rugby, when the carriage, which had rocked a good deal from the first, began to oscillate very violently. One meagre little elderly traveller turned rather pale and looked nervously at his fellow passengers, but the young man who had spoken to Henry Dunbar, and a bald-headed commercial-looking gentleman opposite to him, went on reading their newspapers as coolly as if the rocking of the carriage had been no more perilous than the lullaby motion of an infant's cradle guided by a mother's gentle foot. Mr. Dunbar never took his eyes from the dial of his watch, so the nervous traveller found no response to his look of terror. He sat quietly for a minute or so, and then lowered the window near him, and let in a rush of icy wind, whereat the bald-headed commercial gentleman turned upon him rather fiercely, and asked him what he was about, and if he wanted to give them all inflammation of the lungs by letting in an atmosphere that was 2 degrees below zero. But the little elderly gentleman scarcely heard this remonstrance. His head was out of the window, and he was looking eagerly Rugby-wards along the line. "I'm afraid there's something wrong," he said, drawing in his head for a moment, and looking with a scared white face at his fellow passengers. "I'm really afraid there's something wrong. We're 8 minutes behind our time, and I see the danger signal up yonder, and the line seems blocked up with snow, and I really fear—" He looked out again, and then drew in his head very suddenly. "There's something coming!" he cried. "There's an engine coming!" He never finished his sentence. There was a horrible smashing, tearing, grinding noise that was louder than thunder, and more hideous than the crashing of cannon against the wooden walls of a brave ship. That horrible sound was followed by a yell almost as horrible, and then there was nothing but death, and terror, and darkness, and anguish, and bewilderment, masses of shattered woodwork and iron heaped in direful confusion upon the blood-stained snow, human groans stifled under the wrecks of shivered carriages, the cries of mothers whose children had been flung out of their arms into the very jaws of death, the piteous wail of children who clung warm and living to the breasts of dead mothers, martyred in that moment of destruction, husbands parted from their wives, wives shrieking for their husbands, and amidst all, brave men with white faces hurrying here and there, with lamps in their hands, half maimed and wounded some of them, but forgetful of themselves in their care for the helpless wretches round them. The express going northwards had run into the train from Shorncliffe, which had come upon the main line just 9 minutes too late. One by one the dead and wounded were earned away from the great heap of ruins. One by one the prostrate forms were borne away by quiet bearers, who did their duty calmly and fearlessly in that hideous scene of havoc and confusion. The great object to be achieved was the immediate clearance of the line, and the sound of pickaxes and shovels almost drowned those other dreadful sounds, the piteous moans of sufferers who were so little hurt as to be conscious of their sufferings. The train from Shorncliffe had been completely smashed. The Northern Express had suffered much less, but the engine-driver had been killed and several of the passengers severely injured. Henry Dunbar was amongst those who were carried away helpless and, to all appearance, lifeless from the ruin of the Shorncliffe train. One of the banker's legs was broken, and he had received a blow upon the head, which had rendered him immediately unconscious. But there were cases much worse than that of the banker. The surgeon who examined the sufferers said that Mr. Dunbar might recover from his injuries in 2 or 3 months, if he was carefully treated. The fracture of the leg was very simple, and if the limb was skilfully set, there would not be the least fear of contraction. Half a dozen surgeons were busy in one of the waiting rooms at the Rugby station, whither the sufferers had been conveyed, and one of them took possession of the banker. Mr. Dunbar's card-case had been found in the breast-pocket of his overcoat, and a great many people in the waiting-room knew that the gentleman with the white lace and the grey moustache, lying so quietly upon one of the broad sofas, was no less a personage than Henry Dunbar of Maudesley Abbey in St. Gundolph Lane. The surgeon knew it, and thought his good angel had sent this particular patient across his pathway. He made immediate arrangements for bearing off Mr. Dunbar to the nearest hotel. He sent for his assistant, and in a quarter of an hour's time the millionaire was restored to consciousness, and opened his eyes upon the eager faces of 2 medical gentlemen, and upon a room that was strange to him. The banker looked about him with an expression of perplexity, and then asked where he was. He knew nothing of the accident itself, and he had quite lost the recollection of all that had occurred immediately before the accident, or indeed from the time of his leaving Maudesley Abbey. It was only little by little that the memory of the events of that day returned to him. He had wanted to leave Maudesley, he had wanted to go abroad, to go upon a journey. That was no new purpose in his mind. Had he actually set out upon that journey? Yes, surely he must have started upon it, but what had happened then? He asked the surgeon what had happened, and why it was that he found himself in that strange place. Mr. Daphne, the Rugby surgeon, told his patient all about the accident in such a bland, pleasant way that anybody might have thought the collision of a couple of engines rather an agreeable little episode in a man's life. "But we are doing admirably, sir," Mr. Daphne concluded. "Nothing could be more desirable than the way in which we are going on. And when our leg has been set and we've taken a cooling draught, we shall be quite comfortable for the night. I really never saw a cleaner fracture, never, I can assure you." But Mr. Dunbar raised himself into a sitting position, in spite of the remonstrances of his medical attendant, and looked anxiously about him. "You say this place is Rugby?" he asked moodily. "Yes, this is Rugby," answered the surgeon, smiling and rubbing his hands, almost as if he would have said, "Now, isn't that delightful?" "Yes, this is the Queen's Hotel, Rugby, and I'm sure that every attention which the proprietor, Mr. "I must get away from this place to-night," said Mr. Dunbar, interrupting the surgeon rather unceremoniously. "To-night, my dear sir!" cried Mr. Daphne. "Impossible, utterly impossible. Suicide on your part, my dear sir, if you attempted it, and murder upon mine if I allowed you to carry out such an idea. You will be a prisoner here for a month or so, sir, I regret to say, but we shall do all in our power to make your sojourn agreeable." The surgeon could not help looking cheerful as he made this announcement, but seeing a very black and ominous expression upon the face of his patient, he contrived to modify the radiance of his own countenance. "Our first proceeding, sir, must be to straighten this poor leg," he said soothingly. "We shall place the leg in a cradle from the thigh downwards, but I won't trouble you with technical details. I doubt if we shall be justified in setting the leg to-night. We must reduce the swelling before we can venture upon any important step. A cooling lotion applied with linen cloths must be kept on all night. I have made arrangements for a nurse, and my assistant will also remain here all night to supervise her movements." The banker groaned aloud. "I want to get to London," he said. "I must get to London." The surgeon and his assistant removed Mr. Dunbar's clothes. His trousers had to be cut away from his broken leg before anything could be done. Mr. Daphne removed his patient's coat and waistcoat, but the linen shirt was left, and the chamois leather belt worn by the banker was under this shirt, next to and over a waistcoat of scarlet flannel. "I wear a leather belt next my flannel waistcoat," Mr. Dunbar said as the 2 men were undressing him. "I don't wish it to be removed." He fainted away presently, for his leg was very painful, and on reviving from his fainting fit, he looked very suspiciously at his attendants, and put his hand to the buckle of his belt, in order to make himself sure that it had not been tampered with. All through the long, feverish, restless night he lay pondering over this miserable interruption of his journey, while the sick nurse and the surgeon's assistant alternately slopped cooling lotions about his wretched broken leg. "To think that this should happen," he muttered to himself every now and then. "Amongst all the things I've ever dreaded, I never thought of this." His leg was set in the course of the next day, and in the evening he had a long conversation with the surgeon. This time Henry Dunbar did not speak so much of his anxiety to get away upon the second stage of his continental journey. His servant Jeffreys arrived at Rugby in the course of the day, for news of the accident had reached Maudesley Abbey, and it was known that Mr. Dunbar had been a sufferer. To-night Henry Dunbar only spoke of the misery of being in a strange house. "I want to get back to Maudesley," he said. "If you can manage to take me there, Mr. Daphne, and look after me until I've got over the effects of this accident, I shall be very happy to make you any compensation you please for whatever loss your absence from Rugby might entail upon you." This was a very diplomatic speech. Mr. Dunbar knew that the surgeon would not care to let so rich a patient out of his hands, but he fancied that Mr. Daphne would have no objection to carrying his patient in triumph to Maudesley Abbey, to the admiration of the unprofessional public, and to the aggravation of rival medical men. He was not mistaken in his estimate of human nature. At the end of the week he had succeeded in persuading the surgeon to agree to his removal, and upon the second Monday after the railway accident, Henry Dunbar was placed in a compartment which was specially prepared for him in the Shorncliffe train, and was conveyed from Shorncliffe station to Maudesley Abbey without undergoing any change of position upon the road, and very carefully tended throughout the journey by Mr. Daphne and Jeffreys the valet. They wheeled Mr. Dunbar's bed into his favourite tapestried chamber, and laid him there to drag out long dreary days and nights, waiting till his broken bones should unite, and he should be free to go whither he pleased. He was not a very patient sufferer. He bore the pain well enough, but he chafed perpetually against the delay, and every morning he asked the surgeon the same question: "When shall I be strong enough to walk about?" End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31. Clement Austin makes a sacrifice. Margaret Wilmot had promised to become the wife of the man she loved, but she had given that promise very reluctantly, and only upon one condition. The condition was that before her marriage with Clement Austin took place, the mystery of her father's death should be cleared up for ever. "I cannot be your wife so long as the secret of that cruel deed remains unknown," she said to Clement. "It seems to me as if I have already been wickedly neglectful of a solemn duty. Who had my father to love him and remember him in all the world but me? And who should avenge his death if I do not? He was an outcast from society, and people think it a very small thing that after having led a reckless life he should die a cruel death. If Henry Dunbar, the rich banker, had been murdered, the police would never have rested until the assassin had been discovered. But who cares what became of Joseph Wilmot, except his daughter? His death makes no blank in the world except to me. Except to me." Clement Austin did not forget his promise to do his uttermost towards the discovery of the banker's guilt. He believed that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of his old servant, and he had believed it ever since that day upon which the banker stole like a detective thief out of the house in St. Gundolph Lane. It was just possible that Henry Dunbar might avoid Joseph Wilmot's daughter from a natural horror of the events connected with his return to England, but that the banker should resort to a cowardly stratagem to escape from an interview with the girl could scarcely be accounted for except by the fact of his guilt. He had an insurmountable terror of seeing this girl, because he was the murderer of her father. The longer Clement Austin deliberated upon this business, the more certainly he came to that one terrible conclusion: Henry Dunbar was guilty. He would gladly have thought otherwise, and he would have been very happy had he been able to tell Margaret Wilmot that the mystery of her father's death was a mystery that would never be solved upon this earth. But he could not do so. He could only bow his head before the awful necessity that urged him on to take his part in this drama of crime, the part of an avenger. But a cashier in a London bank has very little time to play any part in life's history, except that quiet role which seems chiefly to consist in locking and unlocking iron safes, peering furtively into mysterious ledgers, and shovelling about new sovereigns as coolly as if they were Wallsend or Claycross coals. Clement Austin's life was not an easy one, and he had no time to turn amateur detective, even in the service of the woman he loved. He had no time to turn amateur detective so long as he remained at the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. But could he remain there? That question arose in his mind and took a very serious form. Was it possible to remain in that house when he believed the principal member of it to be one of the most infamous of men? No, it was quite impossible for him to remain in his present situation. So long as he took a salary from Dunbar, and Balderby, he was in a manner under obligation to Henry Dunbar. He could not remain in this man's service, and yet at the same time play the spy upon his actions, and work heart and soul to drag the dreadful secret of his life into the light of day. Thus it was that towards the close of the week in which Henry Dunbar, for the first time after his return from India, visited the banking offices, Clement Austin handed a formal notice of resignation to Mr. Balderby. The cashier could not immediately resign his situation, but was compelled to give his employers a month's notice of the withdrawal of his services. A thunderbolt falling upon the morocco-covered writing-table in Mr. Balderby's private parlour could scarcely have been more astonishing to the junior partner than this letter which Clement Austin handed him very quietly and very respectfully. There were many reasons why Clement Austin should remain in the banking house. His father had lived for 30 years, and had eventually died, in the employment of Dunbar and Dunbar. He had been a great favourite with the brothers, and Clement had been admitted into the house as a boy, and had received much notice from Percival. More than this, he had every chance of being admitted ere long to a junior partnership, upon very easy terms, which junior partnership would of course be the high road to a great fortune. Mr. Balderby sat with the letter open in his hands, staring at the lines before him as if he was scarcely able to comprehend their purport. "Do you mean this, Austin?" he said at last. "Yes, sir. Circumstances over which I have no control compel me to offer you my resignation." "Have you quarrelled with anybody in the office? Has anything occurred in the house that has made you uncomfortable?" "No, indeed, Mr. Balderby. I am very comfortable in my position." The junior partner leant back in his chair, and stared at the cashier as if he had been trying to detect the traces of incipient insanity in the young man's countenance. "You are comfortable in your position, and yet you... Oh, I suppose the real truth of the matter is that you have heard of something better, and you are ready to give us the go-by in order to improve your own circumstances," said Mr. Balderby, with a tone of pique. "Though I really don't see how you can very well be better off anywhere than you are here," he added thoughtfully. "You do me wrong, sir, when you think that I could willingly leave you for my own advantage," Clement answered quietly. "I have no better engagement, nor have I even a prospect of any engagement." "You haven't!" exclaimed the junior partner. "And yet you throw away such a chance as only falls to the lot of one man in 1,000. I don't particularly care about guessing riddles, Mr. Austin. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to tell me frankly why you want to leave us." "I regret to say that it is impossible for me to do so, sir," replied the cashier. "My motive for leaving this house, which is a kind of second home to me, is no frivolous one, believe me. I have weighed well the step I am about to take, and I am quite aware that I sacrifice very excellent prospects in throwing up my present situation. But the reason of my resignation must remain a secret, for the present at least. If ever the day comes when I am able to explain my conduct, I believe that you will give me your hand, and say to me, 'Clement Austin, you only did your duty.'" "Clement," said Mr. Balderby, "you are an excellent fellow, but you certainly must have got some romantic crotchet in your head, or you could never have thought of writing such a letter as this. Are you going to be married? Is that your reason for leaving us? Have you fascinated some wealthy heiress, and are you going to retire into splendid slavery?" "No, sir. I am engaged to be married, but the lady whom I hope to call my wife is poor, and I have every necessity to be a working man for the rest of my life." "Well, then, my dear fellow, it's a riddle, and, as I said before, I'm not good at guessing enigmas. There, my boy, go home and sleep upon this, and come back to me tomorrow morning and tell me to throw this stupid letter in the fire. That's the wisest thing you can do. Good night." But in spite of all that Mr. Balderby could say, Clement Austin steadily adhered to his resolution. He worked early and late during the month in which he remained at his post, preparing the ledgers, balancing accounts, and making things straight and easy for the new cashier. He told Margaret Wilmot of what he had done, but he did not tell her the extent of the sacrifice which he had made for her sake. She was the only person who knew the real motive of his conduct, for to his mother he said very little more than he had said to Mr. Balderby. "I shall be able to tell you my motives for leaving the banking house at some future time, dear mother," he said. "Until that time I can only entreat you to trust me, and to believe that I have acted for the best." "I do believe it, my dear," answered the widow cheerfully. "When did you ever do anything that wasn't wise and good?" Her only son, Clement, was the god of this simple woman's idolatry, and if he had seen fit to turn her out of doors and ask her to beg by his side in the streets of the city, I doubt if she would not have imagined some hidden wisdom lurking at the bottom of his apparently irrational proceedings. So she made no objection to his abandoning his desk in the house of Dunbar, and Balderby. "We shall be poorer, I suppose, Clem," Mrs. Austin said, "but that's very little consequence, for your dear father left me so comfortably off that I can very well afford to keep house for my only son, and I shall have you more at home, dear, and that will indeed be happiness." But Clement told his mother that he had some very important business on hand just then, which would occupy him a good deal, and indeed the first step necessary would be a journey to Shorncliffe in Warwickshire. "Why, that's where you went to school, Clem." "Yes, mother." "And it's near Mr. Percival Dunbar, or at least Mr. Dunbar's country house." "Yes, mother," answered Clement. "Now, the business in which I am engaged is rather of a difficult nature, and I want legal help. My old schoolfellow, Arthur Lovell, who is as good a fellow as ever breathed, has been educated for the law, and is now a solicitor. He lives at Shorncliffe with his father, John Lovell, who is also a solicitor, and a man of some standing in the county. I shall run down to Shorncliffe, see my old friend, and get his advice. And if you'll bring Margaret down for a few days' change of air, we'll stop at the dear old Reindeer, where you used to come, mother, when I was at school, and where you used to give me such jolly dinners in the days when a good dinner was a treat to a hungry schoolboy." Mrs. Austin smiled at her son. She smiled tenderly as she remembered his bright boyhood. Mothers with only sons are not very strong-minded. Had Clement proposed a trip to the moon, she would scarcely have known how to refuse him her company on the expedition. She shivered a little, and looked rather doubtfully from the blazing fire which lit up the cosy drawing-room to the cold grey sky outside the window. "The beginning of January isn't the pleasantest time in the year for a trip into the country, Clem, dear," she said. "But I should certainly be very lonely at home without you. And as to poor Madge, of course it would be a great treat to her to get away from her pupils and have a peep at the genuine country, even though there isn't a single leaf upon the trees. So I suppose I must say yes. But do tell me all about this business, there's a dear good boy." Unfortunately, the dear good boy was obliged to tell his mother that the business in question was, like his motive for resigning his situation, a profound secret, and that it must remain so for some time to come. "Wait, dear mother," he said. "You shall know all about it by and by. Believe me when I tell you that it's not a very pleasant business," he added, with a sigh. "It's not unpleasant for you, I hope, Clement?" "It isn't pleasant for any one who is concerned in it, mother," answered the young man, thoughtfully. "It's altogether a miserable business; but I'm not concerned in it as a principal, you know, dear mother, and when it's all over we shall only look back upon it as the passing of a black cloud over our lives, and you will say that I have done my duty. Dearest mother, don't look so puzzled," added Clement. "This matter must remain a secret for the present. Only wait and trust me." "I will, my dear boy," Mrs. Austen said presently. "I will trust you with all my heart, for I know how good you are. But I don't like secrets, Clem. Secrets always make me uncomfortable." No more was said upon this subject, and it was arranged by and by that Mrs. Austen and Margaret should prepare to start for Warwickshire at the beginning of the following week, when Clement would be freed from all engagements to Messrs. Dunbar, and Balderby. Margaret had waited very patiently for this time, in which Clement would be free to give her all his help in that awful task which lay before her, the discovery of Henry Dunbar's guilt. "You will go to Shorncliffe with my mother," Clement Austen said, upon the evening after his conversation with the widow. "You will go with her, Madge, ostensibly upon a little pleasure trip. Once there, we shall be able to contrive an interview with Mr. Dunbar. He is a prisoner at Maudesley Abbey, laid up by the effect of his accident the other day, but not too ill to see people, Balderby says. Therefore I should think we may be able to plan an interview between you and him. You still hold to your original purpose? You wish to see Henry Dunbar?" "Yes," answered Margaret, thoughtfully. "I want to see him. I want to look straight into the face of the man whom I believe to be my father's murderer. I don't know why it is, but this purpose has been uppermost in my mind ever since I heard of that dreadful journey to Winchester, ever since I first knew that my father had been murdered while travelling with Henry Dunbar. It might, as you have said, be wiser to watch and wait, and to avoid all chance of alarming this man, but I can't be wise. I want to see him. I want to look in his face and see if his eyes can meet mine." "You shall see him, then, dear girl. A woman's instinct is sometimes worth more than a man's wisdom. You shall see Henry Dunbar. I know that my old schoolfellow Arthur Lovell will help me with all his heart and soul. I have called again upon the Scotland Yard people, and I gave them a minute description of the scene in St. Gundolph Lane, but they only shrugged their shoulders and said the circumstances looked queer, but were not strong enough to act upon. If anybody can help us, Arthur Lovell can, for he was present at the inquest and all further examination of the witnesses at Winchester." If Margaret Wilmot and Clement Austen had been going upon any other errand than that which took them to Warwickshire, the journey to Shorncliffe might have been very pleasant to them. To Margaret, this comfortable journey in the cushioned corner of a first-class carriage, respectfully waited upon by the man she loved, possessed at least the charm of novelty. Her journeys hitherto had been long, wearisome pilgrimages in draughty third-class carriages, with noisy company, and in an atmosphere pervaded by a powerful effluvium of various kinds of alcohol. Her life had been a very hard one, darkened by the ever-brooding shadow of disgrace. It was new to her to sit quietly looking out at the low meadows and glimmering white-walled villas, the patches of sparse woodland, the distant villages, the glimpses of rippling water shining in the wintry sun. It was new to her to be loved by people whose minds were unembittered by the baneful memories of wrong and crime. It was new to her to hear gentle voices, sweet Christian-like words. It was new to her to breathe the bright atmosphere that surrounds those who lead a virtuous, God-fearing life. But there is little sunshine without its attendant shadow. The shadow upon Margaret's life now was the shadow of that coming task, that horrible work which must be done before she could be free to thank God for his mercies, and to be happy. The London train reached Shorncliffe early in the afternoon. Clement Austin hired a roomy old fly, and carried off his companions to the Reindeer. The Reindeer was a comfortable, old-fashioned hotel. It had been a very grand place in the coaching days, and you entered the hostelry by a broad and ponderous archway, under which high-flyers and electrics had driven triumphantly in the days that were for ever gone. The house was a roomy old place, with long corridors and wide staircases, noble staircases, with broad, slippery oaken banisters and shallow steps. The rooms were grand and big, with bow windows so spotless in their cleanness that they had rather a cold effect on a January day, and were apt to inspire in the vulgar mind the fancy that a little dirt or smoke would look warmer and more comfortable. Certainly, if the Reindeer had a fault, it was that it was too clean. Everything was actually slippery with cleanness, from the newly calendared chintz that covered the sofa and the chair cushions, to the copper coal scuttle that glittered by the side of the dazzling brass fender. There were faint odours of soft soap in the bedchambers, which no amount of dried lavender could overcome. There was an effluvium of vitriol about all the brasswork, and there was a good deal of brasswork in the Reindeer, and if one species of decoration is more conducive to shivering than another, it certainly is brasswork in a state of high polish. There was no dish ever devised by mortal cook which the sojourner at the Reindeer could not have, according to the preliminary statement of the landlord; but with whatever ambitious design the sojourner began to talk about dinner, it always ended, somehow or other, by his ordering a chicken, a little bit of boiled bacon, a dish of cutlets, and a tart. There were days upon which divers species of fish were to be had in Shorncliffe, but the sojourner at the Reindeer rarely happened to hit upon one of those days. Clement Austin installed Margaret and the widow in a sitting-room which would have comfortably accommodated about 40 people. There was a bow window, quite large enough for the requirements of a small family, and Mrs. Austin settled herself there, while the landlord was struggling with a refractory fire, and pretending not to know that the grate was damp. Clement went through the usual fiction of deliberation as to what he should have for dinner, and, of course, ended with the perennial chicken and cutlets. "I haven't the fine appetite I had 15 years ago, Mr. Gilwood," he said to the landlord, "when my mother yonder, who hasn't grown 15 days older in all those 15 years, bless her dear motherly heart, used to come down to see me at the academy in the Lisford Road, and give me a dinner in this dear old room. I thought your cutlets the most ethereal morsels ever dished by mortal cook, Mr. Gilwood, and this room the best place in all the world. You know Mr. Lovell, Mr. Arthur Lovell?" "Yes, sir, and a very nice young gentleman he is." "He's settled in Shorncliffe, I suppose?" "Well, I believe he is, sir. There was some talk of his going out to India, in a government appointment, sir, or something of that sort; but I'm given to understand that it's all off now, and that Mr. Arthur is to go into partnership with his father. And a very clever young lawyer he is, I've been told." "So much the better," answered Clement, "for I want to consult him upon a little matter of business. Good-bye, mother. Take care of Madge, and make yourselves as comfortable as you can. I think the fire will burn now, Mr. Gilwood. I shan't be away above an hour, I dare say, and then I'll come and take you for a walk before dinner." "God bless you, my poor Madge," Clement whispered, as Margaret followed him to the door of the room, and looked wistfully after him as he went down the staircase. Mrs. Austen had once cherished ambitious views with regard to her son's matrimonial prospects, but she had freely given them up when she found that he had set his heart upon winning Margaret Wilmot for his wife. The good mother had made this sacrifice willingly, and without complaint, as she would have made any other sacrifice for her dearly beloved only son, and she found the reward of her devotion. For Margaret, this penniless, friendless girl, had become very dear to her, a real daughter, not in law, but bound by the sweet ties of gratitude and affection. "And I was such a silly old creature, my dear," the widow said to Margaret, as they sat in the bow window looking out into the quiet street. "I was so worldly minded that I wanted Clement to marry a rich woman, so that I might have some stuck-up daughter-in-law who would despise her husband's mother, and estrange my boy from me, and make my old age miserable. That's what I wanted, Mudge, and what I might have had, perhaps, if Clem hadn't been wiser than his silly old mother. And thanks to him, I've got the sweetest, truest, brightest girl that ever lived. Though you are not as bright as usual to-day, Madge," Mrs. Austen added thoughtfully. "You haven't smiled once this morning, my dear, and you seem as if you'd something on your mind." "I've been thinking of my poor father," Margaret answered quietly. "To be sure, my dear, and I might have known as much. My poor tender-hearted lamb! I know how unhappy those thoughts always make you." Clement Austen had not been at Shorncliffe for 3 years. He had visited Maudesley Abbey several times during the lifetime of Percival Dunbar, for he had been a favourite with the old man, and he had been 4 years at a boarding school kept by a clergyman of the Church of England in a fine old brick mansion on the Lisford Road. The town of Shorncliffe was therefore familiar to Mr. Austen, and he looked neither to the right nor to the left as he walked towards the archway of St. Gwendoline's Church, near which Mr. Lovell's house was situated. He found Arthur at home, and very delighted to see his old schoolfellow. The 2 young men went into a little panelled room, looking into the garden, a cosy little room which Arthur Lovell called his study, and here they sat together for upwards of an hour, discussing the circumstances of the murder at Winchester, and the conduct of Mr. Dunbar since that event. In the course of that interview, Clement Austen plainly perceived that Arthur Lovell had come to the same conclusion as himself, though the young lawyer was slow to express his opinion. "I cannot bear to think it," he said. "I know Laura Dunbar, that is to say, Lady Jocelyn, and it is too horrible to me to imagine that her father is guilty of this crime. What would be that innocent girl's feelings if it should be so, and if her father's guilt should be brought home to him?" "Yes, it would be very terrible for Lady Jocelyn, no doubt," Clement answered. "But that consideration must not hinder the course of justice. I think this man's position has served him as a shield from the very first. People have thought it next to impossible that Henry Dunbar could be guilty of a crime, while they would have been ready enough to suspect some penniless vagabond of any iniquity." Arthur Lovell told Clement that the banker was still at Maudesley, bound a prisoner by his broken leg, which was going on favourably enough, but very slowly. Mr. Dunbar had expressed a wish to go abroad, in spite of his broken leg, and had only desisted from his design of being conveyed somehow or other from place to place, when he was told that any such imprudence might result in permanent lameness. "Keep yourself quiet, and submit to the necessities of your accident, and you'll recover quickly," the surgeon told his patient. "Try to hurry the work of nature, and you'll have cause to repent your impatience for the remainder of your life." So Henry Dunbar had been obliged to submit himself to the decrees of fate, and to lie day after day, and night after night, upon his bed in the tapestried chamber, staring at the fire, or the figure of his valet and attendant, nodding in the easy chair by the hearth, or listening to the cinders falling from the grate, and the moaning of the winter wind amongst the bare branches of the elms. The banker was getting better and stronger every day, Arthur Lovell said. His attendants were able to remove him from one chamber to another. A pair of crutches had been made for him, but he had not yet been able to make his first feeble trial of them. He was fain to content himself with being carried to an easy-chair, to sit for a few hours wrapped in blankets, with the leopard-skin rug about his legs. No man could have been more completely a prisoner than this man had become by the result of the fatal accident near Rugby. "Providence has thrown him into my power," Margaret said, when Clement repeated to her the information which he had received from Arthur Lovell. "Providence has thrown this man into my power, for he can no longer escape, and surrounded by his own servants, he will scarcely dare to refuse to see me. He will surely never be so unwise as to betray his terror of me. And if he does refuse? If he does, I'll invent some stratagem by which I may see him. But he will not refuse. When he finds that I am so resolute as to follow him here, he will not refuse to see me." This conversation took place during a brief walk which the lovers took in the wintry dusk, while Mrs. Austin nodded by the fire in that comfortable half-hour which precedes dinner. End of chapter 31. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, Greater London, England. Chapter 32 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. What happened at Maudesley Abbey. Early the next day, Clement Austin walked to Maudesley Abbey in order to procure all the information likely to facilitate Margaret Wilmot's grand purpose. He stopped at the gate of the principal lodge. The woman who kept it was an old servant of the Dunbar family, and had known Clement Austin in Percival Dunbar's lifetime. She gave him a hearty welcome, and he had no difficulty whatever in setting her tongue in motion upon the subject of Henry Dunbar. She told him a great deal. She told him that the present owner of the Abbey never had been liked, and never would be liked, for his stern and gloomy manner was so unlike his father's easy, affable good nature, that people were always drawing comparisons between the dead man and the living. This, in a few words, is the substance of what the worthy woman said in a good many words. Mrs. Grumbleton gave Clement all the information he required as to the banker's daily movements at the present time. Henry Dunbar was now in the habit of rising about 2 o'clock in the day, at which time he was assisted from his bedroom to his sitting-room, where he remained until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. He had no visitors except the surgeon, Mr. Daphne, who lived in the Abbey, and a gentleman called Vernon, who had bought Woodbine Cottage, near Lisford, and who now and then was admitted to Mr. Dunbar's sitting-room. This was all Clement Austin wanted to know. Surely it might be possible, with a little clever management, to throw the banker completely off his guard, and to bring about the long-delayed interview between him and Margaret Wilmot. Clement returned to the Reindeer, had a brief conversation with Margaret, and made all arrangements. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Miss Wilmot and her lover left the Reindeer in a fly. At 4:45 the fly stopped at the lodge gates. "I will walk to the house," Margaret said. "My coming will attract less notice, but I may be detained for some time, Clement. Pray don't wait for me. Your dear mother will be alarmed if you are very long absent. Go back to her and send the fly for me by and by." "Nonsense, Madge. I shall wait for you, however long you may be. Do you think my heart is not as much engaged in anything that may influence your fate as even your own can be? I won't go with you to the Abbey, for it will be as well that Henry Dunbar should remain in ignorance of my presence in the neighbourhood. I will walk up and down the road here, and wait for you." "But you may have to wait so long, Clement." "No matter how long, I can wait patiently. But I could not endure to go home and leave you, Madge." They were standing before the great iron gates as Clement said this. He pressed Margaret's cold hand. He could feel how cold it was even through her glove, and then rang the bell. She looked at him as the gate was opened. She turned and looked at him with a strangely earnest gaze as she crossed the boundary of Henry Dunbar's domain, and then walked slowly along the broad avenue. That last look had shown Clement Austin a pale, resolute face, something like the countenance of a fair young martyr going quietly to the stake. He walked away from the gates, and they shut behind him with a loud clanging noise. Then he went back to them and watched Margaret's figure growing dim and distant in the gathering dusk as she approached the Abbey. A faint glow of crimson firelight reddened the gravel drive before the windows of Mr. Dunbar's apartments, and there was a footman airing himself under the shadow of the porch, with a glimmer of light shining out of the hall behind him. "I do not suppose I shall have to wait very long for my poor girl," Clement thought, as he left the gates and walked briskly up and down the road. "Henry Dunbar is a resolute man. He will refuse to see her to-day as he refused before." Margaret found the footman lolling against the clustered pillars of the Gothic porch, staring thoughtfully at the low evening light, yellow and red behind the brown trunks of the elms, and picking his teeth with a gold toothpick. The sight of the open hall door and this languid footman lolling in the porch suddenly inspired Margaret Wilmot with a new idea. Would it not be possible to slip quietly past this man and walk straight to the apartments of Mr. Dunbar, unquestioned, uninterrupted? Clement had pointed out to her the windows of the rooms occupied by the banker. They were on the left-hand side of the entrance hall. It would be impossible for her to mistake the door leading to them. It was dusk, and she was very plainly dressed, with a black straw bonnet and a veil over her face. Surely she might deceive this languid footman by affecting to be some hanger-on of the household, which of course was a large one. In that case she had no right to present herself at the front door, certainly. But then, before the languid footman could recover from the first shock of indignation at her impertinence, she might slip past him and reach the door leading to those apartments in which the banker hid himself and his guilt. Margaret lingered a little in the avenue, watching for a favourable opportunity in which she might hazard this attempt. She waited 5 minutes or so. The curve of the avenue screened her in some wise from the man in the porch, who never happened to roll his languid eyes towards the spot where she was standing. A flight of rooks came scudding through the sky presently, very much excited, and cawing and screeching as if they had been an ornithological fire brigade hurrying to extinguish the flames of some distant rookery. The footman, who was suffering acutely from the complaint of not knowing what to do with himself, came out of the porch and stood in the middle of the gravelled drive, with his back towards Margaret, staring at the birds as they flew westward. This was her opportunity. The girl hurried to the door with a light step, so light upon the smooth solid gravel that the footman heard nothing until she was on the broad stone step under the porch, when the fluttering of her skirt, as it brushed against the pillars, roused him from a species of trance or reverie. He turned sharply round, as upon a pivot, and stared aghast at the retreating figure under the porch. "Hi, you there, young woman!" he exclaimed, without stirring from his post. "Where are you going to?" What's the meaning of your coming to this door? Are you aware that there's such a place as a servants' hall and a servants' entrance?" But the languid retainer was too late. Margaret's hand was upon the massive knob of the door upon the left side of the hall before the footman had put this last indignant question. He listened for an apologetic murmur from the young woman, but hearing none, concluded that she had found her way to the servants' hall, where she had most likely some business or other with one of the female members of the household. "A dressmaker, I dessay," the footman thought. "Those gals spend all their earnings in finery and fallals, instead of behaving like a respectable young women, and saving up their money against they can go into the public line with the man of their choice." He yawned, and went on staring at the rooks, without troubling himself any further about the impertinent young person who had dared to present herself at the grand entrance. Margaret opened the door and went into the room next the hall. It was a handsome apartment, lined with books from the floor to the ceiling, but it was quite empty, and there was no fire burning in the grate. The girl put up her veil and looked about her. She was very, very pale now, and trembled violently, but she controlled her agitation by a great effort, and went slowly on to the next room. The second room was empty like the first, but the door between it and the next chamber was wide open, and Margaret saw the firelight shining upon the faded tapestry, and reflected in the sombre depths of the polished oak furniture. She heard the low sound of the light ashes falling on the hearth, and the shorting breath of a dog. She knew that the man she sought, and had so long sought without avail, was in that room, alone, for there was no murmur of voices, no sound of any one moving in the apartment. That hour, to which Margaret Wilmot had looked as the great crisis of her life, had come, and her courage failed her all at once, and her heart sank in her breast on the very threshold of the chamber in which she was to stand face to face with Henry Dunbar. "The murderer of my father," she thought, "the man whose influence blighted my father's life and made him what he was, the man through whose reckless sin my father lived a life that left him, oh, how sadly unprepared to die, the man who, knowing this, sent his victim before an offended God, without so much warning as would have given him time to think one prayer. I am going to meet that man face to face." Her breath came in faint gasps, and the firelit chamber swam before her eyes as she crossed the threshold of that door, and went into the room where Henry Dunbar was sitting alone before the low fire. He was wrapped in crimson draperies of thick woolen stuff, and the leopard-skin railway rug was muffled about his knees. A dog of the bulldog breed was lying asleep at the banker's feet, half hidden in the folds of the leopard-skin. Henry Dunbar's head was bent over the fire, and his eyes were closed in a kind of dozing sleep as Margaret Wilmot went into the room. There was an empty chair opposite to that in which the banker sat, an old-fashioned carved oak chair, with a high back and crimson morocco cushions. Margaret went softly up to this chair and laid her hand upon the oaken framework. Her footsteps made no sound on the thick Turkey carpet. The banker never stirred from his doze, and even the dog at his feet slept on. "Mr. Dunbar!" cried Margaret, in a clear, resolute voice. "Awake! It is I, Margaret Wilmot, the daughter of the man who was murdered in the grove near Winchester." The dog awoke and snapped at her. The man lifted his head and looked at her. Even the fire seemed roused by the sound of her voice, for a little jet of vivid light leapt up out of the smouldering log and lighted the scared face of the banker. Clement Austin had promised Margaret to wait for her, and to wait patiently, and he meant to keep his promise. But there are some limits even to the patience of a lover, though he were the veriest knight-errant who was ever eager to shiver a lance or hack the edge of a battle-axe for love of his liege lady. When you have nothing to do but to walk up and down a few yards of hard, dusty high-road upon a bleak evening in January, an hour more or less is of considerable importance. 5 o'clock struck about 10 minutes after Margaret Wilmot had entered the park, and Clement thought to himself that even if Margaret were successful in obtaining an interview with the banker, that interview would be over before 6. But the faint strokes of Lisford church clock died away upon the cold evening wind, and Clement was still pacing up and down, and the fly was still waiting, the horse comfortable enough with a rug upon his back and his nose in a bag of oats, the man walking up and down by the side of the vehicle, slapping his gloved hands across his shoulders every now and then to keep himself warm. In that long hour between 6 and 7, Clement Austin's patience wore itself almost threadbare. It is one thing to ride into the lists on a prancing steed, caparisoned with embroidered trappings, worked by the fair hands of your lady-love, and with the trumpets braying, and the populace shouting, and the Queen of Beauty smiling sweet approval of your prowess. But it is quite another thing to walk up and down a dusty country road with the wind biting like some ravenous animal at the tip of your nose, and no more consciousness of your legs and arms than if you were a Miss Biffin. By the time 7 o'clock struck, Clement Austin's patience had given up the ghost, and to impatience had succeeded a vague sense of alarm. Margaret Wilmot had gone to force herself into this man's presence, in spite of his reiterated refusal to see her. What if, goaded by her persistence, maddened by the consciousness of his own guilt, he should attempt any violence? Oh, no, no, that was quite impossible. If this man was guilty, his crime had been deliberately planned and executed with such a diabolical cunning that he had been able so far to escape detection. In his own house, surrounded by prying servants, he would never dare to assail this girl by so much as a harsh word. But notwithstanding this, Clement was determined to wait no longer. He would go to the Abbey at once and ascertain the cause of Margaret's delay. He rang the bell, went into the park, and ran along the avenue to the porch. Lights were shining in Mr. Dunbar's windows, but the great hall door was closely shut. The languid footman came in answer to Clement's summons. "There is a young lady here," Clement said breathlessly. A young lady with Mr. Dunbar." "Oh, is that all?" asked the footman satirically. "I thought Shorncliffe Down Hall was afire at the very least, from the way you rung. There was a young pusson with Mr. Dunbar above an hour ago, if that's what you mean." "Above an hour ago!" cried Clement Austin, heedless of the man's impertinence, in his own growing anxiety. "Do you mean to say that the young lady has left?" "She have left above an hour ago." "She went away from this house an hour ago?" "More than an hour ago." "Impossible!" Clement said. "Impossible!" "It may be so," answered the footman, who was of an ironical turn of mind, "but I let her out with my own hands, and I saw her go out with my own eyes, notwithstanding." The man shut the door before Clement had recovered from his surprise, and left him standing in the porch, bewildered, though he scarcely knew why, frightened, though he scarcely knew what he feared. End of chapter 32. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, Greater London, England. Chapter 33 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. Margaret's Return. For some minutes Clement Austin lingered in the porch at Maudesley Abbey, utterly at a loss as to what he should do next. Margaret had left the Abbey an hour ago, according to the footman's statement. But in that case, where had she gone? Clement had been walking up and down the road before the iron gates of the park, and they had not been opened once during the hours in which he had waited outside them. Margaret could not have left the park, therefore, by the principal entrance. If she had gone away at all, she must have gone out by one of the smaller gates, by the lodge gate upon the Lisford road, perhaps, and thus back to Shorncliffe. But then, why in heaven's name had Margaret set out to walk home when the fly was waiting for her at the gates, when her lover was also waiting for her, full of anxiety to know the result of the step she had taken? She forgot that I was waiting for her, perhaps, Clement thought to himself. She may have forgotten all about me in the fearful excitement of this night's work. The young man was by no means pleased by this idea. Margaret can love me very little in that case, he said to himself. My first thought, in any great crisis of my life, would be to go to her and tell her all that had happened to me. There were no less than 4 different means of exit from the park. Clement Austin knew this, and he knew that it would take him upwards of 2 hours to go to all 4 of them. I'll make inquiries at the gate upon the Lisford road, he said to himself, and if I find Margaret has left by that way, I can get the fly round there and pick her up between this and Shorncliffe. Poor girl, in her ignorance of this neighbourhood, she has no idea of the distance she will have to walk. Mr. Austin could not help feeling vexed by Margaret's conduct, but he did all he could to save the girl from the fatigue she was likely to entail upon herself through her own folly. He ran to the lodge upon the Lisford road and asked the woman who kept it if a lady had gone out about an hour before. The woman told him that a young lady had gone out an hour and a half before. This was enough. Clement ran across the park to the western entrance, got into the fly, and told the man to drive back to Shorncliffe by the Lisford road as fast as he could go, and to look out on the way for the young lady whom he had driven to Maudesley Abbey that afternoon. You watch the left side of the road, I'll watch the right, Clement said. The driver was cold and cross, but he was anxious to get back to Shorncliffe, and he drove very fast. Clement sat with the window down, and the frosty wind blowing full upon his face as he looked out for Margaret. But he reached Shorncliffe without having overtaken her, and the fly crawled under the ponderous archway beneath which the dashing mail coaches had rolled in the days that were for ever gone. She must have got home before me, the cashier thought. I shall find her upstairs with my mother. He went up to the large room with the bow window. The table in the centre of the room was laid for dinner, and Mrs. Austin was nodding in a great arm-chair near the fire, with the county newspaper in her lap. The wax candles were lighted, the crimson curtains were drawn before the bow window, and the room looked altogether very comfortable. But there was no Margaret. The widow started up at the sound of the opening of the door and her son's hurried footsteps. "Why, Clement," she cried, "how late you are! I seem to have been sitting dozing here for full 2 hours, and the fire has been replenished 3 times since the cloth was laid for dinner. What have you been doing, my dear boy?" Clement looked about him before he answered. "Yes, I am very late, mother, I know," he said. "But where's Margaret?" Mrs. Austen stared aghast at her son's question. "Why, Margaret is with you, is she not?" she exclaimed. "No, mother, I expected to find her here. Did you leave her, then?" "No, not exactly. That is to say, Clement did not finish the sentence. He walked slowly up and down the room, thinking, whilst his mother watched him very anxiously. "My dear Clement," Mrs. Austen exclaimed at last, "you really quite alarm me. You set out this afternoon upon some mysterious expedition with Margaret, and though I ask you both where you are going, you both refuse to satisfy my very natural curiosity, and look as solemn as if you were about to attend a funeral. Then, after ordering dinner for 7 o'clock, you keep it waiting nearly 2 hours, and you come in without Margaret, and seem alarmed at not seeing her here. What does it all mean, Clement?" "I cannot tell you, mother." "What! Is this business of to-day, then, a part of your secret?" "It is," answered the cashier. "I can only say again what I said before, mother. Trust me." The widow sighed and shrugged her shoulders with a deprecating gesture. "I suppose I must be satisfied, Clem," she said; "but this is the first time there's ever been anything like a mystery between you and me." "It is, mother, and I hope it may be the last." The elderly waiter, who remembered the coaching days and pretended to believe that the Reindeer was not an institution of the past, came in presently with the first course. It happened to be one of those days on which fish was to be had in Shorncliffe, and the first course consisted of a pair of very small soles and a large cruet stand. The waiter removed the cover with as lofty a flourish as if the small soles had been the noblest turbot that ever made the glory of an aldermanic feast. Clement seated himself at the dinner table in deference to his mother, and went through the ceremony of dinner, but he scarcely ate half a dozen mouthfuls. His ears were strained to hear the sound of Margaret's footstep in the corridor without, and he rejected the waiter's fish sauces in a manner that almost wounded the feelings of that functionary. His mind was racked by anxiety about the missing girl. Had he passed her on the road? No, that was very improbable, for he had kept so sharp a watch upon the lonely highway that it was more than unlikely the familiar figure of her whom he looked for could have escaped his eager eyes. Had Mr. Dunbar detained her at Maudesley Abbey against her will? No, that was quite impossible, for the footman had distinctly declared that he had seen his master's visitor leave the house, and the footman's manner had been innocence itself. The dinner table was cleared by and by, and Mrs. Austen produced some coloured wools and a pair of ivory knitting needles, and set to work very quietly by the light of the tall wax candles. But even she was beginning to be uneasy at the absence of her son's betrothed wife. "My dear Clement," she said at last, "I'm really growing quite uneasy about Madge. How is it that you left her?" Clement did not answer this question, but he got up and took his hat from a side table near the door. "I'm uneasy about her absence too, mother," he said. "I'll go and look for her." He was leaving the room, but his mother called to him. "Clement," she cried, "you surely won't go out without your greatcoat upon such a bitter night as this, too?" But Mr. Austen did not stop to listen to his mother's remonstrance. He hurried out into the corridor and shut the door of the room behind him. He wanted to run away and look for Margaret, though he did not know how or where to seek for her. Quiescence had become intolerable to him. It was utterly impossible that he should sit calmly by the fire, waiting for the coming of the girl he loved. He was hurrying along the corridor, but he stopped abruptly, for a well-known figure appeared upon the broad landing at the top of the stairs. There was an archway at the end of the corridor, and a lamp hung under the archway. By the light of this lamp, Clement Austin saw Margaret Wilmot coming towards him slowly, as if she dragged herself along by a painful effort, and would have been well content to sink upon the carpeted floor and lie there, helpless and inert. Clement ran to meet her, with his face lighted up by that intense delight which a man feels when some intolerable fear is suddenly lifted off his mind. "Margaret!" he cried. "Thank God you have returned. Oh, my dear, if you only knew what misery your conduct has caused me!" He held out his arms, but to his unutterable surprise the girl recoiled from him. She recoiled from him with a look of horror, and shrank against the wall as if her chief desire was to avoid the slightest contact with her lover. Clement was startled by the blank whiteness of her face, the fixed stare of her dilated eyes. The January wind had blown her hair about her forehead in loose, disordered tresses. Her shawl and dress were wet with melted snow, but the cashier scarcely looked at these. He only saw her face. His gaze was fascinated by the girl's awful pallor and the strange expression of her eyes. "My darling," he said, "come into the parlour. My mother has been almost as much alarmed as I have been. Come, Margaret, my poor girl, I can see that this interview has been too much for you. Come, dear." Once more he approached her, and again she shrank away from him, dragging herself along against the wall, and with her eyes still fixed in the same death-like stare. "Don't speak to me, Clement Austin," she cried. "Don't approach me. There is contamination in me. I am no fit associate for an honest man. Don't come near me." He would have gone to her, to clasp her in his arms and comfort her with soothing, tender words, but there was something in her eyes that held him at bay, as if he had been rooted to the spot on which he stood. "Margaret!" he cried. He followed her, but she still recoiled from him, and as he held out his hand to grasp her wrist, she slipped by him suddenly and rushed away towards the other end of the corridor. Clement followed her, but she opened a door at the end of the passage and went into Mrs. Austin's room. The cashier heard the key turned hurriedly in the lock, and he knew that Margaret Wilmot had locked herself in. The room in which she slept was inside that occupied by Mrs. Austin. Clement stood for some moments almost paralyzed by what had happened. Had he done wrong in seeking to bring about this interview between Margaret Wilmot and Henry Dunbar? He began to think that he had been most culpable. This impulsive and sensitive girl had seen her father's assassin, and the horror of the meeting had been too much for her impressionable nature, and had produced, for the time at least, a fearful effect upon her overwrought brain. "I must appeal to my mother," Clement thought. "She alone can give me any help in this business." He hurried back to the sitting-room, and found his mother still watching the rapid movements of her ivory knitting-needles. The Reindeer was a well-built house, solid and old-fashioned, and listeners lurking in the long passages had small chance of reaping much reward for their pains, unless they found a friendly keyhole. Mrs. Austin looked up with an expression of surprise as her son re-entered the room. "I thought you had gone to look for Margaret," she said. "There was no occasion to do so, mother. She has returned." "Thank heaven for that! I have been quite alarmed by her strange absence." "So have I, mother; but I am still more alarmed by her manner now that she has returned. I asked you just now to trust me, mother," said Clement, very gravely. "It is my turn now to confide in you. The business in which Margaret has been engaged this evening was of a most painful nature, so painful that I am scarcely surprised by the effect that it has produced on her sensitive mind. I want you to go to her, mother. I want you to comfort my poor girl. She has locked herself in her own room, but she will admit you, no doubt. Go to her, dear mother, and try and quiet her excitement, while I go for a medical man." "You think she is ill, then, Clement?" "I don't know that, mother, but such violent emotion as she has evidently endured might produce brain fever. I'll go and look for a doctor." Clement hurried down to the hall of the hotel, while his mother went to seek Margaret. He found the landlord, who directed him to the favourite Shorncliffe medical man. Luckily, Mr. Vincent, the surgeon, was at home. He received Clement very cordially, put on his hat without 5 minutes' delay, and accompanied Margaret's lover back to the Reindeer. "It is a case of mental excitement," Clement said. "There may be no necessity for medical treatment, but I shall feel more comfortable when you have seen this poor girl." Clement conducted Mr. Vincent to the sitting-room, which was empty. "I'll go and see how Miss Wilmot is now," the cashier said. The doctor gave a scarcely perceptible start as he heard that name of Wilmot. The murder of Joseph Wilmot had formed the subject of many a long discussion amongst the townspeople at Shorncliffe, and the familiar name struck the surgeon's ear. "But what of that?" thought Mr. Vincent. "The name is not such a very uncommon one." Clement went to his mother's room and knocked softly at the door. The widow came out to him presently. "How is she now?" Clement asked. I can scarcely tell you. Her manner frightens me. She is lying on her bed as motionless as if she were a corpse, and with her eyes fixed upon the blank wall opposite to her. When I speak to her, she does not answer me by so much as a look, but if I go near her, she shivers and gives a long, shuddering sigh. What does it all mean, Clement?" "Heaven knows, mother. I can only tell you that she has gone through a meeting which was certainly calculated to have considerable effect upon her mind, but I had no idea that the effect would be anything like this. Can the doctor come?" "Yes, he had better come at once." Clement returned to the sitting-room, and remained there while Mr. Vincent went to see Margaret. To poor Clement it seemed as if the surgeon was absent nearly an hour, so intolerable was the anguish of that interval of suspense. At last, however, the creaking footstep of the medical man sounded in the corridor. Clement hurried to the door to meet him. "Well?" he cried eagerly. Mr. Vincent shook his head. "It is a case in which my services can be of very little avail," he said. "The young lady is suffering from some mental uneasiness which she refuses to communicate to her friends. If you could get her to talk to you, she would no doubt be very much benefited. If she were an ordinary person, she would cry, and the relief of tears would have a most advantageous effect upon her mind. Our patient is by no means an ordinary person. She has a very strong will." "Margaret has a strong will!" exclaimed Clement, with a look of surprise. "Why, she is gentleness itself." "Very likely; but she has a will of iron, nevertheless. I implored her to speak to me just now. The tone of her voice would have helped to some slight diagnosis of her state. But I might as well have implored a statue. She only shook her head slowly, and she never once looked at me. However, I will send her a sedative draught, which had better be taken immediately, and I'll look round in the morning." Mr. Vincent left the Reindeer, and Clement went to his mother's room. That loving mother was ready to sympathize with every trouble that affected her only son. She came out of Margaret's room and went to meet Clement. "Is she still the same, mother?" he asked. "Yes, quite the same. Would you like to see her?" "Very much." Mrs. Austin and her son went into the adjoining chamber. Margaret was lying, dressed in the damp, draggled gown which she had worn that afternoon, upon the outside of the bed. The dull, stony look of her face filled Clement's mind with an awful terror. He began to fear that she was going mad. He sat down upon a chair close by the bed, and watched her for some moments in silence, while his mother stood by, scarcely less anxious than himself. Margaret's arm hung loosely by her side, as lifeless in its attitude as if it had belonged to the dead. Clement took the slender hand in his. He had expected to find it dry and burning with feverish heat, but to his surprise it was cold as ice. "Margaret," he said in a low, earnest voice, "you know how dearly I have loved and do love you. You know how entirely my happiness depends upon yours. Surely, my dear one, you will not refuse. You cannot be so cruel as to keep your sorrow a secret from him who has so good a right to share it. Speak to me, my darling. Remember what suffering you are inflicting upon me by this cruel silence." At last the hazel eyes lost their fixed look, and wandered for a moment to Clement Austin's face. "Have pity upon me," the girl said in a hoarse, unnatural voice. "Have compassion upon me, for I need man's mercy as well as the mercy of God. Have some pity upon me, Clement Austin, and leave me. I will talk to you tomorrow." "You will tell me all that has happened?" "I will talk to you tomorrow," answered Margaret, looking at her lover with a white, inflexible face. "But leave me now. Leave me, or I will run out of this room and away from this house. I shall go mad if I am not left alone." Clement Austin rose from his seat near the bedside. "I am going, Margaret," he said in a tone of wounded feeling, "but I leave you with a heavy heart. I did not think there would ever come a time in which you would reject my sympathy." "I will talk to you tomorrow," Margaret said for the second time. She spoke in a strange mechanical way, as if this had been a set speech which she had arranged for herself. Clement stood looking at her for some little time, but there was no change either in her face or attitude, and the young man went slowly and sorrowfully from the room. "I leave her in your hands, mother," he said. "I know how tender and true a friend she has in you. I leave her in your care under Providence. May Heaven have pity upon her and me." End of chapter 33. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, Greater London, England.
Chapter 34 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emma Joyce. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 34. Farewell. Margaret submitted to take the sedative draught sent by the medical man. She submitted at Mrs. Austen's request, but it seemed as if she scarcely understood why the medicine was offered to her. She was like a sleep-walker, whose brain is peopled by the creatures of a dream, and who has no consciousness of the substantial realities that surround him. The draught Mr. Vincent had spoken of as a sedative turned out to be a very powerful opiate, and Margaret sank into a profound slumber about a quarter of an hour after taking the medicine. Mrs. Austen went to Clement to carry him these good tidings. "I shall sit up 2 or 3 hours and see how the poor girl goes on, Clement," the widow said. "But I hope you'll go to bed. I know all this excitement has worn you out." "No, mother, I feel no sense of fatigue." "But you will try to get some rest to please me. See, dear boy, it's already nearly 12 o'clock." "Yes, if you wish it, mother, I'll go to my room," Mr. Austen answered quickly. His room was near those occupied by his mother and Margaret, much nearer than the sitting-room. He bade Mrs. Austen good night and left her, but he had no thought of going to bed, or even trying to sleep. He went to his own room, and walked up and down, going out into the corridor every now and then, to listen at the door of his mother's chamber. He heard nothing. Some time between 2 and 3 o'clock Mrs. Austen opened the door of her room, and found her son lingering in the corridor. "Is she still asleep, mother?" he asked. "Yes, and she is sleeping very calmly. I am going to bed now. Pray try to get some sleep yourself, Clem." "I will, mother." Clement returned to his room. He was thankful, as he thought that sleep would bring tranquillity and relief to Margaret's overwrought brain. He went to bed and fell asleep, for he was exhausted by the fatigue of the day and the anxiety of the night. Poor Clement fell asleep, and dreamt that he met Margaret Wilmot by moonlight in the park around Maudesley Abbey, walking with a dead man whose face was strange to him. This was the last of many dreams, all more or less grotesque or horrible, but none so vivid or distinct as this. The end of the vision woke Clement with a sudden shock, and he opened his eyes upon the cold morning light, which seemed especially cold in this chamber at the Reindeer, where the paper on the walls was of the palest grey, and every curtain or drapery of a spotless white. Clement lost no time over his toilet. He looked at his watch while dressing, and found that it was between 7 and 8. It wanted 7:45 when he left his room, and went to his mother's door to inquire about Margaret. He knocked softly, but there was no answer. Then he tried the door, and finding it unlocked, opened it a few inches with a cautious hand, and listened to his mother's regular breathing. "She is asleep, poor soul," he thought. "I won't disturb her, for she must want rest after sitting up half last night." Clement closed the door as noiselessly as he had opened it, and then went slowly to the sitting-room. There was a struggling fire in the shining grate, and the indefatigable waiter, who refused to believe in the extinction of mail coaches, had laid the breakfast apparatus, frosty-looking white and blue cups and saucers on a snowy cloth, a cut-glass cream-jug that looked as if it had been made out of ice, and a brazen urn in the last stage of polish. The breakfast service was harmoniously adapted to the season, and eminently calculated to produce a fit of shivering in the sojourner at the Reindeer. But Clement Austen did not bestow so much as one glance upon the breakfast-table. He hurried to the bow window, where Margaret Wilmot was sitting, neatly dressed in her morning garments, with her shawl on, and her bonnet lying on a chair near her. "Margaret!" exclaimed Clement, as he approached the place where Joseph Wilmot's daughter was sitting. "My dear Margaret, why did you get up so early this morning, when you so much need rest?" The girl rose, and looked at her lover with a grave and quiet earnestness of expression, but her face was quite as colourless as it had been upon the previous night, and her lips trembled a little as she spoke to Clement. "I have had sufficient rest," she said, in a low, tremulous voice. "I got up early because I'm going away." Her two hands had been hanging loosely amongst the fringes of her shawl. She lifted them now, and linked her fingers together with a convulsive motion, but she never withdrew her eyes from Clement's face, and her glance never faltered as she looked at him. "Going away, Margaret?" the cashier cried. "Going away? To-day? This morning?" "Yes, by the 9:30 o'clock train." "Margaret, you must be mad to talk of such a thing." "No," the girl answered slowly, "that is the strangest thing of all. I am not mad. I am going away, Clement. Mr. Austen. I wished to avoid seeing you. I meant to have written to you to tell you." "To tell me what, Margaret?" asked Clement. "Is it I who am going mad, or am I dreaming all this?" "It is no dream, Mr. Austen. My letter would only have told you the truth. I am going away from here because I can never be your wife." "You can never be my wife? Why not, Margaret?" I cannot tell you the reason." "But you shall tell me, Margaret," cried Clement, passionately. "I will accept no sentence such as this until I know the reason for pronouncing it. I will suffer no imaginary barrier to stand between you and me. There is some mystery, some mystification in all this, Margaret, some woman's fancy which a few words of explanation would set at rest. Margaret, my pearl, do you think that I will consent to lose you so lightly? My own dear love, do you know me so little as to think I will part with you? My love is a stronger passion than you think, Madge, and the bondage you accepted when you promised to be my wife is a bondage that cannot so easily be shaken off." Margaret watched her lover's face with melancholy, tearless eyes. "Fate is stronger than love, Clement," she said, mournfully. "I can never be your wife." "Why not?" "For a reason which you can never know." "Margaret, I will not submit." "You must submit," the girl said, holding up her hand as if to stop her lover's passionate words. "You must submit, Clement. This world seems very hard sometimes, so hard that in a dreadful interval of dull despair the heavens are hidden from us, and we cannot recognize the eternal wisdom guiding the hand that afflicts us. My life seems very hard to me to-day, Clement. Do not try to make it harder. I am a most unhappy woman, and in all the world there is only one favor you can grant me. Let me go away unquestioned, and blot my image from your heart forever when I am gone." "I will never consent to let you go," Clement Austen answered resolutely. "You are mine by right of your own most sacred promise, Margaret. No womanish folly shall part us." "Heaven knows it is no woman's folly that parts us, Clement," the girl answered, in a plaintive, tremulous voice. "What is it, then, Margaret?" "I can never tell you." "You will change your mind." "Never." She looked at him with an air of quiet resolution stamped upon her colourless face. Clement remembered what the doctor had said of his patient's iron will. Was it possible that Mr. Vincent had been right? Was this gentle girl's resolution to overrule a strong man's passionate vehemence? "What is it that can part us, Margaret?" Mr. Austen cried. "What is it? You saw Mr. Dunbar yesterday?" The girl shuddered, and over her colourless face there came a livid shade, which was more death-like than the marble whiteness that had preceded it. "Yes," Margaret Wilmot said, after a pause. "I was very fortunate. I gained admission to Mr. Dunbar's rooms." "And you spoke to him?" "Yes." "Did your interview with him confirm or dissipate your suspicions? Do you still believe that Henry Dunbar murdered your unhappy father?" "No," answered Margaret resolutely, "I do not." "You do not? The banker's manner convinced you of his innocence, then?" "I do not believe that Henry Dunbar murdered my unhappy father." It is impossible to describe the tone of anguish with which Margaret spoke those last 3 words. "But something transpired in that interview at Maudesley Abbey, Margaret. Henry Dunbar told you something, perhaps something about your dead father, some disgraceful secret which you had never heard before, and you think that the shame of that secret is a burden which I would fear to carry? You mistake my nature, Margaret, and you commit a cruel treason against my love. Be my wife, dear one, and if malicious people should point to you and say, 'Clement Austen's wife is the daughter of a thief and a forger,' I would give them back scorn for scorn, and tell them that I honour my wife for virtues that have sometimes been missing in the consort of an emperor." For the first time that morning, Margaret's eyes grew dim, but she brushed away the gathering tears with a rapid movement of her trembling hand. "You are a good man, Clement Austen," she said, "and I wish that I were better worthy of you. You are a good man, but you are very cruel to me to-day. Have pity upon me, and let me go." She drew a pretty little watch from her waist, and looked at the dial. Then, suddenly remembering that the watch had been Clement's gift, she took the slender chain from her neck and handed them both to him. "You gave me these when I was your betrothed wife, Mr. Austen. I have no right to keep them now." She spoke very mournfully, but poor Clement was only mortal. He was a good man, as Margaret had just declared, but unhappily good men are apt to fly into passions as well as their inferiors in the scale of morality. Clement Austen threw the pretty little Genevese toy upon the floor and ground it to atoms under the heel of his boot. "You are cruel and unjust, Mr. Austen," Margaret said. "I am a man, Miss Wilmot," Clement answered bitterly, "and I have the feelings of a man. When the woman I have loved and believed in turns upon me, and coolly tells me that she means to break my heart without so much as deigning to give me a reason for her conduct, I am not so much a gentleman as to be able to smile politely and request her to please herself." The cashier turned away from Margaret, and walked 2 or 3 times up and down the room. He was in a passion. But grief and indignation were so intermingled in his breast that he scarcely knew which was uppermost. But grief and love allied themselves presently, and together were much too strong for indignation. Clement Austen went back to the window. Margaret was standing where he had left her, but she had put on her bonnet and gloves, and was quite ready to leave the house. "Margaret," said Mr. Austen, trying to take her hand. But she drew herself away from him, almost as she had shrunk from him in the corridor on the previous night. "Margaret, once and for all, listen to me. I love you, and I believe you love me. If this is true, no obstacle on earth shall part us so long as we live. There is only one condition upon which I will let you go this day." "What is that condition?" "Tell me that I have been fooled by my own egotism. I am 12 years older than you, Margaret, and there is nothing very romantic or interesting either in myself or my worldly position. Tell me that you do not love me. I am a proud man. I will not sue in forma pauperis. If you do not love me, Margaret, you are free to go." Margaret bowed her head, and moved slowly towards the door. "You are going, Miss Wilmot!" "Yes, I am going. Farewell, Mr. Austen." Clement caught the retreating girl by her wrist. "You shall not go thus, Margaret Wilmot," he cried passionately. "Not thus. You shall speak to me. You shall speak plainly. You shall speak the truth. You do not love me?" "No, I do not love you." "It was all a farce, then, a delusion. It was all falsehood and trickery from first to last. When you smiled at me, your smile was a mockery. When you blushed, your blushes were the simulated blushes of a professed coquette. Every tender word you have ever spoken to me, every tremulous cadence in your low voice, every tearful look in the eyes that have seemed so truthful, it has altogether been false, altogether a delusion. Ah!" The strong man covered his face with his hands, and sobbed aloud. Margaret watched him with tearless eyes. Her lips were convulsively contracted, but there was no other evidence of emotion in her face. "Why did you do this, Margaret?" Clement asked at last, in a heart-rending voice. "Why did you do this cruel thing?" "I will tell you why," the girl answered slowly and deliberately. "I will tell you why, Mr. Austen, and then I shall seem utterly despicable in your eyes, and it will be a very easy thing for you to blot my image from your heart. I was a poor desolate girl, and I was worse than poor and desolate, for the stain of my father's shameful history blackened my name. It was a fine thing for such as me to win the love of an honest man, a gentleman, who could shelter me from all the troubles of life, and give me a stainless name and an honourable place in society. I was the daughter of a returned convict, an outcast, and your love offered me a splendid chance of redemption from the black depths of disgrace and misery in which I lived. I was only mortal, Clement Austen. What was there in my blood that should make me noble, or good, or strong to stand against temptation? I seized upon the one chance of my miserable life. I plotted to win your love. Step by step I lured you on until you offered to make me your wife. That was my end and my aim. I triumphed, and for a time enjoyed my success and the advantages that it brought me. But I suppose the worst sinners have some kind of conscience. Mine was awakened last night, and I resolved to spare you the misery of being married to a woman who comes of such a race as that from which I spring." Nothing could be more callous than the manner with which Margaret Wilmot had made this speech. Her tones had never faltered. She had spoken slowly, pausing before every fresh sentence, but she had spoken like a wretched creature whose withered heart was almost incapable of womanly emotion. Clement Austen looked at her with a blank, wondering stare. "Oh, great heavens!" he cried at last. "How could I think it possible that any man could be as cruelly deceived as I have been by this woman?" "I may go now, Mr. Austen?" said Margaret. "Yes, you may go now, you who once were the woman I loved, you who have thrown away the beautiful mask I believed in, and revealed to me the face of a skeleton, you who have lifted the silver veil of imagination to show me the hideous ghastliness of reality. Go, Margaret Wilmot, and may Heaven forgive you!" "Do you forgive me, Mr. Austen?" "Not yet. I will pray God to make me strong enough to forgive you." "Farewell, Clement." If my readers have seen Manfred at Drury Lane, let them remember the tone in which Miss Rose Leclerc breathed her last farewell to Mr. Phelps, and they will know how Margaret Wilmot pronounced this mournful word, love's funeral bell. "Farewell, Clement." "One word, Miss Wilmot," cried Mr. Austen. "I have loved you too much in the past ever to become indifferent to your fate. Where are you going?" "To London." "To your old apartments at Clapham?" "Oh, no, no." "Have you money enough to last you for some time?"
"Yes, I have saved money."
"If you should be in want of help, will you let me help you?"
"Willingly, Mr. Austen. I am not too proud to accept your help in the hour of my need."
"You will write to me then at my mother's, or you will write to my mother herself, if ever you require assistance. I shall tell my mother nothing of what has passed between us this day, except that we have parted. You are going by the 9:30 train, you say, Miss Wilmot?" Clement had only spoken the truth when he said that he was a proud man. He asked this question in the same business-like tone in which he might have addressed a lady who was quite indifferent to him. "Yes, Mr. Austen." "I will order a fly for you, then. You have 5 minutes to spare, and I will send one of the waiters to the station, so that you may have no trouble about your luggage." Clement rang the bell, and gave the necessary orders. Then he bowed gravely to Margaret, and wished her good morning as she left the room. And this is how Margaret Wilmot parted from Clement Austen. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allie, Cingi. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 35. A Discovery at the Luxembourg. While Henry Dunbar sat in his lonely room at Maudesley Abbey, held prisoner by his broken leg, and waiting anxiously for the hour in which he should be allowed the privilege of taking his first experimental promenade upon crutches, Sir Philip Jocelyn and his beautiful young wife drove together on the crowded boulevards of the French capital. They had been southward, and had returned to the gayest capital in all the world at the time when that capital is at its best and brightest. They had returned to Paris for the early New Year, and, as this year happened fortunately to be ushered into existence by a sharp frost and a bright sunny sky, the boulevards were not the black rivers of mud and slush that they are apt to be in the first days of the infantine year.
Prince Louis Napoleon Bonaparte was only first president as yet, and Paris was by no means the wonderful city of endless boulevards and palatial edifices that it has since grown to be under the master hand which rules and beautifies it as a lover adorns his mistress. But it was not the less the most charming city in the universe, and Philip Jocelyn and his wife were as happy as two children in this paradise of brick and mortar. They suited each other so well. They were never tired of each other's society, or at a standstill for want of something to say to each other. They were rather frivolous, perhaps, but a little frivolity may be pardoned in two people who are so very young and so entirely happy. Sir Philip may have been a little too much devoted to horses and dogs, and Laura may have been a shade too enthusiastic upon the subject of new bonnets and the jewellery in the Rue de la Paix. But if they idled a little just now, in this delicious honeymoon time, when it was so sweet to be together always from morning till night, driving in a sleigh with jingling bells upon the snowy roads in the Bois, sitting on the balcony at Maurice's at night, looking down into the long lamp-lit street and the misty gardens, where the trees were leafless and black against the dark blue sky, they meant to do their duty and be useful to their fellow creatures when they were settled at Jocelyn's Rock. Sir Philip had half a dozen schemes for free schools, and model cottages with ovens that would bake everything in the world, and chimneys that would never smoke. And Laura had her own pet plans. Was she not an heiress, and therefore specially sent into the world to give happiness to people who had been born without that pleasant appendage of a silver spoon in their infantine mouths? She meant to be scrupulously conscientious in the administration of her talents, and sometimes at church on a Sunday, when the sermon was particularly awakening, she mentally debated a serious question as to whether new bonnets and a pair of Joubin's gloves daily were not sinful, but I think she decided that the new bonnets and gloves were, on the whole, a pardonable weakness, as being good for trade. The Warwickshire baronet knew a good many people in Paris, and he and his bride received a very enthusiastic welcome from these old friends, who pronounced that Milady Jocelyn was charmante and la belle des belles, and that Sir Jocelyn was the most fortunate of men in having discovered this gay, light-hearted girl amongst the prudish and pragmatical Mees of their primeuse Angleterre. Laura made herself very much at home with her Parisian acquaintance, and in the grand house in the Rue Le Pelletier many a glass was turned full upon the beautiful English bride with her chevelure dorée and the violet-blue eyes. One morning Laura told her husband, with a gay laugh, that she was going to victimize him, but he was to promise to be patient and bear with her for once in a way. "What is it you want me to do, my darling?" "I want you to give me a long day in the Luxembourg. I want to see all the pictures, the modern pictures especially. I remember all the Rubenses at the Louvre, for I saw them 3 years ago, when I was staying in Paris with grandpapa. I like the modern pictures best, Philip, and I want you to tell me all about the artists and what I ought to admire and all that sort of thing." Sir Philip never refused his wife anything, so he said yes, and Laura ran away to her dressing-room like a schoolgirl who has been pleading for a holiday and has won her cause. She returned in a little more than 10 minutes, in the freshest toilette, all pale shimmering blue, like the spring sky, with pearl grey gloves and boots and parasol, and a bonnet that seemed made of azure butterflies. It was drawing towards the close of this delightful honeymoon tour, and it was a bright sunshiny morning early in February, but February in Paris is sometimes better than April in London. Philip Jocelyn's work that morning was by no means light, for Laura was fond of pictures, in a frivolous, amateurish kind of way, and she ran from one canvas to another like a fickle-minded bee that is bewildered by the myriad blossoms of a boundless parterre. But she fixed upon a picture which she said she preferred to anything she had seen in the gallery. Philip Jocelyn was examining some pictures on the other side of the room when his wife made this discovery. She hurried to him immediately and led him off to look at the picture. It was a peasant girl's head, very exquisitely painted by a modern artist, and the baronet approved his wife's taste. "How I wish you could get me a copy of that picture, Philip," Laura said entreatingly. "I should so like one to hang in my morning room at Jocelyn's Rock. I wonder who painted that lovely face." There was a young artist hard at work at his easel, copying a large devotional subject that hung near the picture Laura admired. So Philip asked this gentleman if he knew the name of the artist who had painted the peasant girl. "Oh, but yes, monsieur," the painter answered, with animated politeness. "It is the work of one of my friends, a young Englishman, of a renown almost universal in Paris." "And his name, monsieur?" "He calls himself Coustel, Frederick Coustel. He is the son of an old monsieur, who calls himself also Coustel, and who had much of celebrity in England it is many years." "Coustel!" exclaimed Laura suddenly. "Mr. Coustel! Why, it was a Mr. Coustel who painted papa's portrait. I have heard grandpapa say so again and again, and he took it away to Italy with him, promising to bring it back to London when he returned after a year or two of study. And, oh, Philip, I should so like to see this old Mr. Coustel, because, you know, he may have kept papa's portrait until this very day, and I should so like to have a picture of my father as he was when he was young, and before the troubles of a long life altered him," Laura said, rather mournfully. She turned to the French artist presently and asked him where the elder Mr. Coustel lived, and if there was any possibility of seeing him. The painter shrugged up his shoulders and pursed up his mouth thoughtfully. "But, madame," he said, "this Monsieur Coustel's father is very old, and he has ceased to paint, it is a long time. They have said that he is even a little imbecile, that he does not remember himself of the most common events of his life. But there are some others who say that his memory has not altogether failed, and that he is still enough harshly critical towards the works of others." The Frenchman might have run on much longer upon this subject, but Laura was too impatient to be polite. She interrupted him by asking for Mr. Coustel's address. The artist took out one of his own cards and wrote the required address in pencil. "It is in the neighbourhood of Notre Dame, madame, in the Rue Quilou, over the office of a Parisian journal," he said, as he handed the card to Laura. "I don't think you will have any difficulty in finding the house." Laura thanked the French artist, and then took her husband's arm and walked away with him. "I don't care about looking at any more pictures to-day, Philip," she said, "but oh, I do wish you would take me to this Mr. Coustel's studio at once. You will be doing me such a favour, Philip, if you'll say yes." "When did I ever say no to anything you ask me, Laura? We'll go to Mr. Coustel immediately, if you like. But why are you so anxious to see this old portrait of your father, my dear?" "Because I want to see what he was before he went to India. I want to see what he was when he was bright and young before the world had hardened him. Ah, Philip, since we have known and loved each other, it seems to me as if I had no thought or care for anyone in all this wide world except yourself. But before that time I was very unhappy about my father. I had expected that he would be so fond of me. I had so built upon his return to England, thinking that we should be nearer and dearer to each other than any father and daughter ever were before. I had thought all this, Philip. Night after night I had dreamt the same dream, the bright, happy dream in which my father came home to me, the fond, foolish dream in which I felt his strong arms folded round me and his true heart beating against my own. But when he did come at last, it seems to me as if this father was a man of stone. His white, fixed face repelled me. His cold, hard voice turned my blood to ice. I was frightened of him, Philip. I was frightened of my own father. And little by little we grew to shun each other, till at last we met like strangers, or something worse than strangers, for I have seen my father look at me with an expression of absolute horror in his stern, cruel eyes. Can you wonder, then, that I want to see what he was in his youth? I shall learn to love him, perhaps, if I can see the smiling image of his lost youth. Laura said all this in a very low voice, as she walked with her husband through the garden of the Luxembourg. She walked very fast, for she was as eager as a child who is intent upon some scheme of pleasure. End of chapter 35. Recording by Allie, Risca, South Wales, United Kingdom. Chapter 36 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allie, Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 36. Looking for the Portrait. The Rue Cailloux was a very quiet little street, a narrow, winding street, with tall, shabby-looking houses and untidy little greengrocers' shops peeping out here and there. The pavement suggested the idea that there had just been an outbreak of the populace, and that the stones had been ruthlessly torn up to serve in the construction of barricades, and only very carelessly put down again. It was a street which seemed to have been built with a view to achieving the largest amount of inconvenience out of a minimum of materials, and looked at in this light, the Rue Cailloux was a triumph. It was a street in which Parisian drivers clacked their whips to a running accompaniment of imprecations. It was a street in which you met dirty porters carrying 6 feet of highly baked bread, and shrill old women with wonderful bandanas bound about their grisly heads. But above all, it was a street in which you were so shaken and jostled and bumped and startled by the ups and downs of the pavement that you had very little leisure to notice the distinctive features of the neighbourhood. The house in which Mr. Kirstall, the English artist, lived was a gloomy-looking building with a dingy archway, beneath which Sir Philip Jocelyn and his wife alighted. There was a door under this archway, and there was a yard beyond it, with the door of another house opening upon it, and ranges of black curtainless windows looking down upon it, and an air of dried herbs, green stuff, chickens in the moulting stage, and old women generally pervading it. The door which belonged to Mr. Kirstall's house, or rather the house in which Mr. Kirstall lived in common with a colony of unknown number and various avocations, was open, and Sir Philip and his wife went into the hall. There was no such thing as a porter or portress, but a stray old woman, hovering under the archway, informed Philip Jocelyn that Mr. Kirstall was to be found on the 2nd story. So Laura and her husband ascended the stairs, which were bare of any covering except dirt, and went on mounting through comparative darkness past the office of the Parisian Journal, till they came to a very dingy black door. Philip knocked, and after a considerable interval, the door was opened by another old woman, tidier and cleaner than the old women who pervaded the yard, but looking very like a near relation to those ladies. Philip inquired in French for the senior Mr. Kirstall, and the old woman told him, very much through her nose, that Mr. Kirstall's father saw no one, but that Mr. Kirstall's son was at his service. Philip Jocelyn said that in that case he would be glad to see Mr. Kirstall junior, upon which the old woman ushered the baronet and his wife into a saloon, distinguished by an air of faded splendour, and in which the French clocks and ormolu candelabras were in the proportion of 2 to 1 to the chairs and tables. Sir Philip gave his card to the old woman, and she carried it into the adjoining chamber, whence there issued a gush of tobacco smoke, as the door between the 2 rooms was opened and then shut again. In less than 3 minutes, by the minute hand of the only one of the Ormolu clocks which made any pretence of going, the door was opened again, and a burly-looking, middle-aged gentleman, with a very black beard and a dirty holland blouse all smeared with smudges of oil colour, appeared upon the threshold of the adjoining chamber, surrounded by a cloud of tobacco smoke, like a heathen deity or a good-tempered-looking African genie newly escaped from his bottle. This was Mr. Kirstall, Jr. He introduced himself to Sir Philip, and waited to hear what that gentleman required of him. Philip Jocelyn explained his business, and told the painter how, more than 35 years before, the portrait of Henry Dunbar, only son of Percival Dunbar, the great banker, had been painted by Mr. Michael Kirstall, at that time a fashionable artist. 35 years ago, said the painter, pulling thoughtfully at his beard. 35 years ago. That's a very long time, my lord, and I'm afraid it's not likely my father will remember the circumstance, for I regret to say that he is slow to remember the events of a few days past. His memory has been failing a long time. You wish to know the fate of this portrait of Mr. Dunbar, I think you said? Laura answered this question, although it had been addressed to her husband. Yes, we want to see the picture if possible, she said. Mr. Dunbar is my father, and there is no other portrait of him in existence. I do so want to see this one, and to obtain possession of it, if it is possible for me to do so. And you are of opinion that my father took the picture to Italy with him when he left England more than 35 years ago? Yes, I've heard my grandfather say so. He lost sight of Mr. Kirstall, and could never obtain any tidings of the picture. But I hope that, late as it is, we may be more fortunate now. You do not think the picture has been destroyed, do you? Laura asked eagerly. Well, the artist answered doubtfully, I should be inclined to fear that the portrait may have been painted out. And yet, by the by, as the picture belonged by right to Mr. Percival Dunbar, and not to my father, that circumstance may have preserved it uninjured through all these years. My father has a heap of unframed canvases, inches thick in dust, and littering every corner of his room. Mr. Dunbar's portrait may be amongst them. Oh, I should be so very much obliged if you would allow me to examine those pictures, said Laura. You think you would recognize the portrait? Yes, surely, I could not fail to do so. I know my father's face so well as it is, that I must certainly have some knowledge of it as it was 35 years ago, however much it may have altered in the interval. Pray, Mr. Kirstall, oblige me by letting me see the pictures. I should be very churlish were I to refuse to do so, the painter answered good-naturedly. I will just go and see if my father is able to receive visitors. He has been a voluntary exile from England for the last 35 years, so I fear he will have forgotten the name of Dunbar, but he may by chance be able to give us some slight assistance. Mr. Kirstall left his visitors for about 10 minutes, and at the end of that time he returned to say that his father was quite ready to receive Sir Philip and Lady Jocelyn. I mentioned the name of Dunbar to him, the painter said, but he remembers nothing. He has been painting a little this morning, and is in very high spirits about his work. It pleases him to handle the brushes, though his hand is terribly shaky, and he can scarcely hold the palette. The artist led the way to a large room, comfortably but plainly furnished, and heated to a pitch of suffocation by a stove. There was a bed in a curtained alcove at the end of the apartment. An easel stood near the large window, and the proprietor of the chamber sat in a cushioned armchair close to the suffocating stove. Michael Kirstall was an old man, who looked even older than he was. He was a picturesque-looking old man, with long white hair dropping down over his coat collar, and a black velvet skull-cap upon his head. He was a cheerful old man, and life seemed very pleasant to him, for Frenchmen have a habit of honouring their fathers and mothers, and Mr. Frederick Coastal was a naturalised citizen of the French Republic. The old man nodded and smiled and chuckled as Sir Philip and Laura were presented to him, and pointed with a courtly grace to the chairs which his son set for his guests. "You want to see my pictures, sir? Ah, yes, to be sure, to be sure. The modern school of painting, sir, is something marvellous to an old man, sir. An old man who remembers Sir Thomas Lawrence. Aye, sir, I had the honour to know him intimately. No pre-Raphaelite theories in those days, sir. No figures cut of coloured pasteboard and glued on to the canvas. No green trees and vermilion draperies, and chocolate-coloured streaks across an ultramarine background, sir, and I'm told the young people call that a sky. No pointed chins, and angular knees and elbows, and frizzy red hair, red, sir, and as frizzy as a blackamoor's, and I'm told the young people call that female beauty. No, sir, nothing of that sort in my day. There was a French painter in my day, sir, called David, and there was an English painter in my day called Lawrence, and they painted ladies and gentlemen, sir, and they instituted a gentlemanly school, sir, and you put a crimson curtain behind your subject, and you put a brand new hat or a roll of paper in his right hand, and you thrust his left hand in his waistcoat, the best black satin, sir, with strong light in the texture, and you made your subject look like a gentleman. Yes, sir, if he was a chimney sweep when he went into your studio, he went out of it a gentleman." The old man would have gone on talking for any length of time, for pre-Raphaelitism was his favourite antipathy, and the black-bearded gentleman standing behind his chair was an enthusiastic member of the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Mr. Coastal senior seemed so thoroughly in possession of all his faculties while he held forth upon modern art, that Laura began to hope his memory could scarcely be so much impaired as his son had represented it to be. "When you painted portraits in England, Mr. Coastal," she said, "before you went to Italy, you painted a likeness of my father, Henry Dunbar, who was then a young man. Do you remember that circumstance?" Laura asked this question very hopefully, but to her surprise, Mr. Coastal took no notice whatever of her inquiry, but went rambling on about the degeneracy of modern art. "I am told there is a young man called Millais, sir, and another young man called Holman Hunt, sir, positive boys, sir, actually very little more than boys, sir, and I'm given to understand, sir, that when these young men's works are exhibited at the Royal Academy in London, sir, people crowd round them and go raving mad about them, while a gentlemanly portrait of a county member with a Corinthian pillar and a crimson curtain gets no more attention than if it was a bishop's half-length of black canvas. I am told so, sir, and I am obliged to believe it, sir." Poor Laura listened very impatiently to all this talk about painters and their pictures. But Mr. Coastal the younger perceived her anxiety and came to her relief. "Lady Jocelyn would very much like to see the pictures you have scattered about in this room, my dear father," he said, "if you have no objection to our turning them over." The old man chuckled and nodded. "You'll find them gentlemanly," he said. "You'll find them all more or less gentlemanly." "You're sure you don't remember painting the portrait of a Mr. Dunbar?" Mr. Coastal the younger said, bending over his father's chair as he spoke. "Try again, father. Try to remember Henry Dunbar, the son of Percival Dunbar, the great banker." Mr. Coastal senior, who never left off smiling, nodded and chuckled and scratched his head and seemed to plunge into a depth of profound thought. Laura began to hope again. "I remember painting Sir Jasper Rivington, who was Lord Mayor in the year— bless my heart, how the dates do slip out of my mind, to be sure! I remember painting him, in his robes too, Yes, sir, by gad, sir, his official robes. He'd like me to have painted him looking out of the window of his state-coach, sir, bowing to the populace on Ludgate Hill, with the dome of St. Paul's in the background, but I told him the notion wasn't practicable, sir. I told him it couldn't be done, sir. Laura looked despairingly at Mr. Kirstall the younger. "May we see the pictures?" she asked. "I am sure that I shall recognize my father's portrait, if by any chance it should be amongst them." "We will set to work at once, then," the artist said briskly. "We're going to look at your pictures, father." Unframed canvases and unfinished sketches on millboard were lying about the room in every direction, piled against the wall, heaped on side tables, and stowed out of the way upon shelves, and everywhere the dust lay thick upon them. "It was quite a chamber of horrors," Mr. Kirstall the younger said gaily, for it was here that he banished his own failures, his sketches for his pictures that were to be painted upon some future occasion, carelessly drawn groups that he meant some day to improve upon, finished pictures that he had been unable to sell, and all the other useless litter of an artist's studio. There were a great many dingy performances of Mr. Kirstall senior, very classical and extremely uninteresting. Studies from the life, grey and chalky and muscular, with here and there a knotty-looking foot or a lumpy arm, in the most unpleasant phases of foreshortening. There were a good many portraits, gentlemanly to the last degree, but poor Laura looked in vain for the face she wanted to see, the hard, cold face, as she fancied it must have been in youth. There were portraits of elderly ladies with stately headgear, and simpering young ladies with innocent short-waisted bodices and flowers held gracefully in the white muslin draperies. There were portraits of stern clerical grandees and parliamentary non-celebrities, with popular bills rolled up in the hands, ready to be laid upon the speaker's table, and with a tight look about the lips that seemed to say the member was prepared to carry his motion or perish on the floor of the House. There were only a few portraits of young men of military aspect, looking fiercely over regulation stocks, and with forked lightning and little pyramids of cannon balls in the background. Laura sighed heavily at last, for amongst all these portraits there was not one which in the least possible degree recalled the hard, handsome face with which she was familiar. "I'm afraid my father's picture has been lost or destroyed," she said mournfully. But Mr. Kirstall would not allow this. I have said that it was Laura's peculiar privilege to bewitch everybody with whom she came in contact, and to transform them, for the nonce, into her willing slaves, eager to go through fire and water in the service of this beautiful creature, whose eyes and hair were like blue skies and golden sunshine, and carried light and summer wherever they went. The black-bearded artist in the paint-smeared holland blouse was in no manner proof against Lady Jocelyn's fascinations. He had well-nigh suffocated himself with dust half a dozen times already in her service, and was ready to inhale as much more dust if she desired him so to do. "We won't give it up just yet, Lady Jocelyn," he said cheerfully. "There's a couple of shelves still to examine. Suppose we try shelf number 1, and see if we can find Mr. Henry Dunbar up there." Mr. Kirstall junior mounted upon a chair, and brought down another heap of canvases, dirtier than any previous collection. He brought these to a table by the side of his father's easel, and one by one he wiped them clean with a large ragged silk handkerchief, and then placed them on the easel. The easel stood in the full light of the broad window. The day was bright and clear, and there was no lack of light, therefore, upon the portraits. Mr. Kirstall senior began to be quite interested in his son's proceedings, and contemplated the younger man's operations with a perpetual chuckling and nodding of the head that were expressive of unmitigated satisfaction. "Yes, they're gentlemanly," the old man mumbled. "Nobody can deny that they're gentlemanly. They may make a cabal against me in Trafalgar Square, and decline to hang him, but they can't say my pictures are ungentlemanly. No, no. Take a basin of water and a sponge, Fred, and wash the dust off. It pleases me to see 'em again. Yes, by gad, sir, it pleases me to see 'em again." Mr. Frederick Kirstall obeyed his father, and the pictures brightened wonderfully under the influence of a damp sponge. It was rather a slow operation, but Laura was bent upon seeing every picture, and Philip Jocelyn waited patiently enough until the inspection should be concluded. The old man brightened up as much as his paintings, and began presently to call out the names of the subjects. "The member for Slopton-on-the-Tees," he said, as his son placed the portrait on the easel. "That was a presentation picture, but the subscriptions were never paid up, and the committee left the portrait upon my hands. I don't remember the name of the member because my memory isn't quite so good as it used to be, but the borough was Slopton-on-the-Tees. Slopton, yes, I remember that." The younger Kirstall took away the member for Slopton and put another picture on the easel, but this was like the rest. The pictured face bore no trace of resemblance to that face for which Laura was looking. "I remember him too," the old man cried, with a triumphant chuckle. "He was an officer in the East India Company's service. I remember him. A dashing young fellow he was too. He had the picture painted for his mother, paid me a third of the money at the first sitting, never paid me a sixpence afterwards, and went off to India, promising to send me a bill of exchange for the balance by the next mail, but I never heard any more of him." Mr. Kirstall removed the Indian officer and substituted another portrait. Sir Philip, who was sitting near the window, looking on rather listlessly, cried, "What a handsome face!" It was a handsome face, a bright young face, which smiled haughty defiance at the world, a splendid face, with perhaps a shade of insolence in the curve of the upper lip, sharply denned under a thick auburn moustache, with pointed ends that curled fiercely upwards. It was such a face as might have belonged to the favourite of a powerful king, the face of the Cinq-Mars, on the very summit of his giddy eminence, with 100 pairs of boots in his dressing-room, and quiet Cardinal Richelieu watching silently for the day of his doom. English Buckingham may have worn the same insolent smile upon his lips, the same bright triumph in his glance, when he walked up to the throne of Louis the Just, with the pearls and diamonds dropping from his garments as he went along, and with forbidden love beaming on him out of Austrian Anne's blue eyes. It was such a face as could only belong to some high favourite of fortune, defiant of all mankind in the consciousness of his own supreme advantages. But Laura Jocelyn shook her head as she looked at the picture. "I begin to despair of finding my father's portrait," she said. "I have seen nothing at all like it yet." The old man lifted up his bony hand and pointed to the picture on the easel. "That's the best thing I ever did," he said. "The very best thing I ever did. It was exhibited in the Academy 36 years ago. Yes, by gad, sir, 36 years ago. And the papers mentioned it very favourably, sir. But the man who commissioned it sent it back to me for alteration. The expression of the face didn't please him, but he paid me 200 guineas for the picture, so I had no reason to complain. And if I'd remained in England, the connection might have been advantageous to me, for they were rich city people, sir, enormously wealthy, something in the banking line, and the name, let me see. The old man tapped his forehead thoughtfully. "I remember," he added presently. "It was a great name in the city. It was a well-known name. Dunbar. Why, father, that was the very name I was asking you about half an hour ago." "I don't remember your asking me any such thing," the old man answered, rather snappishly. "But I do know that the picture on that easel is the portrait of Mr. Dunbar's only son." Mr. Kirstall the younger looked at Laura Jocelyn, full expecting to see her face beaming with satisfaction, but to his own surprise she looked more disappointed than ever. "Your poor father's memory deceives him," she said in a low voice. "That is not my father's portrait." "No," said Philip Jocelyn, "that was never the likeness of Henry Dunbar." Mr. Frederick Coastal shrugged his shoulders. "I told you as much," he murmured confidentially. "I told you my poor father's memory was gone. Would you like to see the rest of the pictures?" "Oh, yes, if you do not mind all this trouble." Mr. Coastal brought down another heap of unframed canvases from shelf number 2. Some of these were fancy heads, and some sketches for grand historical pictures. There were only about 4 portraits, and not one of them bore the faintest likeness to the face that Laura wanted to see. The old man chuckled as his son exhibited the pictures, and every now and then volunteered some scrap of information about these various works of art, to which his son listened patiently and respectfully. So, at last, the inspection was ended. The baronet and his wife thanked the artist very warmly for his politeness, and Philip gave him a commission for a replica of the picture which Laura had admired in the Luxembourg. Mr. Frederick Coastal conducted his guests down the dingy staircase, and saw them to the hired carriage that was waiting under the archway. And this was all that came of Laura Jocelyn's search for her father's portrait. End of chapter 36. Recording by Allie Cingi, Risca, South Wales, United Kingdom.
Chapter 37 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 37. Margaret's Letter. Life seemed very blank to Clement Austen when he returned to London a day or two after Margaret Wilmot's departure from the Reindeer. He told his mother that he and his betrothed had parted, but he would tell no more. "I have been cruelly disappointed, mother, and the subject is very bitter to me," he said, and Mrs. Austen had not the courage to ask any further questions. "I suppose I must be satisfied, Clement," she said. "It seems to me as if we had been living lately in an atmosphere of enigmas. But I can afford to be contented, Clement, so long as I have you with me." Clement went back to London. His life seemed to have altogether slipped away from him, and he felt like an old man who has lost all the bright chances of existence, the hope of domestic happiness and a pleasant home, the opportunity of a useful career and an honoured name, and who has nothing more to do but to wait patiently till the slow current of his empty life drops into the sea of death. "I feel so old, mother," he said sometimes. "I feel so old." To a man who has been accustomed to be busy, there is no affliction so intolerable as idleness. Clement Austen felt this, and yet he had no heart to begin life again, though tempting offers came to him from great commercial houses, whose chiefs were eager to secure the well-known cashier of Messrs. Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby's establishment. Poor Clement could not go into the world yet. His disappointment had been too bitter, and he had no heart to go out amongst hard men of business and begin life again. He wasted hour after hour and day after day in gloomy thoughts about the past. What a dupe he had been! What a shallow, miserable fool! For he had believed as firmly in Margaret Wilmot's truth as he had believed in the blue sky above his head. One day a new idea flashed into Clement Austen's mind, an idea which placed Margaret Wilmot's character even in a worse light than that in which she had revealed herself in her own confession. There could be only one reason for the sudden change in her sentiments about Henry Dunbar. The millionaire had bribed her to silence. This girl, who seemed the very incarnation of purity and candour, had her price, perhaps as well as other people, and Henry Dunbar had bought the silence of his victim's daughter. It was the knowledge of this business that made her shrink away from me that night, when she told me that she was a contaminated creature, unfit to be the associate of an honest man. Oh, Margaret, Margaret, poverty must indeed be a bitter school, if it has prepared you for such degradation as this. The longer Clement thought of the subject, the more certainly he arrived at the conclusion that Margaret Wilmot had been either bribed or frightened into silence by Henry Dunbar. It might be that the banker had terrified this unhappy girl by some awful threat that had preyed upon her mind, and driven her from the man who loved her, whom she loved perhaps, in spite of those heartless words which she had spoken in the bitter hour of their parting. Clement could not thoroughly believe in the baseness of the woman he had trusted. Again and again he went over the same ground, trying to find some lurking circumstance, no matter how unlikely in its nature, which should explain and justify Margaret's conduct. Sometimes in his dreams he saw the familiar face looking at him with pensive, half-reproachful glances, and then a dark figure that was strange to him came between him and that gentle shadow, and thrust the vision away with a ruthless hand. At last, by dint of going over the ground again and again, always pleading Margaret's cause against the stern witness of cruel facts, Clement came to look upon the girl's innocence as a settled thing. There was falsehood and treachery in the business, but Margaret Wilmot was neither false nor treacherous. There was a mystery, and Henry Dunbar was at the bottom of it. It seems as if the spirit of the murdered man troubled our lives, and cried to us for vengeance, Clement thought. There will be no peace for us until the secret of the deed done in the grove near Winchester has been brought to light. This thought, working night and day in Clement Austin's brain, gave rise to a fixed resolve. Before he went back to the quiet routine of life, he set himself a task to accomplish, and that task was the solution of the Winchester mystery. On the very day after this resolution took a definite form, Clement received a letter from Margaret Wilmot. The sight of the well-known writing gave him a shock of mingled surprise and hope, and his fingers were faintly tremulous as they tore open the envelope. The letter was carefully worded and very brief. "You are a good man, Mr. Austen," Margaret wrote, "and though you have reason to despise me, I do not think you will refuse to receive my testimony in favor of another who has been falsely suspected of a terrible crime, and who has need of justification. Henry Dunbar was not the murderer of my father. As heaven is my witness, this is the truth, and I know it to be the truth. Let this knowledge content you, and allow the secret of the murder to remain forever a mystery upon earth. God knows the truth, and has doubtless punished the wretched sinner who was guilty of that crime, as he punishes every other sinner sooner or later in the course of his ineffable wisdom. Leave the sinner, wherever he may be hidden, to the judgment of God, which penetrates every hiding-place, and forget that you have ever known me or my miserable story. Margaret Wilmot." Even this letter did not shake Clement Austin's resolution. "No, Margaret," he thought, "even your pleading shall not turn me from my purpose. Besides, how can I tell in what manner this letter may have been written? It may have been written at Henry Dunbar's dictation, and under coercion. Be it as it may, the mystery of the Winchester murder shall be set at rest, if patience or intelligence can solve the enigma. No mystery shall separate me from the woman I love." Clement put Margaret's letter in his pocket, and went straight to Scotland Yard, where he obtained an introduction to a business-like-looking man, short and stoutly built, with close-cropped hair, very little shirt-collar, a shabby black satin stock, and a coat buttoned tightly across the chest. He was a man whose appearance was something between the aspect of a shabby, genteel half-pay captain and an unlucky stockbroker. But Clement liked the steady light of his small grey eyes, and the decided expression of his thin lips and prominent chin. The detective business happened to be rather dull just now. There was nothing stirring but a Bank of England forgery case, and Mr. Carter informed Clement that there were more cats in Scotland Yard than could find mice to kill. Under these circumstances, Mr. Carter was able to enter into Clement's views and sequestrate himself for a short period for the more deliberate investigation of the Winchester business. "I'll look up a file of newspapers and run my eye over the details of the case," said the detective. "I was away in Glasgow, hunting up the particulars of the great Scotch plaid robberies all last summer, and I can't say I remember much of what was done in the Wilmot business. Mr. Dunbar himself offered a reward for the apprehension of the guilty party, didn't he?" "Yes, but that might be a blind." "Oh, of course it might, but then, on the other hand, it might not. You must always look at these sort of things from every point of view. Start with a conviction of the man's guilt, and you'll go hunting up evidence to bolster that conviction. My plan is to begin at the beginning, learn the alphabet of the case, and work up into the syntax and prosody." "I should like to help you in this business," Clement Austin said, "for I have a vital interest in the issue of the case. "You're rather more likely to hinder than help, sir," Mr. Carter answered with a smile. "But you're welcome to have a finger in the pie, if you like, as long as you'll engage to hold your tongue when I tell you." Clement promised to be the very spirit of discretion. The detective called upon him 2 days after the interview at Scotland Yard. "I've read up the Wilmot case, sir," Mr. Carter said, "and I think the next best thing I can do is to see the scene of the murder. I shall start for Winchester tomorrow morning." "Then I'll go with you," Clement said promptly. "So be it, Mr. Austen. You may as well bring your checkbook while you're about it, for this sort of thing is apt to come rather expensive." End of Chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 38. Notes from a journal kept by Clement Austen during his journey to Winchester. If I had been a happy man, with no great trouble weighing upon my mind, and giving its own dull colour to every event of my life, I think I might have been considerably entertained by the society of Mr. Carter, the detective. The man had an enthusiastic love of his profession, and if there is anything degrading in the office, that degradation had in no way affected him. It may be that Mr. Carter's knowledge of his own usefulness was sufficient to preserve his self-respect. If in the course of his duty he had unpleasant things to do, if he had to effect friendly acquaintanceship with the man whom he was hunting to the gallows, if he was called upon to worm out chance clues to guilty secrets in the careless confidence that grows out of a friendly glass, if at times he had to stoop to acts which, in other men, would be branded as shameful and treacherous, he knew that he did his duty, and that society could not hold together unless some such men as himself, clear-headed, brave, resolute, and unscrupulous in the performance of unpleasant work, were willing to act as watchdogs for the protection of the general fold, and to the terror of savage and marauding beasts. Mr. Carter told me a great deal of his experience during our journey down to Winchester. I listened to him, and understood what he said to me, but I could not take any interest in his conversation. I could not remember anything, or think of anything, except the mystery which separates me from the woman I love. The more I think of this, the stronger becomes my conviction that I have not been the dupe of a heartless or mercenary woman. Margaret has not acted as a free agent. She has paid the penalty of her determination to force herself into the presence of Henry Dunbar. By some inexplicable means, by some masterpiece of villainy and cunning, this man has induced his victim's daughter to become the champion of his innocence instead of the denouncer of his guilt. There must be some hopeless entanglement, some cruel involvement, by reason of which Margaret is compelled to falsify her nature, and sacrifice her own happiness as well as mine. When she left me that day at Shorncliffe, she suffered as cruelly as I could suffer. I know now that it was so. But I was blinded then by pride and anger. I was conscious of nothing but my own wrongs. 3 times in the course of my journey from London to Winchester, I have taken Margaret's strange letter from my pocket-book, and have read the familiar lines, with the idea of putting entire confidence in my companion, and placing the letter in his hands. But in order to do this I must tell him the story of my love and my disappointment, and I cannot bring myself to do that. It may be that this man could discover hidden meanings in Margaret's words, meanings that are utterly dark to me. I suppose the science of detection includes the power to guess at thoughts that lurk behind expressions which are simple enough in themselves. We got into Winchester at 12 o'clock in the day, and Mr. Carter proposed that we should come straight to the George Hotel, at which house Henry Dunbar stayed after the murder in the Grove. "We can't do better than put up at the hotel where the suspected party was stopping at the time of the event we're looking up," Mr. Carter said to me, as we strolled away from the station, after giving our small amount of luggage into the care of a porter. "We shall pick up all manner of information in a promiscuous way if we're staying in the house. Little bits that will seem nothing at all until you put them all together, and begin at the beginning, and read them off the right way. Now, Mr. Austen, there's a few words I must say before we begin business, for you're an amateur at this kind of work, and it's just possible that, with the best intentions, you may go and spoil my game. Now, I've undertaken this affair, and I want to go through with it conscientiously, under which circumstances I'm obliged to be candid. Are you willing to act under orders?" I told Mr. Carter that I was perfectly willing to obey his orders in everything, so long as what I did helped the purposes of our journey. "That's all square and pleasant," he answered. "So now for it. First and foremost, you and me are two gentlemen that have got more time than we know what to do with, and more money than we know how to spend. We've heard a great deal about the fishing round Winchester, and we've come down to spend an idle week or so, and have a look about the place against next summer. And if we like the looks of the place, why, we shall come and spend the summer months at the George, where we find the accommodation in general, and, say, the fried soles, or the mock turtle in particular, better than at any hotel in the Three Kingdoms. That's number one, and that places it at once on the footing of good customers, who are likely to be better customers. This will square the landlord and the waiters, and there's nothing they can tell us that they won't tell us willingly. So much for the first place. Now, point number 2 is, that we know nothing whatever of the man that was murdered. We know Mr. Dunbar because he's a great man, a public character, and all that sort of thing. We did see something about the murder in the papers, but didn't take any interest in it. This will draw out the landlord or the waiters, as the case may be, and we shall get the history of the murder, with all that was said, and done, and thought, and suspected, and hinted, and whispered about it. When the landlord and the waiters have talked about it a good deal, we begin to warm up, and take a kind of morbid interest in the business. And then, little by little, I put in my questions, and keep on putting 'em, till every bit of information upon this particular subject is picked away as clean as the meat that's torn off a bone by a hungry dog. Now, you'd like to help me in this business, I dare say, Mr. Austen, and if you would, I think I can hit upon a plan by which you might make yourself uncommonly useful." I told my companion that I was very anxious to give him any help I could afford, however insignificant that help might be. "Then I'll tell you what you can do. I shan't go at the subject we want to talk about at once, because, if I did, I should betray my interest in the business and spoil my game. Not that anybody would try to thwart me, you understand, if they knew that I was Detective Officer Henry Carter of Scotland Yard. They'd be all on the qui-vive directly they found out who I was and what I was after, and they'd try to help me. That's what they'd do, and Tom would tell me this, and Dick would explain that, and Harry would remember the other, and among them they'd contrive to muddle the clearest head that ever worked a difficult problem in criminal Euclid. My game is to keep myself dark, and get all the light I can from other people. I shan't ask any leading question, but I shall wait quietly till the murder of Joseph Wilmot crops up in the conversation, and I don't suppose I shall have to wait long. Your business will be easy enough. You'll have letters to write, you will, and as soon as you ever hear me and the landlord, or me and the waiter, as the case may be, working round to the murder, you'll take out your desk and begin to write." "You want me to take notes of the conversation," I said. "You've hit it. You won't appear to take any interest in the talk about Henry Dunbar and the murder of his valet. You'll be altogether wrapped up in those letters of yours, which must be written before the London post goes out, but you'll contrive to write down every word that's said by the people at the George bearing upon the business we are hunting up. Never mind my questions. Don't write them down, for they're of no account. Write down the answers as plain as you can. They'll come all of a heap, or anyhow, but that's no matter. It'll be my business to sort 'em, and put 'em ship-shape afterwards. You just keep your mouth shut and take notes, Mr. Austen. That's all you've got to do." I promised to do this to the best of my ability. We were close to the George by this time, and I could not help thinking of that bright summer's day upon which Henry Dunbar and his victim had driven into Winchester on the first stage of a journey which one of them was never to finish. The conviction of the banker's guilt had so grown upon me since that scene in St. Gundolph Lane, that I thought of the man now almost as if he had been fairly tried and deliberately found guilty. It surprised me when the detective talked of his guilt as open to question and yet to be proved. In my mind Henry Dunbar stood self-condemned by the evidence of his own conduct as the murderer of his old servant Joseph Wilmot. The weather was bleak and windy, and there were very few wanderers in the hilly High Street of Winchester. We were received with very courteous welcome at the George, and were conducted to a comfortable sitting-room upon the first floor, with windows looking out upon the street. 2 bedrooms in the vicinity of the sitting-room were assigned to us. I ordered dinner for 6 o'clock, having ascertained that hour to be agreeable to Mr. Carter, who was slowly removing his wrappings, and looking deliberately at every separate article in the room, as if he fancied there might be some scrap of information to be picked up from a window-blind, or a coal-scuttle, or lurking mysteries hidden in a sideboard drawer. I have no doubt the habit of observation was so strong upon this man that he observed the most insignificant things involuntarily. It was a very dull, unpleasant day, and I was glad to draw my chair to the fire and make myself comfortable, while the waiter went to fetch a bottle of soda-water and 6 penn'orth of best French for my companion, who was walking about the room with his hands in his pockets and his grizzled eyebrows knotted together. The reward which government had offered for the arrest of Joseph Wilmot's murderer was the legitimate price usually bidden for the head of an assassin. The government had offered to pay £100 to any person or persons who should give such information as would lead to the apprehension of the guilty party or parties. I had promised Mr. Carter that I would give him another £100 on my own account if he succeeded in solving the mystery of Joseph Wilmot's death. The reward at stake was therefore £200, and this was a pretty high stake, Mr. Carter told me, as the detective business went. I had given him my written engagement to pay the £100 upon the day of the murderer's arrest, and I was very well able to do so without fear of being compelled to ask help of my mother, for I had saved upwards of £1,000 during my 12 years' service in the house of Dunbar, and Balderby. I saw from Mr. Carter's countenance that he was thinking, and thinking very earnestly. He drank the soda-water and brandy, but he said nothing to the waiter who brought him that popular beverage. When the man was gone, he came and planted himself opposite to me upon the hearth-rug. "I'm going to talk to you very seriously, sir," he said. I assured him that I was quite ready to listen to anything he might have to say. "When you employ a detective officer, sir," he began, "don't employ a man you can't put entire confidence in. If you can't trust him, don't have anything to do with him, for if he isn't to be trusted with the dearest family secret that ever was kept sacred by an honest man, why, he's a scoundrel, and you're much better off without his help. But when you've got a man that has been recommended to you by those who know him, trust him, and don't be afraid to trust him. Don't confide in him by halves. Don't tell him one part of your story and keep the other half hidden from him, because, you see, working in the twilight isn't much more profitable than working in the dark. Now, why do I say this to you, Mr. Austin? You know as well as I do. I say it because I know you haven't trusted me." "I have told you all that was absolutely necessary for you to know," I said. "Not a bit of it, sir. It's absolutely necessary for me to know everything. That is, if you want me to succeed in the business I'm engaged upon. You're afraid to give me your confidence out and out, without reserve. Lor bless your innocence, sir. In my profession a man learns the use of his eyes, and when once he's learnt how to use them, it ain't easy for him to keep them shut. I know as well as you do that you're hiding something from me. You're keeping something back, though you've half a mind to trust me. You took out a letter 3 times while we were sitting opposite to each other in the railway carriage, and you read the letter, and every now and then, while you were reading it, you looked up at me, with a hesitating "you would and you wouldn't" sort of look. You thought I was looking out of the window all the time, and so I was, being uncommonly interested in the cornfields we were passing just then. So flat and stumpy and picturesque they looked. But lor, Mr. Austin, if I couldn't look out the window and watch you at the same time, I shouldn't be worth my salt to you or anyone else. I saw plain enough that you had half a mind to show me that letter, and it wasn't very difficult to guess that the letter had some bearing upon the business that has brought us to Winchester. Mr. Carter paused and settled himself comfortably against the corner of the chimney-piece. I was not surprised that he should have read my thoughts in the railway carriage. I pondered the matter seriously. He was right in the main, no doubt, but how could I tell a detective officer my dearest secrets, the sad story of my only love? "Trust me, Mr. Austin," my companion said. "If you want me to be of use to you, trust me thoroughly. The very thing you are hiding from me may be the clue I most want to get hold of." "I don't think that," I said. "However, I have every reason to believe you to be an honest, conscientious fellow, and I will trust you. I dare say you wonder why I am so much interested in this business. Well, to tell the honest truth, sir, it does seem rather out of the common to see an independent gentleman like you taking all this trouble to find out the rights and wrongs of a murder committed going on for a 12-month ago, unless you're any relation of the murdered man, and even if you're that, you're very unlike the common run of relations, for they generally take such things quieter than anybody else," answered Mr. Carter. I told the detective that I had never seen the murdered man in the course of my life, and had never heard his name until after the murder. "Well, sir, then all I can say is, I don't understand your motive," returned Mr. Carter. "Well, Mr. Carter, I think you're a good fellow, and I'll trust you," I said. "But in order to do that, I must tell you a long story, and what's worse still, a love story." I felt that I blushed a little as I said this, and was ashamed of the false shame that brought that missish glow into my cheeks. Mr. Carter perceived my embarrassment, and was kind enough to encourage me. "Don't you be afraid of telling the story, because it's a sentimental one," he said. "Lor bless you, I've heard plenty of love stories. There ain't many bits of business come our way, but what, if you sift 'em to the bottom, you find a petticoat. You remember the Oriental bloke that always asked, 'Who is she?' when he heard of a fight, or a fire, or a mad bull broke loose, or any trifling calamity of that sort. Because, according to his views, a female was at the bottom of everything bad that ever happened upon this earth. Well, sir, if that Oriental potentate had lived in our times, and had been brought up to the detective line, I'm blessed if he need have changed his opinions. So don't you be ashamed of telling a love story, sir. I was in love myself once, though I do seem such a dry old ship, and I married the woman I loved too, and she was a pretty little country girl, as fresh and innocent as the daisies in her father's paddocks, and to this day she don't know what my business really is. She thinks I'm something in the city, bless her dear little heart." This touch of sentiment in Mr. Carter's conversation was quite unaffected, and I felt all the more inclined to trust him after this little revelation of his domestic life. I told him the story of my acquaintance with Margaret, very briefly giving him only the necessary details. I told him of the girl's several efforts to see Henry Dunbar, and the banker's persistent avoidance of her. I told him then of our journey to Shorncliffe, and Margaret's strange conduct after her interview with the man she had been so eager to see. The telling of this, though I told it briefly, occupied nearly an hour. Mr. Carter sat opposite me all the time, listening intently, staring at me with one fixed, unvarying stare, and fingering musical passages upon his knees, with slow, cautious motions of his fingers and thumbs. But I could see that he was not listening only. He was pondering and reasoning upon what I told him. When I had finished my story, he remained silent for some minutes, but he still stared at me with the same relentless and stony gaze, and he still fingered his knees, following up his right hand with his left, as slowly and deliberately as if he had been composing a fugue after the manner of Mendelssohn. "And up to the time of that interview at Maudesley Abbey, Miss Wilmot had stuck to the idea that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of her father?" he said at last. "Most resolutely." "And after that interview the young lady changed her opinion all of a sudden, and would have it that the banker was innocent?" asked Mr. Carter. "Yes, when Margaret returned from Maudesley Abbey, she declared her conviction of Henry Dunbar's innocence." "And she refused to fulfill her engagement with you?" "She did." The detective left off fingering fugues upon his knees, and began to scratch his head, slowly pushing his hand up and down amongst his iron-grey hair, and staring at me. I saw now that this stony glare was the only fixed expression of Mr. Carter's face when he was thinking profoundly, and that the relentlessness of his gaze had very little relation to the object at which he gazed. I watched his face as he pondered, in the hope of seeing some sudden mental illumination light up his stolid countenance, but I watched in vain. I saw that he was at fault. I saw that Margaret Wilmot's conduct was quite as inexplicable to him as it had been to me. "Mr. Dunbar's a very rich man," he said at last, "and money generally goes a good way in these cases. There was a political party, Sir Robert somebody, but not Sir Robert Peel, who said, 'Every man has his price.' Now, do you think it possible that Miss Wilmot would take a bribe and hold her tongue? Do I think that she would take money from the man she suspected as the murderer of her father? The man she knew to have been the enemy of her father? No," I answered resolutely. "I am certain that she is incapable of any such baseness. The idea that she had been bribed flashed across me in the first bitterness of my anger, but even then I dismissed it as incredible. Now that I can think coolly of the business, I know that such an alternative is impossible. If Margaret Wilmot has been influenced by Henry Dunbar, it is upon her terror that he has acted. Heaven knows how he may have threatened her. The man who could lure his old servants into a lonely wood and there murder him, the man who, neither early nor late, had one touch of pity for the tool and accomplice of his youthful crime, not one lingering spark of compassion for the humble friend who sacrificed an honest name in order to serve his master, would have little compunction in torturing a friendless girl who dared to come before him in the character of an accuser. But you say Miss Wilmot was resolute and high-spirited. Is she a likely person to be governed by her terror of Mr. Dunbar? What threat could he use to terrify her?" I shook my head hopelessly. "I am as ignorant as you are," I said. "But I have strong reason to believe that Margaret Wilmot was under the influence of some great terror when she returned from Maudesley Abbey." "What reason?" asked Mr. Carter. "Her manner was sufficient evidence that she had been frightened. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper when I met her, and she trembled and shrank away from me, as if even my presence was horrible to her." "Could you manage to repeat what she said that night and the next morning?" It was not very pleasant to me to reopen my wounds for the benefit of Mr. Carter, the detective, but it would have been absurd to thwart the man when he was working in my interests. I loved Margaret too well to forget anything she ever said to me, even in our happiest and most careless hours, and I had special reason to remember that cruel farewell interview and the strange scene in the corridor at the Reindeer on the night of her return from Maudesley Abbey. I went over all this ground again, therefore, for Mr. Carter's edification, and told him, word for word, all that Margaret had said to me. When I had finished, he relapsed once more into a reverie, during which I sat listening to the ticking of an 8-day clock in the passage outside our sitting-room, and the occasional tramp of a passing footstep on the pavement below our windows. "There's only one thing strikes me very particular in all you've told me," the detective said, by and by, when I had grown tired of watching him, and had suffered my thoughts to wander back to the happy time in which Margaret and I had loved and trusted each other. There's only one thing strikes me in all the young lady said to you, and that is these words. 'There is contamination in my touch,' Miss Wilmot says to you. 'I am unfit to be the associate of an honest man,' Miss Wilmot says to you. Now, that looks as if she had been bought over somehow or other by Mr. Dunbar. I've turned it over in my mind every way, and however I reckon it up, that's about what it comes to. The young woman was bought over, and she was ashamed of herself for being bought over." I told Mr. Carter that I could never bring myself to believe this. "Perhaps not, sir, but it may be gospel truth for all that. There's no other way I can account for the young woman's carryings on. If Mr. Dunbar was innocent, and had contrived, somehow or other, to convince the young woman of his innocence, why, she'd have come to you free and open, and would have said, 'My dear, I've made such a mistake about Mr. Dunbar, and I'm very sorry for it. But we must look somewhere else for my poor pa's murderer.' But what does the young woman do? She goes and scrapes herself along the passage wall, and shudders and shivers, and says, 'I'm a wretch, don't touch me, don't come near me.' It's just like a woman to take the bribe, and then be sorry for having taken it." I said nothing in answer to this. It was inexpressibly obnoxious to me to hear my poor Margaret spoken of as a young woman by my business-like companion. But there was no possibility of keeping any veil over the sacred mysteries of my heart. I wanted Mr. Carter's help. For the present Margaret was lost to me, and my only hope of penetrating the hidden cause of her conduct lay in Mr. Carter's power to solve the dark enigma of Joseph Wilmot's death. "Oh, by the by," exclaimed the detective, "there was a letter, wasn't there?" He held out his hand as I searched for the letter in my pocket-book. What a greedy, inquisitive-looking palm it seemed, and how I hated Mr. Henry Carter, detective officer, at that particular moment. I gave him the letter, and I did not groan aloud as I handed it to him. He read it slowly, once, twice, 3 times, half a dozen times, I think, in all, pushing the fingers of his left hand through his hair as he read, and frowning at the paper before him. It was while he was reading the letter for the last time that I saw a sudden glimmer of light in his hard eyes, and a half-smile playing round his thin lips. "Well?" I said interrogatively, as he gave me back the letter. "Well, sir, the young lady—" Mr. Carter called Margaret a young lady this time, and I could not help thinking that her letter had revealed her to him as something different from the ordinary class of female popularly described as a young woman. "The young lady was in earnest when she wrote that letter, sir," he said. "It wasn't written under dictation, and she wasn't bribed to write it. There's heart in it, sir, if I may be allowed the expression. There's a woman's heart in that letter, and when a woman's heart is once allowed scope, a woman's brains shrivel up like so much tinder. I put this letter to that speech in the corridor at the Reindeer, Mr. Austin, and out of those 2 twos I verily believe I can make the queerest 4 that was ever reckoned up by a first-class detective." A faint flush, which looked like a glow of pleasure, kindled all over Mr. Carter's sallow face as he spoke, and he got up and walked about the room. Not slowly or thoughtfully, but with a brisk, eager tread that was new to me. I could see that his spirits had risen a great many degrees since the reading of the letter. "You have some clue," I said. "You see your way." He turned round and checked my eager curiosity by a warning gesture of his uplifted hand. "Don't be in a hurry, sir," he said gravely. "When you lose your way of a dark night in a swampy country and see a light ahead, don't begin to clap your hands and cry hooray till you know what kind of light it is. It may be a jack-o'-lantern, or it may be the identical lamp over the door of the house you're bound for. You leave this business to me, Mr. Austin, and don't you go jumping at conclusions. I'll work it out quietly, and when I've worked it out I'll tell you what I think of it. And now suppose we take a stroll through the cathedral yard, and have a look at the place where the body was found." "How shall we find out the exact spot?" I asked, while I was putting on my hat and overcoat. "Any passer-by will point it out," Mr. Carter answered. "They don't have a popular murder in the neighbourhood of Winchester every day, and when they do, I make not the least doubt they know how to appreciate the advantage. You may depend upon it, the place is pretty well known." It was nearly 5 o'clock by this time. We went down the slippery oak staircase and out into the quiet street. A bleak wind was blowing down from the hills, and the rooks' nests high up in the branches of the old trees about the cathedral were rocking like that legendary cradle in the tree-top. I had never been in Winchester before, and I was pleased with the quaint old houses, the towering cathedral, the flat meadows, and winding streams of water rippled by the wind. I was soothed somehow or other by the peculiar quiet of the scene, and I could not help thinking that, if a man's life was destined to be miserable, Winchester would be a nice place for him to be miserable in. A dreamy, drowsy, forgotten city, where the only changes of the slow day would be the varying chimes of the cathedral clock, the different tones of the cathedral bells. Mr. Carter had studied every scrap of evidence connected with the murder of Joseph Wilmot. He pointed out the door at which Henry Dunbar had gone into the cathedral, the pathway which the two men had taken as they went towards the grove. We followed this pathway, and walked to the very place in which the murdered man had been found. A lad who was fishing in one of the meadows near the grove went with us to show us the exact spot. It was between an elm and a beech. "There's not many beeches in the grove," the lad said, "and this is the biggest of them, so that it's easy enough for anyone to pick out the spot. It was very dry weather last August at the time of the murder, and the water wasn't above half as deep as it is now." "Is it the same depth everywhere?" Mr. Carter asked. "Oh dear no," the boy said. "That's what makes these streams so dangerous for bathing. They're shallow enough in some places, but there's all manner of holes about, and unless you're a good swimmer, you'd better not try it on." Mr. Carter gave the boy 6pence and dismissed him. We strolled a little farther on, and then turned and went back towards the cathedral. My companion was very silent, and I could see that he was still thinking. The change that had taken place in his manner after he had read Margaret's letter had inspired me with new confidence in him, and I was better able to await the working out of events. Little by little the solemn nature of the business in which I was engaged grew and gathered force in my mind, and I felt that I had something more to do than to solve the mystery of Margaret's conduct to myself. I had to perform a duty to society, by giving my uttermost help towards the discovery of Joseph Wilmot's murderer. If the heartless assassin of this wretched man was suffered to live and prosper, to hold up his head as the master of Maudesley Abbey, the chief partner in a great city firm that had borne an honourable name for a century and a half, a kind of premium was offered to crime in high places. If Henry Dunbar had been some miserable starving creature who, in a fit of mad fury against the inequalities of life, had lifted his gaunt arm to slay his prosperous brother for the sake of bread, detectives would have dogged his sneaking steps, and watched his guilty face, and hovered round and about him till they tracked him to his doom. But because in this case the man to whom suspicion pointed had the supreme virtues comprised in 1,000,000 of money, justice wore her thickest bandage, and the officials, who are so clever in tracking a low-born wretch to the gallows, held aloof, and said respectfully, "Henry Dunbar is too great a man to be guilty of a diabolical crime." These thoughts filled my mind as I walked back to the George Hotel with Mr. Carter. It was 6:30 when we entered the house, and we had kept dinner waiting half an hour, much to the regret of the most courteous of waiters, who expressed intense anxiety about the condition of the fish. As the man hovered about us at dinner, I expected every moment that Mr. Carter would lead up to the only topic which had any interest either for himself or me. But he was slow to do this. He talked of the town, the last assizes, the state of the country, the weather, the prosperity of the trout fishing season, everything except the murder of Joseph Wilmot. It was only after dinner, when some petrified specimens of dessert, in the shape of almonds and raisins, figs and biscuits, had been arranged on the table, that any serious business began. The preliminary skirmishing had not been without its purpose, however, for the waiter had been warmed into a communicative and confidential mood, and was now ready to tell us anything he knew. I delegated all our arrangements to my companion, and it was something wonderful to see Mr. Carter lolling in his armchair with what he called the wine-cart in his hand, deliberating between a 42 port, light and elegant, and a 45 port, tawny and rich bouquet. "I think we may as well try number 15, he said, handing the list of wines to the waiter after due consideration, "and decant it carefully, whatever you do. I hope your cellar isn't cold." "Oh, no, sir. Master's very careful of his cellar, sir." The waiter went away, impressed with the idea that he had to deal with a couple of connoisseurs. "You've got those letters to write before 10 o'clock, eh, Mr. Austin?" said the detective, as the waiter re-entered the room with a decanter on a silver salver. I understood the hint, and accordingly took my travelling desk to a side table near the fireplace. Mr. Carter handed me one of the wax candles, and I sat down before the little table, unlocked my desk, and began to write a few lines to my mother, while the detective smacked his lips and knowingly deliberated over his first glass of port. "Very decent quality of wine," he said. "Very decent. Do you know where your master got it, eh?" "No, you don't. Ah, bottled it himself, I suppose. I thought he might have got it at the Warren Court sale the other day, at the other end of the county. Fill a glass for yourself, waiter, and put the decanter down by the fender. The wine's rather cold. By the by, I heard your wines very well spoken of the other day, by a person of some importance, too. Of considerable importance, I may say." "Indeed, sir," murmured the waiter, who was standing at a respectful distance from the table, and was sipping his wine with deferential slowness. "Yes, I heard your wine spoken of by no less a person than Mr. Dunbar, the great banker." The waiter pricked up his ears. I pushed aside the letter to my mother, and waited with a blank sheet of paper before me. "That was a strange affair, by the by," said Mr. Carter. "Fill yourself another glass of wine, waiter. My friend here doesn't drink port, and if you don't help me to put away that bottle, I shall take too much. Were you examined at the inquest on Joseph Wilmot?" "No, sir," answered the waiter eagerly. "I were not, sir, and they do say as we ought every one of us to have been examined. For you see there's little facts as one person will notice and as another won't notice, and it isn't a man's place to come forward with every little trivial thing, you see, sir. But if little trivial things was drawn out of one and another, they might help, you see, sir." There could be no end gained by taking notes of this reply, so I amused myself by making a good nib to my pen, while I waited for something better worth jotting down. "Some of your people were examined, I suppose?" said Mr. Carter. "Oh, yes, sir," answered the waiter. "Master? He were examined, to begin with. And then Brigmawl, the head waiter, he give his evidence. But lor, sir, without unfriendliness to William Brigmawl, which me and Brigmawl have been fellow servants these 11 year, our head waiter is that wrapped up in hisself, and his own cravats, and shirt fronts, and gold studs, and Albert chain, that he'd scarcely take notice of an earthquake swallowing up half the world before his eyes, unless the muck and dirt of that earthquake was to spoil his clothes. William Brigmawl has been head waiter in this house nigh upon 30 year, and beyond a stately way of banging to a carriage door, or showing visitors to their rooms, or poking a fire, and a kind of knack of leading on timid people to order expensive wines, I really don't see Brigmawl's great merits. But as to Brigmawl at an inquest, he's about as much good as the Pope of Rome." "But why was Brigmawl examined in preference to anyone else?" "Because he was supposed to know more of the business than any of us, being as it was him that took the order for the dinner. But me and Eliza Jane, the under-chambermaid, was in the hall at the very moment when the two gentlemen came in." "You saw them both, then?" "Yes, sir, as plain as I now see you. And you might have knocked me down with a feather when I was told afterwards that the one who was murdered was nothing more than a valet." "You're not getting on very fast with your letters," said Mr. Carter, looking over his shoulder at me. I had written nothing yet, and I understood this as a hint to begin. I wrote down the waiter's last remark. "Why were you so surprised to find he was a valet?" Mr. Carter asked the waiter. "Because, you see, sir, he had the look of a gentleman," the man answered, "an out-and-out gentleman. It wasn't that he held his head higher than Mr. Dunbar, or that he was better dressed, for Mr. Dunbar's clothes looked the newest and best, but he had a kind of languid, don't-care-ish way that seems to be peculiar to first-class gentlemen. What sort of a looking man was he? Paler than Mr. Dunbar, and thinner built, and fairer. I jotted down the waiter's remarks, but I could not help thinking that this talk about the murdered man's manner and appearance was about as useless as anything could be. "Paler and thinner than Mr. Dunbar," repeated the detective. "Paler and thinner, eh? This was one thing you noticed, but what was it now that you could have said at the inquest if you had been called as a witness?" "Well, sir, I'll tell you. It's a small matter, and I've mentioned it many a time, both to William Brigmawl and to others, but they talk me down and say I was mistaken, and Eliza Jane being a silly giggling hussy can't bear me out in what I say. But I do most solemnly declare that I speak the truth and am not deceived. When the two gentlemen, which gentlemen they both was to look at, came into our hall, the one that was murdered had his coat buttoned tight across his chest except one button, and through the space left by that one button I saw the glitter of a gold chain." "Well, what then?" "The other gentleman, Mr. Dunbar, had his coat open as he got out of the carriage, and I saw as plain as ever I saw anything that he had no gold chain. But 2 minutes after he had come into the hall, and while he was ordering dinner, he took and buttoned his coat. Well, sir, when he came in, after visiting the cathedral, his coat was partially unbuttoned, and I saw that he wore a gold chain, and, unless I am very much mistaken, the same gold chain that I had seen peeping out of the breast of the murdered man. I could almost have sworn to that chain because of the colour of the gold, which was a particular deep yaller. It was only afterwards that these things came back to my mind, and I certainly thought them very strange." "Was there anything else?" "Nothing, except what Brigmawl dropped out one night at supper, some weeks after the inquest, about his having noticed Mr. Dunbar opening his desk while he was waiting for Joseph Wilmot to come home to dinner. And Brigmawl do say, now that it ain't a bit of use, that Mr. Dunbar, do what he would, couldn't find the key of his own desk for ever so long." "He was confused, I suppose, and his hands trembled, eh?" asked the detective. "No, sir. According to what Brigmawl said, Mr. Dunbar seemed as cool and collected as if he was made of iron. But he kept trying first one key and then another for ever so long before he could find the right one." "Did he now? That was queer. But I hope you won't think anything of what I've let drop, sir," said the waiter hastily. "I'm sure I wouldn't say anything disrespectful against Mr. Dunbar. But you asked me what I saw, sir, and I have told you candid, and, my good fellow, you're perfectly safe in talking to me," the detective answered heartily. "Suppose you bring us a little strong tea and clear away this dessert, and if you've anything more to tell us, you can say it while you're pouring out the tea. There's so much connected with these sorts of things that never gets into the papers, that really it's quite interesting to hear of 'em from an eyewitness." The waiter went away, pleased and reassured, after clearing the table very slowly. I was impatient to hear what Mr. Carter had gathered from the man's talk. "Well," he said, "unless I'm very much mistaken, I think I've got my friend the master of Maudesley Abbey." "You do? But how so?" I asked. "That talk about the gold chain having changed hands must be utterly absurd. What should Henry Dunbar want with Joseph Wilmot's watch and chain?" "Ah, you're right there," answered Mr. Carter. "What should Henry Dunbar want with Joseph Wilmot's gold chain? That's one question. Why should Joseph Wilmot's daughter be so anxious to screen Henry Dunbar now that she has seen him for the first time since the murder? There's another question for you. Find the answer for it, if you can." I told the detective that he seemed bent upon mystifying me, and that he certainly succeeded to his heart's content. Mr. Carter laughed a triumphant little laugh. "Never you mind, sir," he said. "You leave it to me, and you watch it well, sir. It'll work out very neatly, unless I'm altogether wrong. Wait for the end, Mr. Austin, and wait patiently. Do you know what I shall do tomorrow?" "I haven't the faintest idea." "I shall waste no more time in asking questions. I shall have the water near the scene of the murder dragged. I shall try and find the clothes that were stripped off the man who was murdered last August." End of chapter 38. Recording by Dan Soul, Natick, Massachusetts. Chapter 39 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Soul, Natick, Massachusetts. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 39. Clement Austin's Journal continued. The rest of the evening passed quietly enough. Mr. Carter drank his strong tea, and then asked my permission to go out and smoke a couple of cigars in the High Street. He went, and I finished my letter to my mother. There was a full moon, but it was obscured every now and then by the black clouds that drifted across it. I went out myself to post the letter, and I was glad to feel the cool breeze blowing the hair away from my forehead, for the excitement of the day had given me a nervous headache. I posted my letter in a narrow street near the hotel. As I turned away from the post office to go back to the High Street, I was startled by the apparition of a girlish figure upon the other side of the street. A figure so like Margaret's that its presence in that street filled me with a vague sense of fear, as if the slender figure, with garments fluttering in the wind, had been a phantom. Of course, I attributed this feeling to its right cause, which was doubtless neither more nor less than the over-excited state of my own brain. But I was determined to set the matter quite at rest, so I hurried across the way and went close up to the young lady, whose face was completely hidden by a thick veil. "Miss Wilmot! Margaret!" I said. I had thought it impossible that Margaret should be in Winchester, and I was only right, it seemed, for the young lady drew herself away from me abruptly and walked across the road, as if she mistook my error in addressing her for an intentional insult. I watched her as she walked rapidly along the narrow street until she turned sharply away at a corner and disappeared. When I first saw her, as I stood by the post office, the moonlight had shone full upon her. As she went away, the moon was hidden by a fleecy grey cloud, and the street was wrapped in shadow. Thus it was only for a few moments that I distinctly saw the outline of her figure. Her face I did not see at all. I went back to the hotel and sat by the fire trying to read a newspaper, but unable to chain my thoughts to the page. Mr. Carter came in a little before 11 o'clock. He was in very high spirits, and drank a tumbler of steaming brandy and water with great gusto. But question him how I might, I could get nothing from him except that he meant to have a search made for the dead man's clothes. I asked him why he wanted them, and what advantage would be gained by the finding of them, but he only nodded his head significantly, and told me to wait. To-day has been most wretched, a day of miserable discoveries, and yet not altogether miserable, for the one grand discovery of the day has justified my faith in the woman I love. The morning was cold and wet, there was not a ray of sunshine in the dense grey sky, and the flat landscape beyond the cathedral seemed almost blotted out by the drizzling rain. Only the hills, grand and changeless, towered above the mists, and made the landmarks of the soddened country. We took an early and hasty breakfast. Quiet and businesslike as the detective's manner was, even to-day, I could see that he was excited. He took nothing but a cup of strong tea and a few mouthfuls of dry toast, and then put on his coat and hat. "I'm going down to the chief quarters of the county constabulary," he said. "I shall be obliged to tell the truth about my business down there, because I want every facility for what I'm going to do. If you'd like to see the water dragged, you can meet me at 12 o'clock in the Grove. You'll find me superintending the work." It was about 8:30 when Mr. Carter left me. The time hung very heavily on my hands between that time and 11 o'clock. At 11 I put on my hat and overcoat and went out into the rain. I found my friend the detective standing in one of the smaller entrances of the cathedral, in very earnest conversation with an old man. As Mr. Carter gave me no token of recognition, I understood that he did not want me to interrupt his companion's talk, so I walked slowly on by the same pathway along which we had gone on the previous afternoon, the same pathway by which the murdered man had gone to his death. I had not walked half a mile before I was joined by the detective. "I gave you the office just now," he said, "because I thought if you spoke to me that old chap would leave off talking, and I might miss something that was on the tip of his tongue." "Did he tell you much?" "No, he's the man who gave his evidence at the inquest. He gave me a minute description of Henry Dunbar's watch and chain. The watch didn't open quite in the usual manner, and the gentleman was rather awkward in opening it, my friend the verger tells me. He was awkward with the key of his desk. He seems to have had a fit of awkwardness that day." "You think he was guilty, and that he was confused and agitated by the hideous business he had been concerned in?" Mr. Carter looked at me with a very queer smile on his face. "You're improving, Mr. Austin," he said. "You'd make a first-class detective in next to no time." I felt rather doubtful as to the meaning of this compliment, for there was something very like irony in Mr. Carter's tone. "I'll tell you what I think," he said, stopping presently, and taking me by the buttonhole. "I think that I know why the murdered man's coat, waistcoat, and shirt were stripped off him." I begged the detective to tell me what he thought upon this subject, but he refused to do so. "Wait and see," he said. "If I'm right, you'll soon find out what I mean. If I'm wrong, I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I'm an old hand, and I don't want to be found out in a mistake." I said no more after this. The disappearance of the murdered man's clothes had always appeared to me the only circumstance that was irreconcilable with the idea of Henry Dunbar's guilt. That some brutal wretch who stained his soul with blood for the sake of his victim's poor possessions should strip off the clothes of the dead and make a market even out of them was probable enough. But that Henry Dunbar, the wealthy, hyper-refined Anglo-Indian, should linger over the body of his valet and offer needless profanation to the dead, was something incredible and not to be accounted for by any theory whatever. This was the one point which, from first to last, had completely baffled me. We found the man with the drags waiting for us under the dripping trees. Mr. Carter had revealed himself to the constabulary as one of the chief luminaries of Scotland Yard, and if he had wanted to dig up the foundations of the cathedral, they would scarcely have ventured to interfere with his design. One of the constables was lounging by the water's edge, watching the men as they prepared for business. I have no need to write a minute record of that miserable day. I know that I walked up and down, backwards and forwards, upon the soddened grass, from noon till sundown, always thinking that I would go away presently, always lingering a little longer, hindered by the fancy that Mr. Carter's search was on the point of being successful. I know that for hour after hour the grating sound of the iron drags grinding on the gravelly bed of the stream sounded in my tired ears, and yet there was no result. I know that rusty scraps of worn-out hardware, dead bodies of cats and dogs, old shoes laden with pebbles, rank entanglements of vegetable corruption, and all manner of likely and unlikely rubbish, were dragged out of the stream and thrown aside upon the bank. The detective grew dirtier and slimier and wetter as the day wore on, but still he did not lose heart. "I'll have every inch of the bed of the stream, and every hidden hole in the bottom, dragged 10 times over before I'll give it up," he said to me, when he came to me at dusk with some brandy that had been brought by a boy who had been fetching beer, more or less, all the afternoon. When it grew dark, the men lighted a couple of flaring resinous torches, which Mr. Carter had sent for towards dusk, and worked by the patches of fitful light which these torches threw upon the water. I still walked up and down under the dripping trees, in the darkness, as I had walked in the light, and once, when I was farthest from the red glare of the torches, a strange fancy took possession of me. In amongst the dim branches of the trees I thought I saw something moving, something that reminded me of the figure I had seen opposite the post-office on the previous night. I ran in amongst the trees, and as I did so, the figure seemed to me to recede and disappear. A faint rustling of a woman's dress sounded in my ears, or seemed so to sound, as the figure melted from my sight. But again I had good reason to attribute these fancies to the state of my own brain after that long day of anxiety and suspense. At last, when I was completely worn out by my weary day, Mr. Carter came to me. "They're found!" he cried. "We've found 'em! We've found the murdered man's clothes. They've been drifted away into one of the deepest holes there is, and the rats have been gnawing at 'em. But, please Providence, we shall find what we want. I'm not much of a church-goer, but I do believe there's a Providence that lies in wait for wicked men, and catches the very cleverest of them when they least expect it." I had never seen Mr. Carter so much excited as he seemed now. His face was flushed, and his nostrils quivered nervously. I followed him to the spot where the constable and 2 men, who had been dragging the stream, were gathered round a bundle of wet rubbish lying on the ground. Mr. Carter knelt down before this bundle, which was covered with trailing weeds and moss and slime, and the constable stooped over him with a flaming torch in his hand. "These are somebody's clothes, sure enough," the detective said, "and unless I'm very much mistaken, they're what I want. Has anybody got a basket?" Yes, the boy who had fetched beer had a basket. Mr. Carter stuffed the slimy bundle into this basket and put his arm through the handle. "You're not going to look 'em over here, then?" said the local constable, with an air of disappointment. "No, I'll take them straight to my hotel. I shall have plenty of light there." "You can come with me if you like," Mr. Carter answered. He paid the men who had been at work all day, and paid them liberally, I suppose, for they seemed very well satisfied. I had given him money for any expenses such as these, for I knew that, in a case of this kind, every insignificant step entailed the expenditure of money. We walked homewards as rapidly as the miserable state of the path, the increasing darkness, and the falling rain would allow us to walk. The constable walked with us. Mr. Carter whistled softly to himself as he went along, with the basket on his arm. The slimy green stuff and muddy water dripped from the bottom of the basket as he carried it. I was still at a loss to understand the reason of his high spirits. I was still at a loss to comprehend why he attached so much importance to the finding of the dead man's clothes. It was past 8 o'clock when we 3 men, the detective, the Winchester constable, and myself, entered our sitting room at the George Hotel. The principal table was laid for dinner, and the waiter, our friend of the previous evening, was hovering about, eager to receive us. But Mr. Carter sent the waiter about his business. "I've got a little matter to settle with this gentleman," he said, indicating the Winchester constable with a backward jerk of his thumb. "I'll ring when I want dinner." I saw the waiter's eyes open to an abnormal extent as he looked at the constable, and I saw a sudden blank apprehension creep over his face as he retired very slowly from the room. "Now," said Mr. Carter, "we'll examine the bundle." He pushed away the dinner table and drew forward a smaller table. Then he ran out of the room and returned in about 2 minutes, carrying with him all the towels he had been able to find in my room and his own, which were close at hand. He spread the towels on the table, and then took the slimy bundle from the basket. "Bring me the candles, both the candles," he said to the constable. The man held the 2 wax candles on the right hand of the detective as he sat before the table. I stood on his left hand, watching him intently. He touched the ragged and mud-stained bundle as carefully as if it had been some living thing. Foul river insects crept out of the weeds, which were so intermingled with the tattered fabrics that it was difficult to distinguish one substance from the other. Mr. Carter was right, the rats had been at work. The outer part of the bundle was a coat, a cloth coat, gnawed into tatters by the sharp teeth of water rats. Inside the coat there was a waistcoat, a satin scarf that was little better than a pulp, and a shirt that had once been white. Inside the white shirt there was a flannel shirt, out of which there rolled 6 heavy stones. These had been used to sink the bundle, but were not so heavy as to prevent its drifting into the hole where it had been found. The bundle had been rolled up very tightly, and the outer garment was the only one which had been destroyed by the rats. The inner garment, the flannel shirt, was in a very tolerable state of preservation. The detective swept the coat and waistcoat and the pebbles back into the basket, and then rolled both of the shirts in a towel, and did his best to dry them. The constable watched him with open eyes, but with no ray of intelligence in his stolid face. "Well," said Mr. Carter, "there isn't much here, is there? I don't think I need detain you any longer. You'll be wanting your tea, I dare say. "I didn't think there would be much in them," the constable said, pointing contemptuously to the wet rags. His reverential awe of Scotland Yard had been considerably lessened during that long, tiresome day. "I didn't see your game from the first, and I don't see it now. But you wanted the things found, and you've had 'em found." "Yes, and I've paid for the work being done," Mr. Carter answered briskly. "Not but what I'm thankful to you for giving me your help, and I shall esteem it a favour if you'll accept a trifle to make up for your lost day. I've made a mistake, that's all. The wisest of us are liable to be mistaken once in a way." The constable grinned as he took the sovereign which Mr. Carter offered him. There was something like triumph in the grin of that Winchester constable. The triumph of a country official who is pleased to see a Londoner at fault. I confess that I groaned aloud when the door closed upon the man, and I found myself alone with the detective, who had seated himself at the little table, and was poring over one of the shirts outspread before him. "All this day's labour and weariness has been so much wasted trouble," I said, "for it seems to have brought us no step nearer to the point we wanted to reach." "Hasn't it, Mr. Austin?" cried the detective eagerly. "Do you think I am such a fool as to speak out before the man who has just left this room? Do you think I'm going to tell him my secret, or let him share my gains? The business of today has brought us to the very end we want to reach. It has brought about the discovery to which Margaret Wilmot's letter was the first indication. The discovery pointed to by every word that man told us last night. Why did I want to find the clothes worn by the murdered man? Because I knew that those garments must contain a secret, or they never would have been stripped from the corpse. It ain't often that a murderer cares to stop longer than he's obliged by the side of his victim, and I knew all along that whoever stripped off those clothes must have had a very strong reason for doing it. I have worked this business out by my own lights, and I've been right. Look there, Mr. Austin." He handed me the wet, discoloured shirt, and pointed with his finger to one particular spot. There, amidst the stains of mud and moss, I saw something which was distinct and different from them. A name, neatly worked in dark crimson thread, a Christian and surname in full. "How do you make that out?" Mr. Carter asked, looking me full in the face. Neither I nor any rational creature upon this earth able to read English characters could have well made out that name otherwise than I made it out. It was the name of Henry Dunbar. "You see it all now, don't you?" said Mr. Carter. "That's why the clothes were stripped off the body, and hidden at the bottom of the stream, where the water seemed deepest. That's why the watch and chain changed hands. That's why the man who came back to this house after the murder was slow to select the key of the desk. You understand now why it was so difficult for Margaret Wilmot to obtain access to the man at Maudesley Abbey, and why, when she had once seen that man, she tried to shield him from inquiry and pursuit. When she told you that Henry Dunbar was innocent of her father's murder, she only told you the truth. The man who was murdered was Henry Dunbar. The man who murdered him was—" I could hear no more. The blood surged up to my head, and I staggered back and dropped into a chair. When I came to myself, I found the detective splashing cold water in my face. When I came to myself, and was able to think steadily of what had happened, I had but one feeling in my mind, and that was pity, unutterable pity for the woman I loved. Mr. Carter carried the bundle of clothes to his own room, and returned by and by, bringing his portmanteau with him. He put the portmanteau in the corner near the fireplace. "I've locked the clothes safely in that," he said, "and I don't mean to let it out of my sight till it's lodged in very safe hands. That mark upon Henry Dunbar's shirt will hang his murderer." "There may have been some mistake," I said. "The clothes marked with the name of Henry Dunbar may not have really belonged to Henry Dunbar. He may have given those clothes to his old valet." "That's not likely, sir, for the old valet only met him at Southampton 2 or 3 hours before the murder was committed. No, I can see it all now. It's the strangest case that ever came to my knowledge, but it's simple enough when you've got the right clue to it. There was no probable motive which could induce Henry Dunbar, the very pink of respectability, and sole owner of $1 million of money, to run the risk of the gallows. There were very strong reasons why Joseph Wilmot, a vagabond and a returned criminal, should murder his late master, if by so doing he could take the dead man's place and slip from the position of an outcast and a penniless reprobate into that of chief partner in the house of Dunbar and Company. It was a bold game to hazard, and it must have been a fearfully perilous and difficult game to play, and the man has played it well to have escaped suspicion so long. His daughter's conscientious scruples have betrayed him. Yes, Mr. Carter spoke the truth. Margaret's refusal to fulfill her engagement had set in motion the machinery by means of which the secret of this foul murder had been discovered. I thought of the strange revelation, still so new to me, until my brain grew dazed. How had it been done? How had it been managed? The man whom I had seen and spoken with was not Henry Dunbar, then, but Joseph Wilmot, the murderer of his master, the treacherous and deliberate assassin of the man he had gone to meet and welcome after his 35 years' absence from England. "But surely such a conspiracy must be impossible," I said by and by. "I have seen letters in St. Gundolph Lane, letters in Henry Dunbar's hand, since last August." "That's very likely, sir," the detective answered coolly. "I turned up Joseph Wilmot's own history while I was making myself acquainted with the details of this murder. He was transported 30 years ago for forgery. He made a bold attempt at escape, but he was caught in the act and removed to Norfolk Island. He was one of the cleverest chaps at counterfeiting any man's handwriting that was ever tried at the Old Bailey. He was known as one of the most daring scoundrels that ever stepped on board a convict ship. A clever villain, and a bold one, but not without some touches of good in him, I'm told. At Norfolk Island he worked so hard and behaved so well that he got set free before he had served half his time. He came back to England, and was seen about London, and was suspected of being concerned in all manner of criminal offences, from card-sharping to coining, but nothing was ever brought home to him. I believe he tried to make an honest living, but couldn't. The brand of the jailbird was upon him, and if he ever did get a chance, it was taken away from him before the sincerity of any apparent reformation had been tested. This is his history, and the history of many other men like him. And Margaret was the daughter of this man. An inexpressible feeling of melancholy took possession of me as I thought of this. I understood everything now. This noble girl had heroically put away from her the one chance of a bright and happy life, rather than bring upon her husband the foul taint of her father's crime. I could understand all now. I looked back at the white face, rigid in its speechless agony, the fixed, dilated eyes, and I pictured to myself the horror of that scene at Maudesley Abbey, when the father and daughter stood opposite to each other, and Margaret Wilmot discovered why the murderer had persistently hidden himself from her. The mystery of my betrothed wife's renunciation of my life had been solved, but the discovery was so hideous that I looked back now and regretted the time of my ignorance and uncertainty. Would it not have been better for me if I had let Margaret Wilmot go her own way, and carry out her sublime scheme of self-sacrifice? Would it not have been better to leave the dark secret of the murder forever hidden from all but that one dread avenger whose judgments reached the sinner in his remotest hiding-place, and follow him to the grave? Would it not have been better to do this? No! My own heart told me that the argument was false and cowardly. So long as man deals with his fellow man, so long as laws endure for the protection of the helpless and the punishment of the wicked, the course of justice must know no hindrance from any personal consideration. If Margaret Wilmot's father had done this hateful deed, he must pay the penalty of his crime, though the broken heart of his innocent daughter was a sacrifice to his iniquity. If, by a strange fatality, I, who so dearly loved this girl, had urged on the coming of this fateful day, I had only been a blind instrument in the mighty hand of Providence, and I had no cause to regret the revelation of the truth. There was only one thing left me. The world would shrink away, perhaps, from the murderer's daughter. But I, who had seen her nature proved in the fiery furnace of affliction, knew what a priceless pearl heaven had given me in this woman, whose name must henceforth sound vile in the ears of honest men, and I did not recoil from the horror of my good girl's history. If it has been my destiny to bring this great sorrow upon her, I thought, it shall be my duty to make her future safe and happy. But would Margaret ever consent to be my wife if she discovered that I had been the means of bringing about the discovery of her father's crime? This was not a pleasant thought, and it was uppermost in my mind while I sat opposite to the detective, who ate a very hearty dinner, and whose air of suppressed high spirits was intolerable to me. Success is the very wine of life, and it was scarcely strange that Mr. Carter should feel pleased at having succeeded in finding a clue to the mystery that had so completely baffled his colleagues. So long as I had believed in Henry Dunbar's guilt, I had felt no compunction as to the task I was engaged in. I had even caught something of the detective's excitement in the chase. But now that I knew the shame and anguish which our discovery must inevitably entail upon the woman I loved, my heart sank within me, and I hated Mr. Carter for his ardent enjoyment of his triumph. "You don't mind travelling by the mail train, do you, Mr. Austen?" the detective said, presently. "Not particularly, but why do you ask me?" "Because I shall leave Winchester by the mail to-night." "What for?" "To get as fast as I can to Maudesley Abbey, where I shall have the honour of arresting Mr. Joseph Wilmot." So soon! I shuddered at the rapid course of justice when once a criminal mystery is revealed. But what if you should be mistaken? What if Joseph Wilmot was the victim and not the murderer? In that case I shall soon discover my mistake. If the man at Maudesley Abbey is Henry Dunbar, there must be plenty of people able to identify him. "But Henry Dunbar has been away 35 years." "He has, but people don't think much of the distance between England and Calcutta nowadays. There must be people in England now who knew the banker in India. I'm going down to the resident magistrate, Mr. Austen, the man who had Henry Dunbar, or the supposed Henry Dunbar, arrested last August. I shall leave the clothes in his care, for Joseph Wilmot will be tried at the Winchester Assizes. The mail leaves Winchester at 11:15, added Mr. Carter, looking at his watch as he spoke, so I haven't much time to lose." He took the bundle from the portmanteau, wrapped it in a sheet of brown paper which the waiter had brought him a few minutes before, and hurried away. I sat alone, brooding over the fire, and trying to reason upon the events of the day. The waiter was moving softly about the room, but though I saw him look at me wistfully once or twice, he did not speak to me until he was about to leave the room, when he told me that there was a letter on the mantelpiece, a letter which had come by the evening post. The letter had been staring me in the face all the evening, but in my abstraction I had never noticed it. It was from my mother. I opened it when the waiter had left me, and read the following lines. "My dearest Clem, I was very glad to get your letter this morning, announcing your safe arrival at Winchester. I dare say I am a foolish old woman, but I always begin to think of railway collisions, and all manner of possible and impossible calamities, directly you leave me on ever so short a journey. I was very much surprised yesterday morning by a visit from Margaret Wilmot. I was very cool to her at first, for though you never told me why your engagement to her was so abruptly broken off, I could not but think she was in some manner to blame, since I knew you too well, my darling boy, to believe you capable of inconstancy or unkindness. I thought, therefore, that her visit was very ill-timed, and I let her see that my feelings towards her were entirely changed. But, oh, Clement, when I saw the alteration in that unhappy girl, my heart melted all at once, and I could not speak to her coldly or unkindly. I never saw such a change in any one before. She is altered from a pretty girl into a pale, haggard woman. Her manners are as much changed as her personal appearance. She had a feverish restlessness that fidgeted me out of my life, and her limbs trembled every now and then while she was speaking, and her words seemed to die away as she tried to utter them. She wanted to see you, she said, and when I told her that you were out of town, she seemed terribly distressed. But afterwards, when she had questioned me a good deal, and I told her that you had gone to Winchester, she started suddenly to her feet and began to tremble from head to foot. I rang for wine and made her take some. She did not refuse to take it. On the contrary, she drank the wine quite eagerly, and said, "I hope it will give me strength. I am so feeble, so miserably weak and feeble, and I want to be strong." I persuaded her to stop and rest, but she wouldn't listen to me. She wanted to go back to London, she said. She wanted to be in London by a particular time. Do what I would, I could not detain her. She took my hands and pressed them to her poor pale lips, and then hurried away, so changed from the bright Margaret of the past, that a dreadful thought took possession of my mind, and I began to fear that she was mad. The letter went on to speak of other things, but I could not think of anything but my mother's description of Margaret's visits. I understood her agitation at hearing of my journey to Winchester. She knew that only one motive could lead me to that place. I knew now that the familiar figure I had seen in the moonlit street and in the dusky grove was no phantasm of my overexcited brain. I knew now that it was the figure of the noble-hearted woman I loved, the figure of the heroic daughter who had followed me to Winchester and dogged my footsteps, in the vain effort to stand between her father and the penalty of his crime. As I had been watched in the street on the previous night, I had been watched tonight in the grove. The rustling dress, the shadowy figure melting in the obscurity of the rain-blotted landscape had belonged to Margaret Wilmot. Mr. Carter came in while I was still pondering over my mother's letter. "I'm off," he said briskly. "Will you settle the bill, Mr. Austin? I suppose you'd like to be with me to the end of this business. You'll go down to Maudesley Abbey with me, won't you?" "No," I said, "I will have no farther hand in this matter. Do your duty, Mr. Carter, and the reward I promised shall be faithfully paid to you. If Joseph Wilmot was the treacherous murderer of his old master, he must pay the penalty of his crime. I have neither the power nor the wish to shield him. But he is the father of the woman I love. It is not for me to help in hunting him to the gallows." Mr. Carter looked very grave. "To be sure, sir," he said, "I recollect now. I've been so wrapped up in this business that I forgot the difference it would make to you. But many a good girl has had a bad father, you know, sir, and—" I put up my hand to stop him. "Nothing that can possibly happen will lessen my esteem for Miss Wilmot," I said. "That point admits of no discussion." I took out my pocket-book, gave the detective money for his expenses, and wished him good night. When he had left me, I went out into the High Street. The rain was over, and the moon was shining in a cloudless sky. Heaven knows how I should have met Margaret Wilmot had chance thrown her in my way to-night. But my mind was filled with her image, and I walked about the quiet town, expecting at every turn in the street, at every approaching footstep sounding on the pavement, to see the figure I had seen last night. But go where I would, I saw no sign of her, so I came back to the hotel at last, to sit alone by the dull fire, and write this record of my day's work. While Clement Austin sat in the lonely sitting-room at the George Inn, with his rapid pen scratching along the paper before him, a woman walked up and down the lamplit platform at Rugby, waiting for the branch train which was to take her on to Shorncliffe. This woman was Margaret Wilmot, the haggard, trembling girl whose altered manner had so terrified simple-hearted Mrs. Austin. But she did not tremble now. She had pushed her thick black veil away from her face, and though no vestige of healthy colour had come back to her cheeks or lips, her features had a set look of steadfast resolution, and her eyes looked straight before her, like the eyes of a person who has one special purpose in view, and will not swerve or falter until that purpose has been carried out. There was only one elderly gentleman in the first-class carriage in which Margaret Wilmot took her seat when the branch train for Shorncliffe was ready, and as this one fellow passenger slept throughout the journey, with his face covered by an expansive silk handkerchief, Margaret was left free to think her own thoughts. The girl was scarcely less quiet than her slumbering companion. She sat in one changeless attitude, with her hands clasped together in her lap, and her eyes always looking straight forward, as they had looked when she walked upon the platform. Once she put her hand mechanically to the belt of her dress, and then shook her head with a sigh as she drew it away. "How long the time seems," she said. "How long, and I have no watch now, and I can't tell how late it is. If they should be there before me, if they should be travelling by this train— No, that's impossible. I know that neither Clement, nor the man that was with him, left Winchester by the train that took me to London. But if they should telegraph to London or Shorncliffe?" She began to tremble at the thought of this possibility. If that grand wonder of science, the electric telegraph, should be made use of by the men she dreaded, she would be too late upon the errand she was going on. The mail train stopped at Shorncliffe while she was thinking of this fatal possibility. She got out and asked one of the porters to get her a fly, but the man shook his head. "There's no flies to be had at this time of night, miss," he said civilly enough. "Where do you want to go?" She dared not tell him her destination. Secrecy was essential to the fulfilment of her purpose. "I can walk," she said. "I am not going very far." She left the station before the man could ask her any further questions, and went out into the moonlit country road on which the station abutted. She went through the town of Shorncliffe, where the diamond casements were all darkened for the night, and under the gloomy archway, past the dark shadows which the ponderous castle towers flung across the rippling water. She left the town, and went out upon the lonely country road, through patches of moonlight and shadow, fearless in her self-abnegation, with only one thought in her mind. Would she be in time? She was very tired when she came at last to the iron gates at the principal entrance of Maudesley Park. She had heard Clement Austin speak of a bridle path through the park to Lisford, and he had told her that this bridle path was approached by a gate in the park fence upwards of a mile from the principal lodge. She walked along by this fence, looking for the gate. She found it at last, a little low wooden gate, painted white, and only fastened by a latch. Beyond the gate there was a pathway winding in and out among the trunks of the great elms, across the dry grass. Margaret Wilmot followed this winding path, slowly and doubtfully, till she came to the margin of a vast open lawn. Upon the other side of this lawn she saw the dark frontage of Maudesley Abbey, and 3 tall lighted windows gleaming through the night. End of chapter 39. Recording by Dan Soul, Natick, Massachusetts.
Chapter 40 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 40. Flight. The man who called himself Henry Dunbar was lying on the tapestried cushions of a carved oaken couch that stood before the fire in his spacious living-room. He lay there, listening to the March wind roaring in the broad chimney, and watching the blazing coals and the crackling logs of wood. It was 3 o'clock in the morning now, and the servants had left the room at midnight, but the sick man had ordered a huge fire to be made up, a fire that promised to last for some hours. The master of Maudesley Abbey was in no way improved by his long imprisonment. His complexion had faded to a dull leaden hue, his cheeks were sunken, his eyes looked unnaturally large and unnaturally bright. Long hours of loneliness, long sleepless nights, and thoughts that from every diverging point for ever narrowed inwards to one hideous centre, had done their work of him. The man lying opposite the fire to-night looked 10 years older than the man who gave his evidence so boldly and clearly before the coroner's jury at Winchester. The crutches, they were made of some light polished wood, and were triumphs in their own way, leaned against a table close to the couch, and within reach to the man's hand. He had learned to walk about the rooms and on the gravel drive before the Abbey with these crutches, and had even learned to do without them, for he was now able to set the lamed foot upon the ground, and to walk a few paces pretty steadily, with no better support than that of his cane. But as yet he walked slowly and doubtfully, in spite of his impatience to be about once more. Heaven knows how many different thoughts were busy in his restless brain that night. Strange memories came back to him, as he lay staring at the red chasms and craggy steeps in the fire, memories of a time so long gone by that all the personages of that period seemed to him like the characters in a book, or the figures in a picture. He saw their faces, and he remembered how they had looked at him, and among these other faces he saw the many semblances which his own had won. O God, how that face had changed! The bright, frank, boyish countenance looked eagerly out upon a world that seemed so pleasant. The young man's hopeful smile, and then the hard face that grew harder with the lapse of years. The smile that took no radiance from a light within, the frown that blackened as the soul grew darker. He saw all these, and still forever amid 1,000 distracting ideas his thoughts, which were beyond his own volition, concentrated in one plague spot of his life, and held him there, fixed as a wretch bound hand and foot upon the rack. "If I could only get away from this place," he said to himself, "if I could get away, it would all be different. Change of scene, activity, hurrying from place to place in new countries and amongst strange people, would have the usual influence upon me. The memory would pass away then, as other memories have passed, only to be recalled now and then in a dream, or conjured up by some chance allusion dropped from the lips of strangers, some coincidence of resemblance in a scene, or face, or tone, or look. That memory cannot be so much worse than the rest that it should be ineffaceable where they have been effaced. But while I stay here in this dismal room, where the dropping of the ashes on the hearth, the ticking of the clock upon the chimney-piece, are like that torture I have read of somewhere, the drop of water falling at intervals upon the victim's forehead until the anguish of its monotony drives him raving mad, while I stay here there is no hope of forgetfulness, no possibility of peace. I saw him last night, and the night before last, and the night before that. I see him always when I go to sleep, smiling at me, as he smiled when he went into the grove. I can hear his voice, and the words he said, every syllable of those insignificant words, selfish murmurs about the probability of his being fatigued in that long walk, the possibility that it would have been better to hire a fly, and to have driven by the road. Bah! What was he that I should be sorry for him? Am I sorry for him? No, I am sorry for myself, and for the torture which I have created for myself. Oh God, I can see him now as he looked up at me out of the water. The motion of the stream gave a look of life to his face, and I almost thought he was still alive, and I had never done that deed. These were the pleasant fireside thoughts with which the master of Maudesley Abbey beguiled the hours of his convalescence. Heaven keep our memories green, exclaims the poet-novelist, and heaven preserve us from such deeds as make our memories hideous to us. From such a reverie as this, the master of Maudesley Abbey was suddenly aroused by the sound of a light knocking against one of the windows of his room, the window nearest him as he lay on the couch. He started and lifted himself into a sitting posture. "Who is there?" he cried impatiently. He was frightened, and clasped his 2 hands upon his forehead, trying to think who the late visitant could be. Why should any one come to him at such an hour, unless it was discovered? There could be no other justification for such an intrusion. His breath came short and thick as he thought of this. Had it come at last, then, that awful moment which he had dreamed of so many times, that hideous crisis which he had imagined under so many different aspects? Had it come at last like this, quietly, in the dead of night, without one moment's warning, before he had prepared himself to escape it, or hardened himself to meet it? Had it come now? The man thought all this while he listened, with his chest heaving, his breath coming in hoarse gasps, waiting for the reply to his question. There was no reply except the knocking, which grew louder and more hurried. If there can be an expression in the tapping of a hand against a pane of glass, there was expression in that hand, the expression of entreaty rather than of demand, which it seemed to that white and terror-stricken listener. His heart gave a great throb, like a prisoner who leaps away from the fetters that have been newly loosened. "What a fool I have been!" he thought. "If it was that, there would be knocking and ringing at the hall door, instead of that cautious summons. I suppose that fellow Vallance has got into some kind of trouble, and has come in the dead of night to hound me for money. It would be only like him to do it. He knows he must be admitted. Let him come when he may." The invalid gave a groan as he thought this. He got up and walked to the window, leaning upon his cane as he went. The knocking still sounded. He was close to the window, and he heard something besides the knocking. A woman's voice, not loud, but peculiarly audible by reason of its earnestness. "Let me in! For pity's sake, let me in!" The man standing at the window knew that voice. Only too well. Only too well. It was the voice of the girl who had so persistently followed him, who had only lately succeeded in seeing him. He drew back the bolts that fastened the long French window, opened it, and admitted Margaret Wilmot. "Margaret!" he cried, "what in heaven's name brings you here at such an hour as this?" "Danger!" answered the girl breathlessly. "Danger to you. I have been running, and the words seem to choke me as I speak. There's not a moment to be lost, not one moment. They will be here directly. They cannot fail to be here directly. I felt as if they had been close behind me all the way. They may have done so. There is not a moment, not one moment." She stopped, with her hands clasped upon her breast. She was incoherent in her excitement, and knew that she was so, and struggled to express herself clearly. "Oh, father!" she exclaimed, lifting her hands to her head, and pushing the loose tangled hair away from her face. "I have tried to save you. I have tried to save you. But sometimes I think that it is not to be. It may be God's mercy that you should be taken, and your wretched daughter can die with you." She fell upon her knees suddenly in a kind of delirium, and lifted up her clasped hands. "Oh, God, have mercy upon him!" she cried. "As I prayed in this room before, as I have prayed every hour since that dreadful time, I pray again to-night. Have mercy upon him, and give him a penitent heart, and wash away his sin. What is the penalty he may suffer here compared to that thou canst inflict hereafter? Let the chastisement of man fall upon him, so as thou wilt accept his repentance." "Margaret," said Joseph Wilmot, grasping the girl's arm, "are you praying that I may be hung? Have you come here to do that? Get up. Tell me what is the matter." Margaret Wilmot rose from her knees shuddering, and looking straight before her, trying to be calm, trying to collect her thoughts. "Father," she said, "I have never known 1 hour's peaceful sleep since the night I left this room. For the last 3 nights I have not slept at all. I have been travelling, walking from place to place, until I could drop on the floor at your feet. I want to tell you, but the words won't come somehow." She pointed to her dry lips, which moved but made no sound. There was a bottle of brandy and a glass on the table near the couch. Joseph Wilmot was seldom without that companion. He snatched up the bottle and glass, poured out some of the brandy, and placed it between his daughter's lips. She drank the spirit eagerly. She would have drunk living fire, if, by doing so, she could have gained strength to complete her task. "You must leave this house directly," she gasped. "You must go abroad, anywhere, so long as you are safe out of the way. They will be here to look for you. Heaven only knows how soon." "They? Who?" "Clement Austin, and a man, a detective." "Clement Austin, your lover, your confederate? You have betrayed me, Margaret?" "I?" cried the girl, looking at her father. There was something sublime in the tone of that one word, something superb in the girl's face, as her eyes met the haggard gaze of the murderer. "Forgive me, my girl. No, no, you wouldn't do that, even to a loathsome wretch like me. But you will go away. You will escape from them. Why should I be afraid of them? Let they come when they please. They have no proof against me." "No proof? Oh, father, you don't know. You don't know. They have been to Winchester. I heard from Clement's mother that he had gone there, and I went after him and found out where he was, at the inn where you stayed, where you refused to see me, and that there was a man with him. I waited about the streets, and at night I saw them both, the man and Clement. Oh, father, I knew they could have only one purpose in coming to that place. I saw them at night, and the next day I watched again, waiting about the street, and hiding myself under porches or in shops. when there was any chance of my being seen. I saw Clement leave the George and take the way towards the cathedral. I went to the cathedral yard afterwards, and saw the strange man talking in a doorway with an old man. I loitered about the cathedral yard, and saw the man that was with Clement go away down by the meadows, towards the grove, to the place where—" She stopped, and trembled so violently that she was unable to speak. Joseph Wilmot filled the glass with brandy for a second time, and put it to his daughter's lips. She drank about a teaspoonful, and then went on, speaking very rapidly and in broken sentences. "I followed the man, keeping a good way behind, so that he might not see that he was followed. He went straight down to the very place where the murder was done. Clement was there, and 3 men. They were there under the trees, and they were dragging the water." "Dragging the water? Oh, my God, why were they doing that?" cried the man, dropping suddenly on the chair nearest to him, and with his face livid. For the first time since Margaret had entered the room, terror took possession of him. Until now he had listened attentively, anxiously, but the ghastly look of fear and horror was new upon his face. He had defied discovery. There was only one thing that could be used against him: the bundle of clothes, the marked garments of the murdered man, those fatal garments which he had been unable to destroy, which he had only been able to hide. These things alone could give evidence against him. But who should think of searching for these things? Again and again he had thought of the bundle at the bottom of the stream, only to laugh at the wondrous science of discovery, which had slunk back baffled by so slight a mystery, only to fancy the water-rats gnawing the dead man's garments, and all the ooze and slime creeping in and out amongst the folds until the rotting rags became a very part of the rank river-weeds that crawled and tangled around them. He had thought this, and the knowledge that strangers had been busy on that spot, dragging the water, the dreadful water that had so often flowed through his dreams, with not one but 1,000 dead faces looking up and grinning at him through the stream. The tidings that a search had been made there came upon him like a thunderbolt. "Why did they drag the water?" he cried again. His daughter was standing at a little distance from him. She had never gone close up to him, and she had receded a little, involuntarily, as a woman shrinks away from some animal she is frightened of, whenever he had approached her. He knew this, yes. Amidst every other conflicting thought, this man was conscious that his daughter avoided him. "They dragged the water," Margaret said. "I walked about that place under the elms all the day. Only one day, but it seemed to last for ever and ever. I was obliged to hide myself and to keep at a distance, for Clement was there all day. But as it grew dusk I ventured nearer, and found out what they were doing, and that they had not found what they were searching for, but I did not know yet what it was they wanted to find." "But they found it," gasped the girl's father. "Did they find it? Come to that." "Yes, they found it by and by. A bundle of rags, a boy told me, a boy who had been about with the men all day. A bundle of rags it looked like, he said, but he heard the constable say that those rags were the clothes that had belonged to the murdered man." "What then? What next?" "I waited to hear no more, father. I ran all the way to Winchester to the station. I was in time for a train, which brought me to London. I came on by the mail to Rugby, and—" "Yes, yes, I know, and you are a brave girl, a noble girl. Ah, my poor Margaret, I don't think I should have hated that man so much if it hadn't been for the thought of you, your lonely girlhood, your hopeless, joyless existence, and all through him, all through the man who ruined me at the outset of my life. But I won't talk. I daren't talk. They have found the clothes. They know that the man who was murdered was Henry Dunbar. They will be here. Let me think. Let me think how I can get away." He clasped both his hands upon his head, as if by force of their iron grip he could steady his mind, and clear away the confusion of his brain. From the first day on which he had taken possession of the dead man's property, until this moment, he had lived in perpetual terror of the crisis which had now arrived. There was no possible form or manner in which he had not imagined the situation. There was no preparation in his power to make that he had left unmade. But he had hoped to anticipate the dreaded hour. He had planned his flight, and meant to have left Maudesley Abbey for ever in the first hour that found him capable of travelling. He had planned his flight, and had started on that wintry afternoon when the Sabbath bells had muffled sound, as their solemn peals floated across the snow. He had started on his journey with the intention of never again returning to Maudesley Abbey. He had meant to leave England, to wander far away, through all manner of unfrequented districts, choosing places that were most difficult of approach, and least affected by English travellers. He had meant to do this, and had calculated that his conduct would be, at the worst, considered eccentric, or perhaps it would be thought scarcely unnatural in a lonely man, whose only child had married into a higher sphere than his own. He had meant to do this, and by, when he had been lost sight of by the world, to hide himself under a new name and a new nationality, and that if ever, by some strange fatality, by some awful interposition of Providence, the secret of Henry Dunbar's death should come to light, the murderer would be as entirely removed from human knowledge as if the grave had closed over him and hidden him for ever. This is the course that Joseph Wilmot had planned for himself. There had been plenty of time for him to think and plot in the long nights that he had spent in those splendid rooms, those noble chambers, whose grandeur had been more hideous to him than the blank walls of a condemned cell, whose atmosphere had seemed more suffocating than the fetid vapours of a fever-stained den in St. Giles's. The passionate revengeful yearning of a man who has been cruelly injured and betrayed, the common greed of wealth engendered out of poverty's slow torture, had arisen rampant in this man's breast at the sight of Henry Dunbar. By one hideous deed both passions were gratified, and Joseph Wilmot, the bank messenger, the confidential valet, the forger, the convict, the ticket of leave man, the penniless reprobate, became master of 1 million of money. Yes, he had done this. He had entered Winchester upon that August afternoon, with a few sovereigns and a handful of silver in his pocket, and with a life of poverty and degradation before him. He had left the same town, chief partner in the firm of Dunbar, and Balderby, and sole owner of Maudesley Abbey, the Yorkshire estates, and the house in Portland Place. Surely this was the very triumph of crime, a master-stroke of villainy. But had the villain ever known one moment's happiness since the commission of that deed, one moment's peace, one moment's freedom from a slow, torturing anguish that was like the gnawing of a ravenous beast for ever preying on his entrails? The author of The Opium Eater suffered so cruelly from some internal agony that he grew at last to fancy there was indeed some living creature inside him, for ever torturing and tormenting him. This doubtless was only the fancy of an invalid, but what of that undying serpent called remorse, which coils itself about the heart of the murderer, and holds it for ever in a deadly grip, never to beat freely again, never to know a painless throb, or feel a sweet emotion? In a few minutes, while the rooks were cawing at the elms, and the green leaves fluttering in the drowsy summer air, and the blue waters rippling in the sunshine and flecked by the shadows, Joseph Wilmot had done a deed which had given him the richest reward that a murderer ever hoped to win, and had so transformed his life, so changed the very current of his being, that he went away out of that wood not alone, but dogged step by step by a gaunt stalking creature, a hideous monster that echoed his every breath, and followed at his shoulder, and clung about him, and grappled his throat, and weighed him down, a horrid thing which had neither shape nor name, and yet wore every shape, and took every name, and was the ghost of the deed that he had done. Joseph Wilmot stood for a few moments with his hands clasped upon his head, and then the shadows faded from his face, which suddenly became fixed and resolute-looking. The first thrill of terror, the first shock of surprise, were over. This man, never had been, and never could be, a coward. He was ready now for the worst. It may be that he was glad the worst had come. He had suffered such unutterable anguish, such indescribable tortures, during the time in which his guilt had been unsuspected, that it may have been a kind of relief to know that his secret was discovered, and that he was free to drop the mask. While he paused, thinking what he was to do, some lucky thought came to him, for his face brightened suddenly with a triumphant smile. "The horse!" he said. "I may ride, though I can't walk." He took up his cane and went to the next room, where there was a door that opened into the quadrangle, in which the master of the Abbey had caused a loose box to be built for his favourite horse. Margaret followed her father, not closely, but at a little distance, watching him with anxious, wondering eyes. He unfastened the half-glass door, opened it, and went into the quadrangular garden, the quaint old-fashioned garden, where the flower-beds were primly dotted on the smooth grass plot, in the centre of which there was a marble basin, and the machinery of a little fountain that had never played within the memory of living man. "Go back for the lamp, Margaret," Joseph Wilmot whispered. "I must have light." The girl obeyed. She had left off trembling now, and carried the shaded lamp as steadily as if she had been bent on some simple womanly errand. She followed her father into the garden, and went with him to the loose box where the horse was to be found. The animal knew his master, even in that uncertain light. There was gas laid on in the millionaire's stables, and a low jet had been left burning by the groom. The horse plunged his head about his master's shoulders, and shook his mane, and reared, and disported himself in his delight at seeing his old friend once more. And it was only Joseph Wilmot's soothing hand and voice that subdued the animal's exuberant spirits. "Steady, boy, steady. Quiet, old fellow," Joseph said in a whisper. 3 or 4 saddles and bridles hung upon the rack in one corner of the small stable. Joseph Wilmot selected the things he wanted, and began to saddle the horse, supporting himself on his cane as he did so. The groom slept in the house now, by his master's orders, and there was no one within hearing. The horse was saddled and bridled in 5 minutes, and Joseph Wilmot led him out of the stable, followed by Margaret, who still carried the lamp. There was a low iron gate leading out of the quadrangle into the grounds. Joseph led the horse to this gate. "Go back and get my coat," he said to Margaret. "You'll go faster than I can. You'll find a coat lined with fur on a chair in the bedroom." The daughter obeyed silently and quietly, as she had done before. The rooms all opened one into the other. She saw the bedroom with a tall, gloomy bedstead, the light of the fire flickering here and there. She set the lamp down upon a table in this room, and found the fur-lined coat her father had sent her to fetch. There was a purse lying on the dressing-table, with sovereigns glittering through the silken network, and the girl snatched it up as she hurried away, thinking, in her innocent simplicity, that her father might have nothing but those few sovereigns to help him in his flight. She went back to him, carrying the bulky overcoat, and helped him to put it on, in place of the dressing-gown he had been wearing. He had taken his hat before going to the stable. "Here is your purse, father," she said, thrusting it into his hand. "There is something in it, but I'm afraid there's not very much. How will you manage for money where you are going?" "Oh, I shall manage very well." He had got into the saddle by this time, not without considerable difficulty, but although the fresh air made him feel faint and dizzy, he felt himself a new man now that the horse was under him. The brave horse, the creature that loved him, whose powerful stride could carry him almost to the other end of the world, as it seemed to Joseph Wilmot in the first triumph of being astride the animal once more. He put his hand involuntarily to the belt that was strapped round him, as Margaret asked that question about the money. "Oh, yes," he said, "I've money enough. I am all right." "But where are you going?" she asked eagerly. The horse was tearing up the wet gravel, and making furious champing noises in his impatience of all this delay. "I don't know," Joseph Wilmot answered. "That will depend upon—I don't know. Good night, Margaret. God bless you. I don't suppose he listens to the prayers of such as me. If he did, it might have been all different long ago, when I tried to be honest. Yes, this was true. The murderer of Henry Dunbar had once tried to be honest, and had prayed God to prosper his honesty. But then he only tried to do right in a spasmodic, fitful kind of way, and expected his prayers to be granted as soon as they were asked, and was indignant with a providence that seemed to be deaf to his entreaties. He had always lacked that sublime quality of patience which endures the evil day and calmly breasts the storm. "Let me go with you, father," Margaret said in an entreating voice. "Let me go with you. There is nothing in all the world for me, except the hope of God's forgiveness for you. I want to be with you. I don't want you to be amongst bad men, who will harden your heart. I want to be with you, far away, where—" "You? With me?" said Joseph Wilmot slowly. "You wish it?" "With all my heart." "And you're true," he cried, bending down to grasp his daughter's shoulder and look her in the face. "You're true, Margaret, eh? True as steel, ready for anything, no flinching, no quailing or trembling when the danger comes. You've stood a good deal, and stood it nobly. Can you stand still more, eh?" "For your sake, father, for your sake, yes, yes. I will brave anything in the world, do anything to save you from—" She shuddered as she remembered what the danger was that assailed him, the horror from which flight alone could save him. No, 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 that could never be endured at any cost. At any sacrifice he must be saved from that. No strength of womanly fortitude, no trust in the mercy of God, could ever make her resigned as to that. "I'll trust you, Margaret," said Joseph Wilmot, loosening his grasp upon the girl's shoulder. "I'll trust you. Haven't I reason to trust you? Didn't I see your mother on the day when she found out what my history was? Didn't I see the colour fade out of her face till she was whiter than the linen collar round her neck? And in the next moment her arms were about me, and her honest eyes looking up in my face, and I shall never love you less, dear. There's nothing in this world can make me love you less." He paused for a moment. His voice had grown thick and husky, but he broke out violently in the next instant. "Great heaven, why do I stop talking like this? Listen to me, Margaret. If you want to see the last of me, you must find your way, somehow or other, to Woodbine Cottage, near Lisford, on the Lisford road, I think. Find your way there. I'm going there now, and shall be there long before you. You understand? Yes, Woodbine Cottage, Lisford. I shan't forget. God speed you, father. God help you." "He is the God of sinners," thought the wretched girl. "He gave Cain a long lifetime in which to repent of his sins." Margaret thought this as she stood at the gate, listening to the horses' hoofs upon the gravel road that wound through the grounds away into the park. She was very, very tired, but had little sense of her fatigue, and her journey was by no means finished yet. She did not once look back at Maudesley Abbey, that stately and splendid mansion, in which a miserable wretch had acted his part, and endured the penalty of his guilt, for many wearisome months. She went away, hurrying along the lonely pathways, with the night breezes blowing her loose hair across her eyes, and half blinding her as she went, to find the gate by which she had entered the park. She went out at this gateway because it was the only point of egress by which she could leave the park without being seen by the keeper of a lodge. The dim morning light was grey in the sky before she met anyone whom she could ask to direct her to Woodbine Cottage, but at last a man came out of a farmyard with a couple of milk pails and directed her to the Lisford road. It was broad daylight when she reached the little garden gate before Major Vernon's abode. It was broad daylight, and the door leading into the prim little hall was ajar. The girl pushed it open, and fell into the arms of a man who caught her as she fainted. "Poor girl, poor child," said Joseph Wilmot, "to think what she has suffered. And I thought that she would profit by that crime. I thought that she would take the money, and be content to leave the mystery unravelled. My poor child, my poor unhappy child. The man who had murdered Henry Dunbar wept aloud over the white face of his unconscious daughter. "Don't let's have any of that fooling," cried a harsh voice from the little parlour. "We've no time to waste on snivelling." End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 41. At Maudesley Abbey. Mr. Carter the detective lost no time about his work. But he did not employ the telegraph, by which means he might perhaps have expedited the arrest of Henry Dunbar's murderer. He did not avail himself of the facilities offered by that wonderful electric telegraph, which was once facetiously called the rope that hung Towel the Quaker, because in so doing he might have taken the local police into his confidence, and he wished to do his work quietly, only aided by a companion and humble follower whom he was in the habit of employing. He went up to London by the mail train after parting from Clement Austin, took a cab at the Waterloo station, and drove straight off to the habitation of his humble assistant, whom he most unceremoniously roused from his bed. But there was no train for Warwickshire before the 6 o'clock Parliamentary, and there was a 7 o'clock express which would reach Rugby 10 minutes after that miserably slow conveyance. So Mr. Carter naturally elected to sacrifice the 10 minutes, and travel by the express. Meanwhile he took a hearty breakfast, which had been hastily prepared by the wife of his friend and follower, and explained the nature of the business before them. It must be confessed that in making these explanations to his humble friend, Mr. Carter employed a tone that implied no little superiority, and that the friendliness of his manner was tempered by condescension. The friend was a middle-aged and most respectable-looking individual, with a turnip-hued skin relieved by freckles, dark red eyes, and pale red hair. He was not a very prepossessing person, and had a habit of working about his lips and jaws when he was neither eating nor talking, which was far from pleasant to behold. He was very much esteemed by Mr. Carter, nevertheless, not so much because he was clever, as because he looked so eminently stupid. This last characteristic had won for him the sobriquet of Sawney Tom, and he was considered worth his weight in sovereigns on certain occasions, when a simple country lad or a verdant-looking linen-draper's apprentice was required to enact some little part in the detective drama. "You'll bring some of your traps with you, Sawney," said Mr. Carter. "I'll take another, ma'am, if you please." 3 minutes and a half this time, and let the whites set tolerably firm. This last remark was addressed to Mrs. Sawney Tom, or rather Mrs. Thomas Tibbles, Sawney Tom's name was Tibbles, who was standing by the fire, boiling eggs and toasting bread for her husband's patron. "You'll bring your traps, Sawney," continued the detective, with his mouth full of buttered toast. "There's no knowing how much trouble this chap may give us, because you see a chap that can play the bold game he has played, and keep it up for nigh upon a 12-month, could play any game. There's nothing out that he need look upon as beyond him. So though I've every reason to think we shall take my friend at Maudesley as quietly as ever a child in arms was took out of its cradle, still we may as well be prepared for the worst." Mr. Tibbles, who was of a taciturn disposition, and who had been busily chewing nothing while listening to his superior, merely gave a jerk of acquiescence in answer to the detective's speech. "We start as solicitor and clerk," said Mr. Carter. "You'll carry a blue bag. You'd better go and dress, the time's getting on. Respectable black and a clean shave, you know, Swanny. We're going to an old gentleman in the neighbourhood of Shorncliffe, that wants his will altered all of a hurry, having quarrelled with his 3 daughters. That's what we're going to do, if anybody's curious about our business." Mr. Tibbles nodded, and retired to an inner apartment, whence he emerged by and by, dressed in a shabby genteel costume of somewhat funereal aspect, and with the lower part of his face rasped like a French roll, and somewhat resembling that edible in colour. He brought a small portmanteau with him, and then departed to fetch a cab, in which vehicle the two gentlemen drove away to the Euston Square station. It was 1 o'clock in the day when they reached the great iron gates of Maudesley Abbey in a fly which they had chartered at Shorncliffe. It was 1 o'clock on a bright sunshiny day, and the heart of Mr. Carter the detective beat high with expectation of a great triumph. He descended from the fly himself in order to question the woman at the lodge. "You'd better get out, Sawney," he said, putting his head in at the window in order to speak to his companion. "I shan't take the vehicle into the park. It'll be quieter and safer for us to walk up to the house." Mr. Tibbles, with his blue bag on his arm, got out of the fly, prepared to attend his superior whithersoever that luminary chose to lead him. The woman at the lodge was not alone. A little group of gossips were gathered in the primly furnished parlour, and the talk was loud and animated. "Which I was that took aback like you might have knocked me down with a feather," said the proprietress of the little parlour as she went out of the rustic porch to open the gate for Mr. Carter and his companion. "I want to see Mr. Dunbar," he said, "on particular business. You can tell him I come from the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. I've got a letter from the junior partner there, and I'm to deliver it to Mr. Dunbar himself." The keeper of the lodge threw up her hands and eyes in token of utter bewilderment. "Begging your pardon, sir," she said, "but I've been that upset I don't know scarcely what I'm a doing of. Mr. Dunbar have gone, sir, and nobody in that house don't know why he went, or when he went, or where he's gone. The manservant as waited on him found the rooms all empty the first thing this morning, and the groom as had charge of Mr. Dunbar's horse, and slept at the back of the house, not far from the stables, fancied as how he heard a trampling last night where the horse was kep', but put it down to the animal being restless on account of the change in the weather. And this morning the horse was gone, and the gravel all trampled up, and Mr. Dunbar's gold-headed cane, which the poor gentleman was still so lame it was as much he could do to walk from one room to another, was lying by the garden gate, and how he ever managed to get out and about and saddle his horse and ride away like that without being ever heard by a creetur, nobody hasn't the slightest notion. And everybody this morning was distracted like, searching high and low, but not a sign of Mr. Dunbar were found nowhere." Mr. Carter turned pale, and stamped his foot upon the gravel drive. £200 is a large stake to a poor man, and Mr. Carter's reputation was also trembling in the balance. The very man he wanted gone away in the dead of the night, while all the household was sleeping. "But he was lame," he cried. "How about that? The railway accident, the broken leg?" "Yes, sir," the woman answered eagerly, "that's the very thing, sir, which they're all talking about it at the house, sir, and how a poor invalid gentleman that could scarce stir hand or foot should get up in the middle of the night and saddle his own horse and ride away at a rampageous rate, which the groom says he have rode rampageous, or the gravel wouldn't be tore up as it is. And they do say, sir, as Mr. Dunbar must have been took mad all of a sudden, and the doctor was in an awful way when he heard it, and there's been people riding right and left looking for him, sir, and Miss Dunbar, leastwise Lady Jocelyn, was sent for early this morning, and she's at the house now, sir, with her husband Sir Philip, and if your business is so very important, perhaps you'd like to see her." "I should," answered the detective briskly. "You stop here, Sawney," he added, aside to his attendant. "You stop here and pick up what you can. I'll go up to the house and see the lady." Mr. Carter found the door open, and a group of servants clustered in the Gothic porch. Lady Jocelyn was in Mr. Dunbar's rooms, a footman told him. The detective sent this man to ask if Mr. Dunbar's daughter would receive a stranger from London on most important business. The man came back in 5 minutes to say yes, Lady Jocelyn would see this strange gentleman. The detective was ushered through the 2 outer rooms leading to that tapestried apartment in which the missing man had spent so many miserable days, so many dismal nights. He found Lara standing in one of the windows looking out across the smooth lawn, looking anxiously out towards the winding gravel drive that led from the principal lodge to the house. She turned away from the window as Mr. Carter approached her, and passed her hand across her forehead. Her eyelids trembled, and she had the look of a person whose senses had been dazzled by excitement and confusion. "Have you come to bring me any news of my father?" she said. "I am distracted by this serious calamity." Laura looked imploringly at the detective. Something in his grave face frightened her. "You have come to tell me of some new trouble," she cried. "No, Miss Dunbar, no, Lady Jocelyn, I have no new trouble to announce to you. I have come to this house in search of the gentleman who went away last night. I must find him at any cost. All I want is a little help from you. You may trust to me that he shall be found, and speedily, if he lives." "If he lives!" cried Laura, with a sudden terror in her face. "Surely you do not imagine, you do not fear that—" "I imagine nothing, Lady Jocelyn. My duty is very simple, and lies straight before me. I must find the missing man." "You will find my father," said Laura, with a puzzled expression. "Yes, I am most anxious that he should be found, and if you will accept any reward for your efforts, I shall be only too glad to give you all you can ask. But how is it that you happen to come here, and to take this interest in my father? You come from the banking house, I suppose?" "Yes," the detective answered after a pause. "Yes, Lady Jocelyn, I come from the office in St. Gundolph Lane." Mr. Carter was silent for some few moments, during which his eyes wandered about the apartment in that professional survey which took in every detail, from the colour of the curtains and the pattern of the carpets, to the tiniest porcelain toy in an antique cabinet on one side of the fireplace. The only thing upon which the detective's glance lingered was the lamp, which Margaret had extinguished. "I am going to ask your ladyship a question," said Mr. Carter presently, looking gravely and almost compassionately at the beautiful face before him. "You'll think me impertinent, perhaps, but I hope you'll believe that I'm only a straightforward business man, anxious to do my duty in my own line of life, and to do it with consideration for all parties. You seem very anxious about this missing gentleman. May I ask if you are very fond of him? It's a strange question, I know, my lady, or it seems a strange question, but there's more in the answer than you can guess, and I shall be very grateful to you if you'll answer it candidly." A faint flush crept over Laura's face, and the tears started suddenly to her eyes. She turned away from the detective and brushed her handkerchief hastily across those tearful eyes. She walked to the window and stood there for a minute or two, looking out. "Why do you ask me this question?" she asked, rather haughtily. "I cannot tell you that, my lady, at present," the detective answered, "but I give you my word of honour that I have a very good reason for what I do." "Very well, then, I will answer you frankly," said Laura, turning and looking Mr. Carter full in the face. "I will answer you, for I believe that you are an honest man. There is very little love between my father and me. It is our misfortune, perhaps, and it may be only natural that it should be so, for we were separated from each other for so many years, that when at last the day of our meeting came, we met like strangers, and there was a barrier between us that could never be broken down. Heaven knows how anxiously I used to look forward to my father's return from India, and how bitterly I felt the disappointment when I discovered, little by little, that we should never be to one another what other fathers and daughters who have never known the long bitterness of separation are to each other. But pray remember that I do not complain. My father has been very good to me, very indulgent, very generous. His last act, before the accident which laid him up so long, was to take a journey to London on purpose to buy diamonds for a necklace, which was to be his wedding present to me. I do not speak of this because I care for the jewels, but I am pleased to think that, in spite of the coldness of his manner, my father had some affection for his only child." Mr. Carter was not looking at Laura. He was staring out of the window, and his eyes had that stolid glare with which they had gazed at Clement Austin while the cashier told his story. "A diamond necklace," he said. "Ha! ha! Yes." All this was in an undertone that hummed faintly through the detective's closed teeth. "A diamond necklace. You've got the necklace, I suppose, my lady?" "No, the diamonds were bought, but they were never made up." "The unset diamonds were bought by Mr. Dunbar?" "Yes, to an enormous amount, I believe. While I was in Paris, my father wrote to tell me that he meant to delay the making of the necklace until he was well enough to go on to the Continent. He could see no design in England that at all satisfied him. "No, I dare say not," answered the detective. "I dare say he'd find it rather difficult to please himself in that matter." Laura looked inquiringly at Mr. Carter. There was something disrespectful, not to say ironical, in his tone. "I thank you heartily for having been so candid with me, Lady Jocelyn," he said, "and believe me I shall have your interests at heart throughout this matter. I shall go to work immediately, and you may rely upon it I shall succeed in finding the missing man." "You do not think that under some terrible hallucination, the result of his long illness, you don't think that he has committed suicide?" "No, Lady Jocelyn," answered the detective decisively. "There is nothing further from my thoughts now." "Thank heaven for that! And now, my lady, may I ask if you'll be kind enough to let me see Mr. Dunbar's valet, and to leave me alone with him in these rooms? I may pick up something that will help me to find your father. By the by, you haven't a picture of him? A miniature, a photograph, or anything of that sort, eh?" "No, unhappily I have no portrait whatever of my father." "Ah, that is unlucky, but never mind, we must contrive to get on without it." Laura rang the bell. One of the superb footmen, the birds of paradise who consented to glorify the halls and passages of Maudesley Abbey, appeared in answer to the summons, and went in search of Mr. Dunbar's own man, the man who had waited on the invalid ever since the accident. Having sent for this person, Laura bade the detective good morning, and went away through the vista of rooms to the other side of the hall, to that bright modernized wing of the house which Percival Dunbar had improved and beautified for the granddaughter he idolized. Mr. Dunbar's own man was only too glad to be questioned, and to have a good opportunity of discoursing upon the event which had caused such excitement and consternation. But the detective was not a pleasant person to talk to, as he had a knack of cutting people short with a fresh question at the first symptom of rambling; and indeed so closely did he keep his companion to the point, that a conversation with him was a kind of intellectual hornpipe between a set of fire-irons. Under this pressure the valet told all he knew about his master's departure, with very little loss of time by reason of discursiveness. "Ha! Ah, yes," muttered the detective between his teeth. "Only one friend that was at all intimate with your master, and that was a gentleman called Vernon, lately come to live at Woodbine Cottage, Lisford Road, used to come at all hours to see your master, was odd in his ways, and dressed queer. First came on Miss Laura's wedding day, was awful shabby then, came out quite a swell afterwards, and was very free with his money at Lisford. Ha! Humph! You've heard your master and this gentleman at high words, at least you fancied so, but the doors being very thick, you ain't certain. It might have been only telling anecdotes. Some gentlemen do swear and row like in telling anecdotes. Yes, to be sure, you felt a belt round your master's waist when you've been lifting him in and out of bed. He wore it under his shirt, and was always fidgety in changing his shirt, and didn't seem to want you to see the belt. You thought it was a galvanic belt, or something of that sort. You felt it once when you were changing your master's shirt, and it was all over little knobs as hard as iron, but very small. That's all you've got to say, except that you've always fancied your master wasn't quite easy in his mind, and you thought that was because of his having been suspected in the first place about the Winchester murder." Mr. Carter jotted down some pencil notes in his pocket-book while making this little summary of his conversation with the valet. Having done this and shut his book, he prowled slowly through the sitting-room, bedroom, and dressing-room, looking about him with the servant close at his heels. "What clothes did Mr. Dunbar wear when he went away?" "Grey trousers and waistcoat, small shepherd's plaid, and he must have taken a greatcoat lined with Russian sable." "A black coat?" "No, the coat was dark blue cloth outside." Mr. Carter opened his pocket-book in order to add another memorandum. "Trousers and waistcoat, shepherd's plaid, coat dark blue cloth lined with sable." "How about Mr. Dunbar's personal appearance, eh?" The valet gave an elaborate description of his master's looks. "Ha! Humph!" muttered Mr. Carter. "Tall, broad-shouldered, hook-nosed, brown eyes, brown hair mixed with grey." The detective put on his hat after making this last memorandum, but he paused before the table on which the lamp was still standing. "Was this lamp filled last night?" he asked. "Yes, sir. It was always fresh filled every day." "How long does it burn?" 10 hours. When was it lighted? A little before 7 o'clock. Mr. Carter removed the glass shade and carried the lamp to the fireplace. He held it up over the grate and drained the oil. "It must have been burning till past 4 this morning," he said. The valet stared at Mr. Carter with something of that reverential horror with which he might have regarded a wizard of the Middle Ages. But Mr. Carter was in too much haste to be aware of the man's admiration. He had found out all he wanted to know, and now there was no time to be lost. He left the Abbey, ran back to the lodge, found his assistant Mr. Tibbles, and despatched that gentleman to the Shorncliffe railway station, where he was to keep a sharp look-out for a lame traveller in a blue cloth coat lined with brown fur. If such a traveller appeared, Sawney Tom was to stick to him wherever he went, but was to leave a note with the station master for his chief's guidance, containing information as to what he had done. End of chapter 41. Chapter number 42 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 42. The Housemaid at Woodbine Cottage. In less than a quarter of an hour after leaving the gate of Maudesley Park, the fly came to a standstill before Woodbine Cottage. Mr. Carter paid the man and dismissed the vehicle, and went alone into the little garden. He rang a bell on one side of the half-glass door, and had ample leisure to contemplate the stuffed birds and marine curiosities that adorned the little hall of the cottage before any one came to answer his summons. He rang a second time before any one came, but after a delay of about 5 minutes a young woman appeared, with her face tied up in a coloured handkerchief. The detective asked to see Major Vernon, and the young woman ushered him into a little parlour at the back of the cottage, without either delay or hesitation. The occupant of the cottage was sitting in an armchair by the fire. There was very little light in the room, for the only window looked into a miniature conservatory, where there were all manner of prickly and spiky plants of the cactus kind, which had been the delight of the late owner of Woodbine Cottage. Mr. Carter looked very sharply at the gentleman sitting in the easy-chair, but the closest inspection showed him nothing but a good-looking man, between 50 and 60 years of age, with a determined-looking mouth, half shaded by a grey moustache. "I've come to make a few inquiries about a friend of yours, Major Vernon," the detective said, "Mr. Dunbar of Maudesley Abbey, who has been missing since 4 o'clock this morning." The gentleman in the easy-chair was smoking a meerschaum. As Mr. Carter said those 2 words 4 o'clock, his teeth made a little clicking noise upon the amber mouthpiece of the pipe. The detective heard the sound, slight as it was, and drew his inference from it. Major Vernon had seen Joseph Wilmot, and knew that he had left the Abbey at 4 o'clock, and thus gave a little start of surprise when he found that the exact hour was known to others. "You know where Mr. Dunbar has gone?" said Mr. Carter, looking still more sharply at the gentleman in the easy-chair. "On the contrary, I was thinking of looking in upon him at the Abbey this evening." "Humph!" muttered the detective. "Then it's no use my asking you any questions on the subject." "None whatever. Henry Dunbar is gone away from the Abbey, you say? Why, I thought he was still under medical supervision, couldn't move off his sofa except to take a turn upon a pair of crutches." "I believe it was so, but he has disappeared notwithstanding." "What do you mean by disappeared? He has gone away, I suppose, and he was free to go away, wasn't he?" "Oh, of course, perfectly free." "Then I don't so much wonder that he went," exclaimed the occupant of the cottage, stooping over the fire and knocking the ashes out of his meerschaum. "He'd been tied by the leg long enough, poor devil. But how is it you're running about after him as if he was a little boy that had bolted from his precious mother? You're not the surgeon who was attending him?" "No, I'm employed by Lady Jocelyn. In fact, to tell you the honest truth," said the detective, with a simplicity of manner that was really charming. "To tell you the honest truth, I'm neither more nor less than a private detective, and I have come down from London direct to look after the missing gentleman. You see, Lady Jocelyn is afraid the long illness and fever, and all that sort of thing, may have had a very bad effect upon her poor father, and that he's a little bit touched in the upper story, perhaps. And upon my word," added the detective frankly, "I think this sudden bolt looks very like it, in which case I fancy we may look for an attempt at suicide. What do you think now, Major Vernon, as a friend of the missing gentleman, eh?" The Major smiled. "'Pon my word," he said, "I don't think you're so very far away from the mark. Henry Dunbar has been rather queer in his ways since that railway smash." "Just so. I suppose you wouldn't have any objection to my looking about your house, and round the garden and outbuildings? Your friend might hide himself somewhere about your place. When once they take an eccentric turn, there's no knowing where to have 'em." Major Vernon shrugged his shoulders. "I don't think Dunbar's likely to have got into my house without my knowledge," he said, "but you are welcome to examine the place from garret to cellar, if that's any satisfaction to you." He rang a bell as he spoke. It was answered by the girl whose face was tied up. "Ah, Betty, you've got the toothache again, have you? A nice excuse for slinking your work, eh, my girl? That's about the size of your toothache, I expect. Look here now, this gentleman wants to see the house, and you're to show him over it, and over the garden too, if he likes, and be quick about it, for I want my dinner." The girl curtsied in an awkward, countrified manner, and ushered Mr. Carter into the hall. "Betty!" roared the master of the house as the girl reached the foot of the stair with the detective. "Betty! Come here!" She went back to her master, and Mr. Carter heard a whispered conversation, very brief, of which the last sentence only was audible. That last sentence ran thus: "And if you don't hold your tongue, I'll make you pay for it." "Oh ho!" thought the detective. "Miss Betsy is to hold her tongue, is she? We'll see about that." The girl came back to the hall, and led Mr. Carter into the 2 sitting rooms in the front of the house. They were small rooms, with small furniture. They were old-fashioned rooms, with low ceilings, and queer cupboards nestling in out-of-the-way holes and corners. And Mr. Carter had enough work to do in squeezing himself into the interior of these receptacles, which all smelt, more or less, of chandlery and rum, that truly seaman-like spirit having been a favourite beverage with the late inhabitant of the cottage. After examining half a dozen cupboards in the lower regions, Mr. Carter and his guide ascended to the upper story. The girl called Betsy ushered the detective into a bedroom which she said was her master's, and where the occupation of the Major was made manifest by divers articles of apparel lying on the chairs and hanging on the pegs, and furthermore by a power effluvium of stale tobacco and a collection of pipes and cigar boxes on the chimney-piece. The girl opened the door of an impossible-looking little cupboard in a corner behind a 4-post bed, but instead of inspecting the cupboard, Mr. Carter made a sudden rush at the door, locked it, and then put the key in his pocket. "No, thank you, Miss Innocence," he said. "I don't crick my neck or break my back by looking into any more of your cupboards. Just you come here." Here was the window before which Mr. Carter planted himself. The girl obeyed very quietly. She would have been a pretty-looking girl but for her toothache, or rather but for the coloured handkerchief which muffled the lower part of her face, and was tied in a knot at the top of her head. As it was, Mr. Carter could only see that she had pretty brown eyes, which shifted left and right as he looked at her. "Oh yes, you're an artful young hussy, and no mistake," he said, "and that toothache's only a judgment upon you. What was that your master said to you in the parlour just now, eh? What was that he told you to hold your tongue about, eh?" Betty shook her head, and began to twist at the corner of her apron in her hands. "Master didn't say nothin', sir," she said. "Master didn't say nothin'! Your morals and your grammar are about a match, Miss Betsy, but you'll find yourself rather in the wrong box by and by, my young lady, when you find yourself committed to prison for perjury, which crime in a young female is transportation for life," added Mr. Carter in an awful tone. "Oh, sir," cried Betty, "it isn't me, it's master, and he do swear so when he's in his tantrums. If the taters isn't done to his liking, sir, he'll grumble about 'em, quite civil at first, and then he'll work hisself up like, and take and throw them at me one by one, and his language gets worse with every tater. Oh, what am I to do, sir? I daren't go against him. I'd almost sooner be transported, if it don't hurt much." "Don't hurt much!" exclaimed Mr. Carter. "Why, there's a shipload of cat-o'-nine-tails goes out to Van Diemen's Land every quarter, and reserved specially for young females." "Oh, I'll tell you all about it, sir," cried Mr. Vernon's housemaid. "Sooner than be took up for perjuring, I'll tell you everything." "I thought so," said Mr. Carter, "but it isn't much you've got to tell me. Mr. Dunbar came here this morning on horseback between 5 and 6?" "It was 10 minutes past 6, sir, and I was opening the shutters." "Precisely." "And the gentleman came on horseback, sir, and was nigh upon fainting with the pain of his leg, and he sent me to call up master, and master helped him off the horse, and took the horse to the stable, and then the gentleman sat and rested in master's little parlour at the back of the house, and then they sent me for a fly, and I went to the Rose and Crown at Lisford, and fetched a fly, and before 8 o'clock the gentleman went away." Before 8, and it was now past 3. Mr. Carter looked at his watch while the girl made her confession. "And oh, please don't tell master as I told you," she said. "Oh, please don't, sir." There was no time to be lost, and yet the detective paused for a minute, thinking of what he had just heard. Had the girl told him the truth, or was this a story got up to throw him off the scent? The girl's terror of her master seemed genuine. She was crying now, real tears that streamed down her pale cheeks and wetted the handkerchief that covered the lower part of her face. "I can find out at the Rose and Crown whether anybody did go away in a fly," the detective thought. "Tell your master I've searched the place and haven't found his friend," he said to the girl, "and that I haven't got time to wish him good morning." The detective said this as he went downstairs. The girl went into the little rustic porch with him, and directed him to the Rose and Crown at Lisford. He ran almost all the way to the little inn, for he was growing desperate now with the idea that his man had escaped him. "Why, he can do anything with such a start," he thought to himself, "and yet there's his lameness, that'll go against him." At the Rose and Crown, Mr. Carter was informed that a fly had been ordered at 7 o'clock that morning by a young person from Woodbine Cottage, that the vehicle had not long come in, and that the driver was somewhere about the stables. The driver was summoned at Mr. Carter's request, and from him the detective ascertained that a gentleman, wrapped up to the very nose, and wearing a coat lined with fur, and walking very lame, had been taken up by him at Woodbine Cottage. This gentleman had ordered the driver to go as fast as he could to Shorncliffe station, but upon reaching the station it appeared the gentleman was too late for the train he wanted to go by, for he came back to the fly limping awful, and told the man to drive to Manningsley. The driver explained to Mr. Carter that Manningsley was a little village 3 miles from Shorncliffe, on a by road. Here the gentleman in the fur coat had alighted at an alehouse, where he dined, and stopped, reading the paper and drinking hot brandy and water till after 1 o'clock. He acted altogether quite the gentleman, and paid for the driver's dinner and brandy and water as well as his own. At half after 1 he got into the fly and ordered the man to go back to Shorncliffe station. At 5 minutes after 2 he alighted at the station, where he paid and dismissed the driver. This was all Mr. Carter wanted to know. "You get a fresh horse harnessed in double quick time," he said, "and drive me to Shorncliffe station." While the horse and fly were being got ready, the detective went into the bar and ordered a glass of steaming brandy and water. He was accustomed to take liquids in a boiling state, as the greater part of his existence was spent in hurrying from place to place, as he was hurrying now. "Sawney's got the chance this time," he thought. "Suppose he was to sell me and go in for the reward." The supposition was not a pleasant one, and Mr. Carter looked grave for a minute or so, but he quickly relapsed into a grim smile. "I think Sawney knows me too well for that," he said. "I think Sawney is too well acquainted with me to try that on." The fly came round to the inn door while Mr. Carter reflected upon this. He sprang into the vehicle and was driven off to the station. At the Shorncliffe station he found everything very quiet. There was no train due for some time yet. There was no sign of human life in the ticket office or the waiting rooms. There was a porter asleep on his truck on the platform, and there was one solitary young female sitting upon a bench against the wall, with her boxes and bundles gathered round her, and an umbrella and a pair of clogs on her lap. Upon all the length of the platform there was no sign of Mr. Tibbles, otherwise Sawney Tom. Mr. Carter awoke the porter and sent him to the station master to ask if any letter addressed to Mr. Henry Carter had been left in that functionary's care. The porter went yawning to make this inquiry, and came back by and by, still yawning, to say that there was such a letter, and would the gentleman please step into the station-master's office to claim and receive it. The note was not a long one, nor was it encumbered by any ceremonious phraseology. Gent in furred coat turned up 2:10, took a ticket for Derby, 1 class, took ticket for same place self, 2 class, yours to command, T.T. Mr. Carter crumpled up the note and dropped it into his pocket. The station-master gave him all the information about the trains. There was a train for Derby at 7 o'clock that evening, and for the 3.5 weary hours that must intervene, Mr. Carter was left to amuse himself as best he might. Derby, he muttered to himself, Derby, why he must be going north, and what, in the name of all that's miraculous, takes him up that way? End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Henry Dunbar, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 43, On the Track. The railway journey between Shorncliffe and Derby was by no means the most pleasant expedition for a cold spring night, with the darkness lying like a black shroud on the flat fields, and a melancholy wind howling over those desolate regions, across which all night trains seemed to wend their way. I think that the flat and darksome land which we look upon out of the window of a railway carriage in the dead of the night must be a weird district, conjured into existence by the potent magic of an enchanter's wand, a dreary desert transported out of Central Africa to make the night season hideous, and to vanish at cock-crow. Mr. Carter never travelled without a railway rug and a pocket brandy-flask, and, sustained by these inward and outward fortifications against the chilling airs of the long night, he established himself in a corner of the second-class carriage, and made the best of his situation. Fortunately there was no position of hardship to which the detective was unaccustomed. Indeed, to be rolled up in a railway rug in the corner of a second-class carriage was to be on a bed of down as compared with some of his experiences. He was used to take his night's rest in brief instalments, and was snoring comfortably 3 minutes after the guard had banged to the door of his carriage. But he was not permitted to enjoy any prolonged rest. The door was banged open, and a stentorian voice bawled into his ear that hideous announcement which is so fatal to the repose of travellers, "Change here," etc., etc. The journey from Shorncliffe to Derby seemed almost entirely to consist of "changing here," and poor Mr. Carter felt as if he had passed a long night in being hustled out of one carriage into another, and off one line of railway on to another, with all those pauses on draughty platforms which are so refreshing to the worn-out traveller who works his weary way across country in the dead of the night. At last, however, after a journey that seemed interminable by reason of those short naps, which always confuse the sleeper an estimate of time, the detective found himself at Derby, still in the dead of the night, for to the railway traveller it is all of night after dark. Here he applied immediately to the station-master, from whom he got another little note directed to him by Mr. Tibbles, and very much resembling that which he had received at Shorncliffe. "All right up to Derby," wrote Sawney Tom. "Gent in furred coat took a ticket through to Hull. Have took the same, and go on with him direct. Yours to command, T.T." Mr. Carter lost no time after perusing this communication. He set to work at once to find out all about the means of following his assistant and the lame traveller. Here he was told that he had a couple of hours to wait for the train that would take him on to Normanton, and at Normanton he would have another hour to wait for the train that was to carry him to Hull. "Ah, go it do, while you're about it," he exclaimed bitterly when the railway official had given him this pleasing intelligence. "Couldn't you make it a little longer? When your end and aim lies in driving a man mad, the quicker you drive him, the better, I should think." All this was muttered in an undertone, not intended for the ear of the railway official. It was only a kind of safety valve by which the detective let off his superfluous steam. "Sawney's got the chance," he thought, as he paced up and down the platform. "Chawneys got the trump cards this time, and if he's knave enough to play them against me, But I don't think he'll do that. Our profession's a conservative one, and a traitor would have an uncommon good chance of being kicked out of it. We should drop him a hint that, considering the state of his health, we should take it kindly of him if he would hook it, or send him some polite message of that kind, as the military swells do when they want to get rid of a pal. There were plenty of refreshments to be had at Derby, and Mr. Carter took a steaming cup of coffee and a formidable-looking pile of sandwiches before retiring to the waiting-room to take what he called a stretch. He then engaged the services of a porter, who was to call him 5 minutes before the starting of the Normanton train, and was to receive an illegal douceur for that civility. In the waiting-room there was a coke fire, very red and hollow, and a dim lamp. A lady, half buried in shawls and surrounded by a little colony of small packages, was sitting close to the fire, and started out of her sleep to make nervous clutches at her parcels as the detective entered, being in that semi-conscious state in which the unprotected female is apt to mistake every traveller for a thief. Mr. Carter made himself very comfortable on one of the sofas, and snored on peacefully until the porter came to rouse him, when he sprang up refreshed to continue his journey. Hull, he muttered to himself. His game will be to get off to Rotterdam, or Hamburg, or St. Petersburg, perhaps. Any place that there's a vessel ready to take him. He'll get on board the first that sails. It's a good dodge, very neat dodge, and if Swanee hadn't been at the station, Mr. Joseph Wilmot would have given us the slip as neatly as ever a man did yet. But if Mr. Thomas Tibbles is true, we shall nab him and bring him home as quiet as ever any little boy was took to school by his mar and par. If Mr. Tibbles is true, and as he don't know too much about the business, and don't know anything about the extra reward or the evidence that's turned up at Winchester, I dare say Thomas Tibbles will be true. Human nature is a very noble thing, mused the detective, but I've always remarked that the tighter you tie human nature down, the brighter it comes out. It was morning, and the sun was shining when the train that carried Mr. Carter steamed slowly into the great station at Hull. It was morning, and the sun was shining, and the birds singing, and in the fields about the smoky town there were herds of sweet-breathing cattle sniffing the fresh spring air, and labourers plodding to their work, and loaded wains of odorous hay and dewy garden stuff were lumbering along the quiet country roads, and the new-born day had altogether the innocent look appropriate to its tender youth. When the detective stepped out onto the platform, calm, self-contained, and resolute, as brisk and business-like in his manner as any traveller in that train, and with no distinctive stamp upon him, however slight, that marked him as the hunter of a murderer. He looked sharply up and down the platform. No, Mr. Tibbles had not betrayed him. That gentleman was standing on the platform watching the passengers step out of the carriages, and looking more turnip-faced than usual in the early sunlight. He was chewing nothing with more than ordinary energy, and Mr. Carter, who was very familiar with the idiosyncrasies of his assistant, knew from that sign that things had gone amiss. "Well," he said, tapping Sawney Tom on the shoulder, "he's given you the slip? Out with it. I can see by your face that he has." "Well, he have, then," answered Mr. Tibbles in an injured tone. "But if he have, you needn't glare at me like that, for it ain't no fault of mine. If you ever follered a lame eel, and a lame eel as makes no more of its lameness than if lameness was an advantage, you'd know what it is to foller that chap in the furred coat." The detective hooked his arm through that of his assistant, and led Mr. Tibbles out of the station by a door which opened on a desolate region at the back of the building. "Now then," said Mr. Carter, "tell me all about it, and look sharp." "Well, I was waiting in the Shorncliffe ticket office. About 5 minutes after 2, in comes the gent as large as life, and I sees him take his ticket, and I hears him say Derby, on which I waits till he's out of the office, and I take my own ticket, same place. Down we comes here with more changes and botheration than ever was, and every time we changes carriages, which we don't seem to do much else the whole time, I spots my gentleman limping awful and looking about him suspicious-like to see if he was watched. And of course he weren't watched. Oh, no, nothing like it. Of all the innercent young men as ever was exposed to the temptation of this wicked world, there never was such a young innercent as that lawyer's clerk, a-carrying a blue bag and a-telling a promiscuous acquaintance loud enough for the gent in the fur coat to hear that he'd been telegraphed for by his master, which was down beyond Hull, on electioneering business, and a cussing of his master promiscuous to the same acquaintance for telegraphing for him to go by such a train.
Well, we come to Derby, and the furry gent he takes a ticket on to Hull. And we come to Normanton, and the furry gent limps about Normanton station, and I sees him comfortable in his carriage. And we comes to Hull, and I sees him get out on the platform, and I sees him into a fly, and I hears him give the order, Victoria Hotel, which by this time it's nigh upon 10 o'clock, and dark and windy. Well, I got up behind the fly, and rides a bit and walks a bit, keeping the fly in sight till we comes to the Victoria, and there stoops down behind and watches my gent hobble into the hotel in awful pain with that lame leg of his, judging the faces he makes, and he walks into the coffee-room, and I makes bold to foller him. But there never was sich a young innercent as me, and I sees my party sitting warming his poor lame leg with a carpet-bag and railway rug and sech like on the table beside him, and presently he gets up hobbling worse than ever, and goes outside, and I hears him making inquiries about the best way of getting on to Edinburgh by train, and I sat quiet, not more than 3 minutes at most, because, you see, I didn't want to look like follering him, and in 3 minutes' time out I goes, making as sure to find him in the bar as I make sure of your being close beside me at this moment. But when I went outside into the hall, and bar and sech like, there wasn't a mortal vestige of that man to be seen, but the waiter, he tells me, as dignified and cool as you please, that the lame gentleman has gone out by the door looking towards the water, and has only gone to have a look at the place and get a few cigars, and will be back in 10 minutes to a chop which is being cooked for him. Well, I cuts out by the same door, thinking my lame friend can't be very far. But when I gets out onto the quay side, there ain't a vestige of him, and though I cut about here, there, and everywhere looking for him till I'd nearly walked my legs off in less than half an hour's time, I didn't see a sign of him, and all I could do was go back to the Victoria and see if he'd gone back before me. Well, there was his carpet-bag and his railway bag just as he left 'em, and there was a little table near the fire all laid out snug and comfortable ready for him, but there was no more vestige of himself than there was in the streets where I'd been looking for him, and so I went out again, with the perspiration streaming down my face, and I walked that blessed town till over 1 o'clock this morning, looking right and left and inquiring at every place where such a gent was likely to try and hide hisself, and playing up Mag's divarsions, which if it was divarsions to Mag was uncommon hard work to me, and then I went back to the Victoria and got a night's lodging, and the first thing this morning I was on my blessed legs again, and down at the quay inquiring about vessels, and there's nothing likely to sail afore to-night, and the vessel is expected to sail to-night is bound for Copenhagen, and don't carry passengers, but from the looks of her captain I should say she'd carry anythink, even to a churchyard full of corpuses, if she was paid to do it. Humph! A sailing vessel bound for Copenhagen, and the captain's a villainous-looking fellow, you say?" said the detective in a thoughtful tone. "He's about the villainoutest I ever set eyes on," answered Mr. Tibbles. "Well, Sawney, it's a bad job certainly, but I've no doubt you've done your best." "Yes, I have done my best," the assistant answered rather indignantly, "and considering the deal of confidence you honoured me with about this 'ere cove, I don't see as I could have done anythink more." "Then the best thing you can do is to keep watch here for the starting of the up trains, while I go and keep my eye upon the station at the other side of the water," said Mr. Carter. "This journey to Hull may have been just a dodge to throw us off the scent, and our man may try and double upon us by going back to London. You keep all safe here, Sawney, while I go to the other side of the compass." Mr. Carter engaged a fly and made his way to a pier at the end of the town, whence a boat took him across the Humber to a station on the Lincolnshire side of the river. Here he ascertained all particulars about the starting of the trains for London, and here he kept watch while 2 or 3 trains started. Then, as there was an interval of some hours before the starting of another, he recrossed the water and set to work to look for his man. First he loitered about the quays a little, taking stock of the idle vessels, the big steamers that went to London, Antwerp, Rotterdam, and Hamburg, the little steamers that went short voyages up or down the river, and carried troops of Sunday idlers to breezy little villages beside the sea. He found out all about these boats, their destinations, and the hours and days on which they were to start, and made himself more familiar with the water traffic of the place in half an hour than another man could have done in a day. He also made acquaintance with the vessel that was to sail for Copenhagen, a black sulky-looking boat, christened very appropriately the Crow, with a black sulky-looking captain who was lying on a heap of tarpaulin on the deck, smoking a pipe in his sleep. Mr. Carter stood looking over the quay and contemplating this man for some moments with a thoughtful stare. "He looks a bad 'un," the detective muttered as he walked away. "Swanee was right enough there." He went into the town and walked about, looking at the jewellers' shops with his accustomed rapid glance, a glance so furtive that it escaped observation, so full of sharp scrutiny that it took in every detail of the object looked at. Mr. Carter looked at the jewellers till he came to one whose proprietor blended the trade of money-lending with his more aristocratic commerce. Here Mr. Carter stopped and entered by the little alley within whose sombre shadows the citizens of Hull were wont to skulk, ashamed of the errand that betrayed their impecuniosity. Mr. Carter visited 3 pawnbrokers, and wasted a good deal of time before he made any discovery likely to be of use to him. But at the 3rd pawnbroker's he found himself on the right track. His manner with these gentlemen was very simple. "I'm a detective officer," he said, "from Scotland Yard, and I have a warrant for the apprehension of a man who's supposed to be hiding in Hull. He's known to have a quantity of unset diamonds in his possession. They're not stolen, mind you, so you needn't be frightened on that score. I want to know if such a person has been to you to-day." "The diamonds are all right?" asked the pawnbroker rather nervously. "Quite right. I see the man has been here. I don't want to know anything about the jewels. They're his own, and it's not them we're after. I want to know about him. He's been here. I see. The question is, what time?" "Not above half an hour ago. A man in a dark blue coat with a fur collar." "Yes, a man that walks lame." The pawnbroker shook his head. "I didn't see that he was lame," he said. "Ah, you didn't notice, or he might hide it just while he was in here. He sat down, I suppose?" "Yes, he was sitting all the time." "Of course, thank you, that'll do." With this Mr. Carter departed, much to the relief of the money-lender. The detective looked at his watch and found that it was 1:30. At 3:30 there was a London train to start from the station on the Lincolnshire side of the water. The other station was safe so long as Mr. Tibbles remained on the watch there, so for 2 hours Mr. Carter was free to look about him. He went down to the quay, and ascertained that no boat had crossed to the Lincolnshire side of the river within the last hour. Joseph Wilmot was therefore safe on the Yorkshire side, but if so, where was he? A man wearing a dark blue coat lined with sable and walking very lame must be a conspicuous object wherever he went. And yet Mr. Carter, with all the aid of his experience in the detective line, could find no clue to the whereabouts of the man he wanted. He spent an hour and a half in walking about the streets, prying into all manner of dingy little bars and tap-rooms, in narrow back streets and down by the waterside, and then was fain to go across to Lincolnshire once more, and watch the departure of the train. Before crossing the river to do this, he had taken stock of the Crow and her master, and had seen the captain lying in exactly the same attitude as before, smoking a dirty black pipe in his sleep. Mr. Carter made a furtive inspection of every creature who went by the up-train, and saw that conveyance safely off before he turned to leave the station. After doing this, he lost no time in recrossing the water again, and landed on the Yorkshire side of the Humber as the clocks of Hull were striking 4. He was getting tired by this time, but he was not tired of his work. He was accustomed to spending his days very much in this manner. He was used to taking his sleep in railway carriages, and his meals at unusual hours. Wherever and whenever he could get time to take his food. He was getting what he called peckish now, and was just going to the coffee-room of the Victoria Hotel with the intention of ordering a steak and a glass of brandy and water. Mr. Carter never took beer, which is a sleepy beverage, inimical to that perpetual clearness of intellect necessary to a detective. When he changed his mind and walked back to the edge of the quay, to prowl along once more with his hands in his pockets, looking at the vessels, and to take another inspection of the deck and captain of the Crow. "I shouldn't wonder if my gentleman's gone and hidden himself down below the hatchway of that boat," he thought, as he walked slowly along the quay side. "I've half a mind to go on board and overhaul her." End of chapter 43.